top researchers, and second, from across a wide range of fields.
We have the energy vision to try to achieve 50% of installed power capacity from renewables by 2030. And to achieve this vision, I think we need all the energies, and research is critical to achieve this vision.
The future of economy is going to rely on technology and people. In addition to solar, they has people. This conference actually is an opportunity for them to see that they can do it. We are here to help. So it's really important to have this conference in Morocco, because this is the way you communicate with the world, through showing them what Morocco is about, and also looking for opportunities for Morocco in this area of renewable energy.
Morocco has invested a lot in renewable energy. So having a conference like this can allow people, young people, students from Morocco, to interact with experts from around the world, so they can learn from them and prepare them for the next job, which is renewable energy job, which is very important.
As a Moroccan PhD student, I gained confidence because you present in front of a jury and fellow PhD students. We got some interesting comments from the chairs that will help us improve in our research work.
I think IRSEC is pushing a great front on renewable energy development. I think researchers must continue to embrace the concept of renewable energy advancement. Only by doing this can the concept be accepted by geopolitical areas and governments of individual African countries.
This is a wonderful conference, because combined together the solar energy and the wind and also the battery is so important things. The three of them should combine together to creating the new energy.
Good morning. Please activate the mic to see if everything is okay.
Hello.
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 Hello. We are waiting for Hisham. I will call him. Yes. Okay.
Rafael, it's sunny outside. Good for you, man.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Sun is rising now, so let's see.
At least it's daytime.
We launched the webinar to invite the participants to join us.
Hello, now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Christina.
Good morning.
Would you like me to read the full bio for each one, or?
Excuse me, you are online.
Sorry. Oh, we are online. Okay.
Okay.
The seminar doesn't start until 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, no. This webinar is also diffused online via YouTube Live. Now 80 participants.
You can stop it. Stop it. لا ماشي
session. Let's start. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Session. Let's start. Okay.
I need the control of the presentation.
رابين تكون خلاص تسجل الفيديو. Let's start.
Can you put the presentation and give me control?
Okay. Full screen.
Okay.
Before starting this session 3, CSP and thermal storage development perspective, I want to present Professor Dr. Hisham Biskri, R&D Director of MAZEN, Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy. He will chair this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaz. Welcome to everyone participating to this workshop number 3 on the IRSEC 2020 conference. The workshop will discuss the CSP and thermal storage development perspective for the next 3 hours or so. My name is Hisham Bouzekri. I'm the Director for R&D and Industry within the Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy, and I'm very happy to welcome 4 other panelists to this workshop. Dr. Rafael Guedes, whom I will present shortly, Mr. Abdurrahim Jumrani, who's the Director of Engineering at MAZEN, Dr. Cristina Prieto, Head of Innovation at Abengoa, and Mr. Guillermo Vasquez, who's a Senior Expert at Masdar. So the CSP and thermal storage has really created a turning fact for renewable energy in general, and in particular for solar, because it allowed large-scale solar storage to be a fact and a reality on the field. So we have many CSP plants with 3, 6, 7, 8 hours, up to 12 hours of storage on the field. We think CSP and thermal storage have a interesting future ahead of it, and we have called on experts from various companies. So between Masdar, Abengoa, MAZEN, I think we have some of the major actors of the CSP and thermal storage, and we will be happy to discuss this during this workshop. So we will start with the 4 keynote speeches and presentations from the panelists. We will follow that with a short discussion. If you have questions, I invite you to use the Q&A panel to ask your questions. I'll be happy to transfer them to the panelists. And then we will have 5 short presentations, video presentations from researchers working on that field as well. and we will conclude the workshop with another discussion at the end. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panelists, Mr. or Dr. Rafael Guedes. So Dr. Rafael Eduardo Guedes Mata is a mechanical engineering graduate from the University of Simón Bolívar in Caracas, Venezuela. So he has, last year of engineering studies, moved to Sweden, so where he graduated with a master's program at KTH. He also has dealt with validation and numerical models for estimating aerodynamic losses in a gas turbine performance model. Such work was performed within the framework of Turbo Power Swedish Research Consortium with Siemens. After concluding his thesis, he was invited by Dr. Bjorn Laumer to apply for a PhD position and joined the Concentrating Solar Power Research Group at KTH. After graduating, he continued to work in KTH as a researcher in the field of power plant technology analysis. He's also a lecturer and supervisor of other junior research and students. So in parallel to his academic involvement, he moved to work at industry, where he deployed his skills and gained other valuable experience. He worked for approximately 3 years at Solar Reserve, a solar development company, and since graduated, he has worked as an advisor to Azelio, one of the most innovative technologies companies in Sweden. In addition to his research work, he participates in other academic-related activities. He has supervised more than 50 master theses in the field of solar energy, energy storage, and power plant modeling. Additionally, he is the vice director of the SEE master program, and he's responsible for the course Large-Scale Solar Power. He is also responsible for other lectures and projects dealing with solar energy fundamentals and design of solar power plants, as well as lecturing on techno-economic models in the courses. So Dr. Rafael Guedes, the floor is yours for your presentation. Please go ahead. Oops.
Okay, thank you, Hisham. I mean, that was a very long introduction. I think you don't know where they got the biograph from me, but that's a thank you. So I will start describing what my talk will be about today. So I'll talk very generically about the next generation of CSP from my views and from what I can see it's happening in Europe. And I describe then mainly two things, hybridization with PV and supercritical CO2 cycles. And like I said, well, Hisham introduced me already, and I'll represent KTH. I'll start briefly talking about KTH. So KTH is a university in Sweden. It's one of the oldest universities, founded in 1827, and it's the largest technical university here in Sweden. We are approximately 14,000 students, some 4,000 employees, here including the PhDs. And often we are ranked top 30 globally in engineering fields like mechanical and electrical engineering mainly. And here is the background is just a picture of our university and the main campus. In KTH being a large institute, then it's split in several schools. The school that I work at is the Industrial Engineering and Management, which is then divided into several departments. And in that regards, the department that I work at, it's the Department of Energy Technology, which is also split in 3 larger divisions. Energy Systems, which is looking more at the overarching electrification issues or land and water connection at the country level. The Applied Thermodynamics and Refrigeration, which is looking more from the consumer side and end user demand. And the Heat and Power Division, which is the one that I work, and we deal more with with the generation side. And within the division, we are approximately 40, including half of them senior researchers and half with PhDs. And we have 6 major areas we focus our research on. So you could see it split it in Power to X, or bioenergy and thermochemical conversion, centralized renewable energy systems, distributed energy resources, polygeneration, thermal processes, and turbomachinery. I won't introduce myself since Hisham already did extensively. So I'll say, besides that, I mean, I lead research in the areas like Hisham mentioned, and all the areas I mentioned before, but particularly mainly 2 projects connected to this. So the solar school we'll be talking about, which we deal with CSP and supercritical CO2. Well, the Flex and Comfort, which is power to X. And in the past, my experience has been in the field. I mean, like Hisham mentioned, in solar reserve. And I've also had a period, 4-month period in Masdar earlier, as well as Total for a bit less than a year, working in the same field. So I figured out that I was the first speaker, and I wanted to start very broad to end up very narrow to what we do in the solar school project. So I'll give this slide, which is very generic, but gives us a bit of context. I just wanted to highlight from this to put into picture that the potential from solar energy is so large that not only when you compare it to other renewables, which are here on the left, but also compared to our needs, it's roughly 3,000 times the total global energy needs that we have, and that including heat, electrification, transportation. So not only electrification. Now, when it comes to harnessing solar energy to produce electricity, we have today 2 major commercially deployed technologies, right? So one is CSP, like you see on the top, and I'll be talking about that, and the other solar photovoltaics or solar PV. So we'll be focused today on solar CSP, and to be clear, since I figure also the audience is very generic, many are students, the basics of CSP are depicted here using, as an example, one of the plants from Torresol. But in principle, what I want to keep in mind or highlight is that in a CSP plant, 2 major processes happen. So one is we harness solar energy to produce high temperature heat by means of concentration. And then this high temperature heat, it's used to produce electricity by means of a conventional power block or thermal power unit. Now, the fact that we have high temperature heat as an intermediate step, it's actually one of the main advantages of CSP. And that is because we can integrate cost-effective thermal energy storage at larger scales, like Hisham mentioned. Or also, we can hybridize with other means of thermal power generation. In the picture, you see just an example of what, the same schematics, but what that means. So you have the sun, which irradiates on the heliostats, which reflect the light on top of a tower where there is a heat exchanger called the receiver. Through this heat exchanger, we're getting a fluid. In this case, is molten salts, which are initially cold, but then they get hot after being exposed to the light. And then they are stored once hot. And they can be withdrawn from this storage tank to produce steam to drive a power block and produce electricity upon demand. So that is the advantage of CSP. This example considers a tower technology, but it's not the only one, and actually the most commercial one, and you'll probably hear more about it later. It's a parabolic troughs, and there are other less deployed, but also commercial, like the linear Fresnel technology or the parabolic dish. Now, having said, introduce a bit about what is CSP, I also want to highlight that both CSP and PV are cost effective today, and we need to understand the value that each one brings. So first, I'll just refer to the picture on the left. So on the left, you can see that both technologies have dramatically reduced cost in the last decade, with a steep decrease in cost from photovoltaics, but also seen from CSP, even though there are way less projects being deployed. So in regions where we have good irradiance, both technologies can be competitive. And furthermore, they can complement. We have seen, and recently, very competitive bids for PV, but we have also seen very competitive bids from CSP when they incorporate long duration storage. And the fact that they can incorporate storage is the value of CSP. And therefore, that's why we can hybridize them as an opportunity. And I want to highlight again that this is a steep decline in cost that you can see from both. PV has reached this decrease in cost after more than 200 gigawatts installed capacity globally. Whereas for CSP, we have roughly 6 to 6.5 gigawatt capacity installed, so there's a big room for improvement. Where is the room for improvement? So I think here I wanted to highlight some of the challenges or opportunities that CSP brings along. So CSP, it's clear that, as I mentioned before, that one of the main values is the storage, but it also offers, and Masdar knows very well, several macroeconomic values, for instance, job creation or local content, because of the magnitude of the projects. However, this magnitude of projects, means that CSP today requires being deployed at large scales to be cost effective. And that's a conflict because larger projects demand large investments, which makes them harder to reach financial closure or to be financed. But at the same time, it's an opportunity. I mean, from an R&D point of view, we're investigating new solutions that could be cost-effective also at smaller scales, so that we can deploy them easily. Still, with these 6 gigawatts installed today, you can see from the plants in Spain, for instance, where no further deployments have been seen since 2011. Every year in Spain, the CSP capacity or generated energy increases, which means that we are learning, or the community is learning, from operational maintenance techniques to keep improving it. And we've also seen projects being deployed elsewhere besides Spain, which was the initial renaissance. And projects are becoming more bankable. We'll hear more about projects later, especially from Morocco and Masdar later. The bankable projects, though, are mainly using what's so-called conventional technology, so using traditional oil or molten salts. And a trend today, then, to increase this competitiveness, to move from the state-of-the-art, is to hybridize with PV, as we will hear. And also, from an R&D point of view, what concerns CSP, it's to shift to technologies that allow us to reach a higher temperature and therefore higher efficiency. However, this is still at a low technical readiness level. So let's say it's not fully commercial, and it's only at R&D level. What is happening in EU? So from the European perspective, Europe set what we call the strategic plan for CSP 2017, or in the steering committee, there were agreed 12 research and innovation activities that were set as a priority on how Europe sees CSP, advancing state of the art. Among this, so here you have just a few, one line for each, but we have linear Fresnels, next generation, so using molten salts, or next generation of troughs using molten salts, enhancing the silicon oil using parabolic trough, moving to solar towers with air receivers, advancing the state-of-the-art of molten salt solar towers, since there are only few deployed commercially, moving to a next generation of tower plants, here meaning any type of concentrator side or a heliostat design, pressurized air cycles, and multi-tower beam down systems. Particularly, I want to focus on the last 4 because that's what I will be talking later, but thermal energy storage, supercritical cycles, improving flexibility, and combining air and supercritical CO2 cycles. And what you see in the bottom, it's just a number of projects funded by the European Commission that are still ongoing, addressing these issues in one way or another. So I'll talk then about supercritical CO2 and CSP as one of the trends I mentioned earlier, and why is that a trend, or why do we see an opportunity there? I highlight 3 things. One is that we can enhance the efficiency of the system because they allow us to, or these power blocks can operate at a higher temperature than steam cycles, which are the state of the art. At the same time, if you look at the picture in the center, which is a schematic from Ecogen, but it gives you perspective at then how one power block of a supercritical CO2 cycle is roughly a 1/5 of volume than an equivalent size steam power turbine, or even more. And this is because it's a 10 megawatt. If you go to 100 megawatt, the difference could be even a 10th in volume. And at the same time, as I was mentioned earlier, because of this compactness, systems based on supercritical CO2 can bring an opportunity in the way of, maybe we can have systems or CSP plants that are at smaller scales, already commercially attractive from a price point of view. The US, in that regards, then set a very strategic and plan to reach what they call the Generation 3 CSP, which is around designing new systems that will allow us to harness or deploy, this high-efficient supercritical CO2 cycle. They highlighted 3 paths, so different technologies that can lead the way to do that, using liquids as a heat transfer fluid, and that's the molten salt path, or using solids in the fluid as well, that's the falling particle, or just the gas phase, which is using air. And what you see in the example here on the right, it's more the typical layouts or representative layouts of the one being investigated. So one from the liquid path, which is using sodium and chloride salts as storage, and one from the air or gas phase, which is using an indirect air for a supercritical CO2 cycle. However, what we say, or from investigations, I mean here in my team or in Europe, a one step before getting there, before moving into new technologies, it's to deploy our mature technologies the most we can and introduce this cycle. Because already at the temperatures of 580 degrees, which is the conventional molten salt temperatures, this cycle can offer a myriad advantages. And you can see one here, just from the graph on the bottom. Even at its simple configuration, we can reach efficiencies that are approximately the same as steam cycles. And if you increase the complexity of the cycle, adding recompression or so on, you can even go further in efficiency. So there are advantages that can be seen already at this temperature, and therefore we see an opportunity of already installing systems, with molten salts, but also using supercritical CO2 cycles. Then when it comes to Europe, so what is Europe doing in this regard? So in CSP and supercritical CO2 cycles. We have a number of industries, as you will hear later, that are interested in the field, or that are prominent equipment manufacturers deploying or trying to deploy and develop compressors, turbines, and so on for this system. There is, as we heard earlier, already demonstration plans are happening in the US and in China when it comes to molten salt plus supercritical CO2 cycle. And already I mentioned also that in the set plan from the EU, so in the strategic plan for CSP, there is acknowledged that we should look into these new supercritical cycles. But today, if you look at until very recently, most of the projects that the European Commission had funded were at a lower readiness level. With most of these targets of development was just reaching lab verification tests, but not a real integrated cycle demonstration. And here are just some of the few projects that started some years ago, like the supercritical CO2 Flex or the supercritical CO2 Hero or Scarabaeus. We have, though, in Europe, and I'd say mainly in Spain and Germany, but gained a lot of know-how in CSP and molten salts. And therefore, we have a good platform to actually lead this demonstration of supercritical CO2 cycles with CSP. Besides this, like I mentioned, another key aspect is that we want to highlight from R&D in Europe, it's the hybridization with PV. And as we will hear further, not only hybridizing by co-locating with PV, but active hybridizing by using molten salt electric heaters so that we can harness excess electricity from PV. With that in context, then we started a project a month ago. The project was granted some few months ago, but the project kicked off last October, which is called the Solar School Project. The Solar School Project, it's a demonstration project that aims to demonstrate in Europe for the first time an integrated megawatt scale supercritical CO2 cycle that is running from molten salts as the conventional salts at the conventional temperature seen in other plants. The demonstration will happen in a facility in south of Spain, in an existing CSP plant. And to do this, we will also, besides demonstrating the components of the cycle, running from a primary heater with salts, we will also demonstrate a megawatt scale molten salt electric heater, which will be optimized for this purpose. The project, it's composed of the consortium. We are 15 partners, all European, but one, which is Morocco. So with our partner from Morocco, it's Masdar. The consortium, it's very industrial driven. 10 out of the 15 partners are industry. You see some here. So Abengoa, Lointec, Mactel, Franco Tosi, Baker Hughes. They're all prominent industrial partners, or from Europe in the field of power generation and CSP. We have associations, so Stella, the Solar Thermal Energy Association, or in Europe, and research centers that support the R&D aspects and development of the components and system integration issues, including us. The project is coordinated by Brina Consulting, and the scientific coordination is led by us at KTH. And it would go for 4 years, so we expect to have our the installation by around 2022, by end of 2022, and have it or start installation then, and have some data already by 2023. if you look into perspective, is what I was mentioning. So the first 2 years, we will focus a lot on the actual development of components. So it's more at the facilities of the suppliers, understanding or validating the respective heat exchangers, the compressors, the turbines. And then in the last 2 years, just moving into the demonstration phase in south of Spain. Beyond the project, of course, we expect that the experiences learned from the design and installation, and integration, and the data, of these components integrated, allows to understand how to scale it up for larger systems, so that all the suppliers involved can adopt it as a commercial product, and also that the industrial partners involved or potential off-takers like Masdar or Abengoa, which develop plans, then also be able to replicate this in other concepts, in other power plants in the future. We investigate many layouts, but one layout that we see could be interesting among others, it's the one shown here, which will be one of our replication layouts using NUR3 as a base from Morocco. And it's just a layout where you see in the bottom a conventional molten salt tower, but we hybridize or integrate with PV actively by having a parallel electric heater that allows to use some excess PV when needed, or excess electricity from the grid when needed, to also store energy in the tank if needed. At the same time, the fact that you have this heater allows the plant overall to be more flexible behind the meter. And all of these components, being the PV, the electric heater capacity, or the rate capacity of the CSP plant, can be adaptable to any design needed or from the market. And what is interesting here is that we're not suggesting any drastic change on the CSP technology itself. This is exactly how NUR3 relies. So it's a molten salt tower plant with tanks. But we are innovating on the supercritical CO2 cycle and the electric heater. Talking about electric heaters, just wanted to have one slide about it because they seem to be, rather mature component. We have used electric heaters for many other applications, but in fact, the molten salt electric heaters themselves, they have not been deployed commercially, or they are not an off-the-shelf product. So one of the other research we do at KTH, together in collaboration with IRSEC, which is a company in the UK, which is partnered with us, it's working in optimization of these heaters through an industrial PhD project that we have set up. These heaters can be used in layouts like the one I shown earlier for CSP, but also for so-called Carnot batteries. And IRSEC, through their subsidiary Seiko, will demonstrate in the Solar School project a 5 megawatt, or actually 6 megawatt electric heater. There are different phenomena that are considered when designing these heaters. That's why they're not an off-the-shelf product. Because of the relationship of the fluid that we're dealing with and the design of the baffle of the elements for heating or the resistances. Well, some of the main challenges are listed here. So you have solidification in inactive, so the salt himself, overheating of some parts of the heater itself. So here, I just mentioned in the terminal box, if they're not production, the design of the insulation. Of course, you want to, this is a heat exchanger at the end, so controlling pressure drops, controlling also that the element surface temperature does not exceed at certain parts or creates hotspots so that they will degrade the salts. So there are a number of design aspects that are relevant and not obvious to consider, especially when scaling up all of this system.
Rafael?
That's part of the research. Yeah.
2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Last slide, so perfect. So I just want to end then saying, from the talk today, I wanted to keep some key takeaways. So one is, solar electricity is cost effective. And with that, I mean, not only PV, but also CSP. And we need to understand that the value of CSP lies on the opportunity to offer storage. There are many opportunities for enhancing cost competitiveness of CSP further. I mentioned some, like hybridizing with PV or shifting to supercritical CO2 cycles. And supercritical CO2 cycles can bring an opportunity, but still to operate them at 700 degrees Celsius are yet to be proven because of the needed advancements on the CSP side technology. Therefore, that's why in the project we started, the Solar School, we believe that's a step towards that direction, but using bankable or already existing molten salt technology, we wish to demonstrate megawatt scale components of such technologies, so turbine, compressor, heat exchangers, and the molten salt electric heater. And like I said, it's an industry-driven consortium that will go for years, and hopefully you hear more from us. So thank you. And here, my email if you have any other question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rafael Guedes, for this overarching overview of the, I would say, the CSP roadmap in Europe and around the world. So I will leave all discussions until the presentation, and I will move to present our next speaker, Mr. Abderrahim Jemrani. Mr. Jemrani is the Technical Director of Mazen, the Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy, a colleague here. He's an electrical energy specialist, active in the sector for over 30 years. Prior to Mazen, Mr. Jemrani worked as the Energy Director for CMH Group, where he worked on the study and development of new industrial units with the objective of producing CSP power plants components. He was the Procurement Director for the National Electricity Utility, ONI, where he worked on fossil fuels hedging and 2 wind park tenders with an aggregate capacity of 200 megawatts. He was also the head of the Southern Region Distribution Network. He participated in the elaboration and structuring and was responsible for planning, studies, and implementation of the General Rural Electrification Program known as PERC. He notably introduced the solar home system to electrify scattered households in rural areas. Mr. Jemrani has a degree in engineering from INPG Grenoble, France, and an MBA from ENPC, École Nationale des Ponts et Chaussées. Mr. Jemrani, the floor is yours. Please go ahead with your presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Hisham. Can I have to present? I'm trying to share the presentation.
Please share your screen.
Okay. Okay, good morning. Happy to join this high-level panel, and thank you to my friend Hisham for the long presentation also. Thank you very much. So I was happy to see the presentation of the technologies, the evolving technologies, and what the future can come with for CSP. Now, what I will present is what is the perspective from the grid? What will be the impact on the grid for what is coming from renewables, in order to understand what can be the role of CSP and thermal storage in order to guarantee that we will continue to have our needed electricity as we have it now, while using renewables. Please let me first present a little bit the Moroccan objectives and Mazen. I think that they are well known. So just in one word, Morocco decided in 29 to develop its renewable plan with wind, solar, and hydro in order to reach 42% of its installed capacity by 2020. And then in 2015, it was decided to develop more renewables by 2030 to reach 52% of renewables for electricity production. Now we are studying more voluntarist programs for the future, and we will see how we can use it. In order to allow the development of renewables, Morocco creates a legal framework. The first thing was to create Mazen itself, the Moroccan agency in the beginning of solar energy, that was created by law, and then after an agreement between ONI, the utility, which will be the off-taker of all solar energy produced by Mazen, and also the government that will pay the gap between the cost of renewables, between renewables, yes, in this period, and the cost that the customers has to pay from fossil fuels. This agreement was also signed by 2016 in order to allow Mazen to, by 2010, sorry, to allow Mazen to develop the projects. By 2016, and after the implementation of the first phase of Nor Warzazat, and when the works was coming on for the Nor 2 and Nor 3, Morocco decided to amend the law 57/9 and by the law 38/16 in order to transform Mazen in the developer of all renewable energies in Morocco, wind, solar, and hydro, and also any other new technology when we have in Morocco the needed potential in order to develop it. A little view on Nor Warzazat, which is a solar complex of 580 megawatt installed capacity. Nor 1 and Nor 2 are two CSP parabolic trough power plants. The first Nor 1, 160 megawatt with 3 hours storage. We were learning about storage, and then after we understand that more we will store, more we will use our fixed investment capacities like steam turbine, electric connection, and so on, which means that the cost will be lower. So for Nor 2 and we will see for Nor 3 also, the stored capacity reached about 7 hours. Nor 3 is a tower because the tower is was and is continue to be a promising technology. You can reach higher temperatures, so it means that we can reach higher efficiency of the steam turbine, even just with steam turbine. Now with the supercritical CO2, it will be another another thing. It will be even better. So Nor 3 is a power plant with 150 megawatt and also 7 hours storage capacity. I would just like here to say that all our solar power plants cannot generate any electricity between midnight and 7 in the morning because demand is very low. The fourth power plant is Nor PV, Nor 4, Nor Warzazat 4, which is a PV power plant. It was, let's say, sized to respond demand of auxiliaries of Nor 1, 2, and 3 during day. And in Warzazat, we have also an R&D platform, 150 hectares that are dedicated to R&D, and that can be used by any university and any research company. Mr. Hisham is the responsible on such R&D platform. Now, just a point of view on the grid. What during the last century, the production, the electricity production mix was needed, and we have never had, and I think in any country that was really well electrified, one technology to produce all needed electricity. You have, for example, in Morocco, you have of course hydro, because we have some hydro even if we are not a rainy region, but we have some hydro. We have coal. We have combined cycle gas power plants, and we have also fuel oil power plants. Why? Because you need to respond a base load, which is, let's say, 24 hours a day. And for this, you will invest more per kilowatt, per installed kilowatt, while the variable cost, the cost of the fuel will be lower. So the coal will be needed for the base, for the demand that is mainly more than 80% of the year, of the hours of the year. It is the same case. It was the same case also in Europe. In Europe, they have also nuclear that is used in the same way, and before coal. Then after you have demand that is in Morocco during, let's say, during day from 7 in the morning until midnight, when coal will be, the cost of coal will be higher, and also the power plants cannot be used. You cannot reduce or stop them as you want. It is the same case for nuclear. Nuclear, you have to work them 24 hours and never stop it. While this combined cycle gas, for example, can respond such demand, because the cost of the investment is lower. So the cost of installed capacity, the cost that you have to pay any hour of during the all hours of the year is lower, and the cost of gas is higher. So it is a trade-off between the solutions that we have to find. And the last one, the peak load. The peak load in Morocco, you have 5 hours of peak hours, and for these 5 hours, if you use, for example, coal, it means that you have an installed capacity of coal that costs a lot for the installation, and that means that you will pay a very, very high cost just for an installation without taking into account the energy that should be consumed. I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain this in details because it is very, very important to understand what is a grid, and we don't have one solution to respond all demands of grid. So this way was constructed all the grids during the last century. Now, what is happening now? We are introducing intermittent energy, a lot of intermittent energy, PV and wind, and you can see on the figure on the right that we are reducing the use of coal power plants during day. Now, when we are producing renewables, which is not easily acceptable by these power plants. Moreover, it is not, even until now, it is not really a great issue. But what will happen in the future? You will continue to introduce renewables and to reduce the capacity of such power plants during some hours in the day, and you will have to use them at full load during other hours, which is not acceptable because the cost will be very, very high. As I said before, from coal, for example, coal will cost 3 cents for all hours during the year, between 3 and 4 cents. If you are using it 50% of time, it means that you will have to pay 8 cents without the cost of fuel. And if you are paying also 4 cents for fuel, it means that you will pay 1.12 cents per kilowatt hour during during the year, which is high. And moreover, you cannot start and stop such power plants. So just imagine that in 10 years, and it will happen in a lot of countries. Now we could see it last year in Italy and Germany, where they have a high installed capacity, when you have to stop sometimes coal power plants in order to be able to continue to use all renewables. We think that it doesn't seem normal. We are migrating from one system, which was the system of the last century, to a new system with intermittent energy that will be generated on grid, and we have to find new solutions. In our studies, we have the chance in Morocco to have a lot of potential for wind and PV, of course. And we could see that when we are developing wind in the let's say 6 or 7 regions in Morocco where we have high potential of wind, we can mitigate a little bit the intermittency, and there are some synergies, because of course when you don't have wind in the north, you have it in the south, in the center, and you can continue to produce if you are generating on all regions. It is the same case and better for PV, because when you are generating PV for all over the country, you will generate, let's say in Morocco, in 90% of the power plants when it's raining in one region, because in any case it will never rain on all Morocco during the same time at the same hour, and we can see it from our studies. There are also synergies between PV and wind, because you will generate PV when the sun is better, and it means that the temperatures are high. But what you are high temperatures, you are using the density of air to generate electricity from wind. It is not only speed of wind, but also density of air. Density of air is lower when you are high temperature, and you will generate less during this period. So there are some synergies. But anyway, even using the synergies, and we try to see what can happen in 2050, only with wind and PV, you can reach 80%, which is magnific, but it is 80% to respond demand, 80% in time. You can generate 100% of the electricity, but you will not be able to generate it in due time in order to be able to respond demand when it is needed. The second hybrid solution that we could see is PV CSP, and I would talk a little bit about it in during 1 minute for Midelt. How to have this 20 needed percent? Some can say we can continue to have fossil fuel power plants, but I hope and that I give some ideas to analyze it and to see that it is not really possible to continue to use fossil fuels to respond this 20%, because you will need 3 hours this day, 7 hours tomorrow, and let's say during 1 week no need, and during another week some hours. So it is not possible in this way. For coal, for example, it will cost the cost will be so high that then it will not be acceptable from the grid point of view. And for gas also, when you are connected with the pipelines, you have to use a stable flow of gas, so you cannot use an Ukrainian or Moroccan Algerian gas during 5 hours in the day and then stop the pipeline during 19 hours and then come back. No country will sell gas in this way. So we think that the main solution is storage, to store this energy that is produced, that will cost that will have the lowest cost in Morocco. It will be between 2 and 3 cents of euros per kilowatt hour for PV and wind. So we can store it, and we can have an average cost of of electricity on grid that can be acceptable. I will talk about the four solutions that we can see now. Hydro pumped storage, well known. You need to have sites, and they will stop here. If you have enough sites, you can develop it. Batteries, the cost is decreasing, but anyway, in batteries you are storing energy at high cost, and it will continue. Now I think that we are at $200 per kilowatt hour, per stored kilowatt hour, and it can continue to go down. I hope so for the grid, but anyway, until now you can have batteries for low capacity storage, low number of hours, which until 3 hours, 2-3 hours, it can be it can be competitive, but not for more. Thermal storage has an advantage. The cost of storage is very low. You are storing electricity at 25 US dollars per kilowatt hour for the tower. But you will need a steam turbine to transform it in electricity. And when using steam turbine, you will have a low efficiency, and which is, let's say, 40%, like for example, for the tower, 42% of efficiency of the steam turbine, and also the cost of the steam turbine that is high. So the fixed cost to transform thermal stored energy in electricity will be high. So the thermal storage will be competitive when you will need more than 5 hours, but it will be, I think that it doesn't have any competition when you need 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, 12 hours, and even 15 hours, which can be done with thermal storage in some cases. And the last one, from our point of view, can be in the future hydrogen. Hydrogen will help to manage the seasonal capacity. For all the 3 other technologies, you are on a daily use. For hydrogen, for example, during winter, we'll generate less electricity with PV, while during summer, you will generate less electricity with wind. So it will depend on how the grid is, what is the shares of each technology on grid, but you will need to generate during winter or during summer. And for this, thermal storage batteries or even hydro pumped storage cannot help. You will need another technology, hydrogen, which is being green hydrogen, which is being competitive now, can help to respond such demand, and this way we will be able to respond all demand during the year without any problem using all these technologies.
Abdurrahim, 2 minutes, please.
The last slide also. So thank you. What about Midelt? Midelt, we was developing CSP in Morocco during between 2010 and 2014. And 2015, we could see that the cost of PV was lower during day, at least, than CSP, compared of use just during day. And we decided to see what it can allow us to do. And the first thing we think about was to use PV during day, so it is competitive, and to continue to use CSP during night, thanks to thermal storage, and to see what can happen. Our first analysis was that we could have 25% of cost reduction compared to CSP, and that can reach, it was at least, but can reach 40%. Finally, the project we are developing now, allow us to reach 60% lower. So the cost of such project, and I think that my colleague from Masdar will present it a little bit more, is 55 cents per kilowatt hour, while the power plant cannot be used between midnight and 7 in the morning, which means that we are reducing a lot the use of the steam turbine, which is used mainly 5 to 6 hours, which is very, very low, and which means that we can, if we are using such power plant, have a lower cost. Just to say that 55 euros per megawatt hours is lower than the cost of coal power plants. It is lower than even just the fuel for gas, because for gas you will pay $100 approximately, fixed cost is 20 and 80 is just for gas. So we are paying 55, which is much more lower than the 80 of gas. Of course, it is lower than fuel, so it is a competitive plant and not generating only during day, generating also until the end of the peak hours of Morocco. Moreover, our this power plant is covering 80% of the hours when it is allowed to generating during day and the peak hours until midnight, just to be compared with a coal power plant or gas power plant, which have a capacity factor of 90 to 92%, taking into account the needs of maintenance. I will stop here, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdurrahim. Thank you for quite a complete overview on the Masdar approach for CSP plants. We will certainly have questions, but we will leave those for the Q&A session and discussion. So I'm happy to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Cristina Prieto. Cristina holds a PhD in industrial engineering and a master's in process engineering. She worked as a process engineer in CEPSA from 1999 to 2006 in charge of the process optimization and petrochemical facilities. She joined Abengoa in 2006 as director of R&D in charge of international R&D projects for the development of CSP. Responsible for the design, construction, and commissioning of demo plants for the evaluation of CSP technologies in Solucar R&D platform in Seville. She's head of innovation since 2018 in Abengoa Energia. Throughout her career, Cristina has more than 20 international R&D projects and has participated in more than 12 CSP commercial plants as technical advisor. She holds 13 international patents and has published more than 35 papers in index journal. Cristina, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me then? Let me share presentation.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, so can you see the presentation, Hisham?
Yes, we can see it. You have 20 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to explain which is the point of view of Abengoa and the future of the CSP. First, I'm going to do a quick overview about who are we, or who we are in that case. We are an international company that apply innovative technical solutions for sustainable development in the infrastructure, energy, and water sector. And if we talk about our main number, well, we have a recognized position of leadership in the main world ranking. We have 9.3 gigawatts of installed power in conventional generation plant. We have 2.3 gigawatts of solar power built and 910 megawatts under construction. We have more than 20,000 kilometers of transmission and distribution line with more than 1.7 million of cubic meter per day of desalinated installed capacity and 2.6 million of cubic meter per day of desalination plant under construction. And everything based on our own technology, where we have more than 880 patents. As these numbers show, Abengoa has wide experience in the power generation sector, thanks to the development of solar thermal plant, open cycle, combined cycle, cogeneration, wind farm, photovoltaic, storage, biofuel production, energy production for waste and biomass plant, and hydrogen production. This experience gives us a high capacity for the design and the hybridization of technologies in order to offer the best solution to every project. In CSP, as well, Rafael has commented before, for us, it's a mature technology. If we see the worldwide number, there are more than 6,000 megawatts of CSP plant in operation, with 1,500 megawatts under construction and a similar number under development. And in this scheme, Abengoa is one of the leaders of the sector. When we talk about CSP, we want to talk about CSP hybrid solution. So that means tailor-made solution for three main applications: solar heat generation, electricity generation, and the smart solar concept that offer a combination of optimal amount of PV and solar thermal electrical technology with thermal storage and electrochemical storage. Everything coordinated with an advanced control system. Why CSP? Basically, CSP because it's the cheapest and most reliable solution to run, dispatchability, and high capacity factor. With the thermal energy storage, the CSP allow base load generation and also peak demand generation, and increasing the solar multiple. We are able to produce 24 hours, 7 days per week. Why the hybridization need PV? Well, it's clear, due to the dramatic reduction of PV costs. But for larger PV capacity, the energy dumping is more relevant, and this is the reason why we need to use this energy with electrical heater, and we can integrate this in the thermal energy storage. Anyway, we will need the batteries because even when the cost is reducing, it's too high, it's too expensive for large electricity storage system, but it's totally needed for fast response. So this hybrid solution is mandatory to guarantee the sustainability of the energy market. And the storage is the key driver. Energy transition cannot be led exclusively by equipping the system at different points with the cheapest and the easiest renewable solution to generate power when the primary resource is available. So that is what variables intermittent renewables barriers for us offer. So we must take into account that penetration level of these intermittent renewable sources, about 30%, may run into a non-controllable growth issue with severe consequences in terms of sustainability. That means that storage is a crucial challenge in the energy transition, especially in those regions with high barriers penetration. Large-scale storage solution have to be implemented to accommodate such penetration of barriers. CSP with thermal energy storage is nowadays the only and the most reliable solution to equip the system with that large-scale storage. However, there is still a dramatic lack of knowledge about all the benefits that this technology may provide and its role in the necessary energy transition. Anyway, a hybrid system combined with the storage and PV and wind may help policymakers to finally consider CSP technology to play a key role in the upcoming energy green deals. CSP with this thermal energy storage offer essential distinctive feature to allow a sharp drop of the energy prices after sunset, providing the following feature to the energy market: freeing First, bring flexibility to barriers and allow for delivery fairness, making CSP already competitive against fossil-based solution in sunny countries in the time frame sunset sunrise. The CSP with storage has industrial maturity instead of hope for technology and quantitative development for any new promising technology, because CSP is already today at industrial scale. And in Spain, we have more than 15 years of experience with commercial plant, and United States more than 20 years of experience with this technology. And finally, the CSP allows various uses of its thermal storage of thermal technology for process heat in the industry, contributing to mitigate hot economic and social issues, since those applications are equally important for achieving a substantial reduction of CO2 emission in the world. However, well, we need to relaunch CSP market, and some action are needed as more efficient, as a sustainable procurement practice for renewables, specific policies about CO2 emission reduction targets, incentive program, and basically an education campaign to be conducted from all entities and parties involved in the CSP market to deeply explain the capability of this technology and to step out of the comparison with barriers. But how the CSP industry might help in order to make this happen? Well, offering hybridization as the key solution for this energy market. In the case of Abengoa, we offer three main lines of activity. The first one is hybridizing CSP with other renewable technologies to get a 24-hour, 7 days per week solution with a near net zero emission footprint. This plan, as I have explained, satisfy a given generation profile, both during the day and at competitive photovoltaic field, while at night, when demand peaks happen and electricity prices are highest, the solar thermal plant with the storage capacity goes into operation. The second solution is hybridizing CSP with any other technology, including conventional, to get a lower LCOE for this 24/7 solution that will reduce totally or partially the CO2 emission. In that case, we offer solution for a new life of coal plant, the substitution of coal as fuel by other renewable sources of the surplus of the grid. In a configuration, on this configuration, allow the use of existing power cycle, achieve the objective of reducing emission without any impact on energy delivery or local employment. This thermal solution also can be used for process heat. And in that case, for example, Abengoa is working a lot with refineries and mining industry in order to supply this solution for heat industry. And the third line is the retrofitting of the already existing plant by introducing a storage solution based on CSP together with other dispatchable technology. For example, this study has been carried out by us in Spain, where there are 49 CSP commercial projects in operation. 96 of these projects are a 50 megawatt parabolic collector plant, and only 45 of these plants have a storage system. So that means we have 55 95% of plant with future storage capacity available for capacity, flexibility, inertial, voltage, and voltage control solution. And this is the solution that we can install, adding only the CSP system, adding the CSP system integrated with any other barriers available in the market in order to guarantee 100 firm capacity. So this the flexibility what we can offer with this with CSP. Basically, we need to conclude that massive deployment of barriers may run into severe problems to properly stabilize and manage the power generation in a specific geography. Everybody has on mind the famous duck curve in California. This power generation model is not allowing the much needed decarbonization of the energy system, since the grid operator has no enough renewable resources to manage the energy demand. And this is the reason why renewable is still rely on fossil fuel backup. So large capacity storage is the only solution to accommodate such circumstances, and CSP, thanks to the thermal energy storage system, is the cheapest and the most reliable solution to make it possible, due to the following advantage: flexibility to accommodate dumped energy coming from any barriers whenever is requested, firming capacity at any delivery point for whatever is the profile of the generation demand, and the availability to decarbonize the system by integrating much more renewable. So we won't talk anymore about energy price. Now it's time to talk about energy value. And just to conclude, let me show you two cases, two examples where this thermal energy storage and this hybrid solution has guaranteed the curve or energy demand. The first one is the Kina solar one with 100 megawatts of capacity and 5.5 hours of thermal energy storage. In this plan, the dispatchability strategy requested a solution to maximize electricity generation during the evening. Well, here you can see the energy rate consideration. And finally, in this plan, off-taker requested a high-quality power generation to run 100 firming capacity at the delivery point. So that means that the CSP was expected to act as a conventional power generation plant when it's connected to the grid. And this is the real operation curve of this plant that show the reliability of this plant with any weather condition. We can see the production during this peaker curve of demand, during a winter clear day, during a winter transient day, during a summer clear day, and during a summer transient day. So this plan at the end of 2019, the average performance in 24 hours was 101.8%, and the peak hour coverage was 91% in annual basis. But if we exclude the outages, it was near 98%. And something similar is a second case study developed by Abengoa for a mining industry. Here, the project expects to be operated under a 24/7 profile with both fixed variable demand depending on the application. A target in terms of LCOE was set for the whole lifetime of the mine, 30 years in that case. Expected a reduction in OPEX higher than 25%. And to achieve this target in terms of decarbonization, the renewable share was requested to be higher than 90%. And here we can see the hybrid solution that we offer, combining the different resources available. Basically, in this plant, we were able to combine CSP with energy storage, wind generation, and PV generation with batteries in order to cover the some period of flat demand and some period of variable demand. Here we can see how our smart energy management system was able to guarantee this production. This is the configuration of the plant that we offer with a molten salt tower plant of 60 megawatt and 13 hours of thermal energy storage, 95 megawatt of PV, and more than 200 megawatt of wind. This solution was able to offer 100% of capacity factor. The renewable share was close to 98%. And finally, the OPEX reduction was near 30%. So,
Christina,
thank you very much. I have finished. We are totally well aligned.
Yeah,
Sean.
perfect.
Thank you very much.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you
right. I'll continue collecting the questions for the Q&A session later on in discussion session, but now I would like to move to our fourth speaker, Guillermo Vasquez. So Guillermo is a senior expert on CSP and hybrid technology at Masdar. He is currently the engineering manager of Nor Middelt 1 plant, SPV in Morocco, and the technical lead for CSP and hybrid plants within Masdar. Guillermo has more than 10 years of experience in various solar and storage technologies, international projects covering all life cycle phases, and working from the EPC and developer side. He holds MS degrees in mechanical engineering and currently resides in Paris. Guillermo, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try to present my screen. Okay, so I will start the presentation by making an introduction of who is Masdar, and later I will move to what is the point of view of Masdar as a developer, as an owner of CSP plants, and also as an operator for the possibilities of further development and operation of these plants in the future. So just to give an introduction on who is Masdar. Masdar is an international company that is based in the Arab Emirate of Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates that develops clean energy projects international around the world, and also develops the sustainable real estate. One example of that is our city of Masdar City, where our headquarters are located in Abu Dhabi. That was the world's first low carbon city developed in the world. Masdar is 100% owned by Mubadala, which is the investment company of the government of Abu Dhabi. Within Masdar, I work in Masdar Clean Energy, who is the branch developing clean energy projects around the world. We not only develop, but also utility scale projects, but also we give solutions for off-grid applications and in general full turnkey supplies and demand side management solutions. Masdar, some quick key figures. We are present. We have projects developed in more than 30 countries around the world, utility scale and also off-grid. For off-grid, we have more than 100 megawatts. In total, summing up more than almost 11 gigawatts of gross capacity, where Masdar has invested already in renewable energy projects around the world, which means almost $20 billion in total. This you can see a little bit how these projects are spread all around the world. We have now projects under execution of almost all technologies that we work in. We have with our partner EDF a project in Saudi Arabia for wind, waste to energy projects in Australia, PV plants in Jordan, and of course Nurmidel that we will talk later. In the UAE, in more particular, this week we have also inaugurated the phase 3 of Diwa PV plant, 800 megawatt that has reached commercial COD this week. And we also have other waste to energy plants that is under development, and of course Shams power plant that we will talk later. Very briefly, Masdar started in 2006, the Masdar initiative. The Masdar city itself started in 2008. And not long after that, our first assets started, commercial operation. You see that actually we started from CSP, both with Gema Solar and Valle 1 and 2, with a combined capacity of 120 megawatt in total, and Shams later. Some of them later also we moved to the world at that time the world largest PV plant in that was developed, which was Diwa 3, that, as I said, has reached commercial COD this week. And then we have been keeping developing very big projects in all technologies after that, as I explained before. One example in Morocco that I wanted to highlight is also the Morocco solar home system that was developed in collaboration with ONI in Morocco to bring electricity to rural areas in Morocco where the grid was not reaching. Okay, so moving to CSP itself. As I said, our very first asset was Gema Solar. You can see actually that you can see the attitude of the company towards innovation and the lack of fear about innovating and bringing new ideas. It was very bold at the time to invest in the very first commercial molten salt tower. This has been operated almost for 10 years already. It was developed by Sener and Cobra and has been operated by Torresol. And in general, Masdar has gained a lot of experience by owning already for almost 10 years this asset that, as I said, is the longest molten salt tower commercial operation right now. Also, Valle 1 and 2 that were developed almost at the same time, also by Sener and Cobra. Both are 50 megawatt plants, both of them with molten salt storage. So the same, in general, we have gained the experience of owning and managing assets with molten salt storage for a very long time. Then later also Shams in Abu Dhabi, Shams 1 was built by Abengoa, was developed in partnership with Total. right now is operating in its 7th year successfully. In this plant, actually, the operation is through Shams Power, which is totally owned by Masdar and Total. So we are quite, we have gained a huge amount of experience that is applied later for new developments on CSP operation through this asset as well. And of course, Nurmidelt is the 4th CSP plant, or CSP hybrid, as we will discuss, which means has been developed with our partner EDF. It's at 800 megawatt installed capacity plant in Morocco, as you know, is the world lowest record LCOE for this type of technology. And as Mr. Janrani was saying before, it was not even easy to do so in the sense that the CSP share is not at its optimum at the end. We are basically operating a steam turbine, which is an expensive asset to invest, only 5 hours to cope basically with the peak demand after sunset. And even though we believe that, I mean, we will see, but the mix of technologies and the new hybrid concept that we have proposed in this project has allowed us, even though it's not even at the full of its potential, to reach a real breakthrough in terms of commercial competitiveness for this kind of applications. So in general, the type of, I mean, this new hybrid concept differs from other hybrid PV and CSP that have been developed around the world. There are many examples where PV has been used to lower the overall mix by just collocating the plants together and making PV operate during the day and CSP only during the night. This is one methodology. We believe that this advanced hybridization gives a step further. And the good thing about it is that it takes the best of each technology. Back in the day, PV used to compete started competing with CSP. Obviously, it was impossible at some point due to the decrease of the cost of the PV. CSP was only relegated to storage. In this case, the competitiveness of PV improves as well the overall mix of this advanced hybrid solution. In this case, we are using parabolic trough solar field because of in general, the higher reliability, not reliability, but experience due to the amount of projects that have been developed around the world with this kind of technologies. It gives many advantages as well in terms of modularity and degradations. And we use the PV, as we have been talking, to further improve the efficiency of the steam cycle. And we use the thermal energy storage, which has a very low marginal cost, as the main source of storing the energy that will be shifted to the peak hours. The good thing about this and the advantage of also this thermal energy storage and power block is also its low degradations compared to other alternatives. And also, of course, we include as well, I mean, and this advanced hybrid solution, not only in the case of middle, but in other possible applications can benefit as well from the advantages of battery energy storage. It has quite a few advantages, of course, and several that can be used to improve the mix. Is also related with the fast responses that can give. That could even as well, if required for other projects, give ancillary services as well to the grid, and be like a first response for immediate demands before the steam turbine can start and follow the normal startup or variation load curves. So the nexus of this hybrid concept is the heater device, electric heater device. Is the power to heat concept that we use. This is used, and in the case of our proposed concept, makes possible to increase the steam cycle efficiency up to levels reached normally with a molten salt tower, but using a parabolic trough solar field. And we do that by heating further the molten salts. In general, the heater device, as already explained by Rafael before, they are mature device present in many industries. It's true that has not been applied to this application before, but the device itself is available in the market in different industries. Oil and gas, nuclear plants have been used for many years, and it has advantages as well. If we also compare, I mean, in our case, using parabolic trough also with a molten salt tower, it has some advantages as well. The use of heaters, for example, when it comes to maintenance, that it will be done always at ground level instead of on the top of a tower. It also gives an advantages in terms of the modularity that it has. So it's not a single point of failure, because at the end you will need to have several heaters to give enough power. So this will increase the availability of the overall plant as well. And then obviously the question is, okay, this is the concept that we have been successfully used in Middle to be able to offer this world record price, but why not only batteries for this energy shifting necessity? And in general, our view as developer, our views is that in general it's true that batteries have a lot of advantages. They are a very standard product. They have the good thing that the complexity for the integration is low, because you don't need to re-engineer every time as much as you would need to do for a CSP or a hybrid plant. So in general, it's quite suitable for small capacities. It also has some disadvantages, or at least the way we see that related with the lifetime and degradations, especially on PPAs, projects with PPAs that are 25 or even 30 years. There is a lack of experience on that, and lack of, in general, inherent uncertainty. Also have maybe some environmental and safety concerns. In the other hand, the hybrid solution proposed and acknowledging that obviously has a worse round trip efficiency, because at the end we are converting electricity to heat and back to electricity. This round trip efficiency is much worse than what a battery can give. And obviously, again, acknowledging the limitations in terms of schedule construction, the construction schedule linked to the steam turbine, especially. It has some other good advantages. At the end, related with the degradations, the experience, and also the marginal cost for this thermal storage that we believe is much more competitive. And of course, other advantages due to for example, the local content. The batteries most likely will be always manufactured abroad, while this concept can benefit much more from higher local industrial integration. So there are, of course, challenges and risks for us as a developer to propose these kind of technologies. There are, of course, risks of the hybridization itself. This advanced hybrid solution has the risk. I mean, at the end, the problem is that you will need to find an EPC contractor that is able to give the integrated solution. The experience says that it's difficult at the end to split between PV and CSP. This is an integrated and full hybrid plant. And at the end, it's important that whoever is building and designing the complete solution is really understanding both technologies and its nexus. Of course, there are also risks in the sense that it can be the first of its kind for some EPC contractors, also for suppliers. So the way that we try to mitigate all this is by performing risk analysis, very thorough risk analysis, and increasing the level of requirements both to contractors and suppliers to make them go one step beyond what they normally do. Because it's true that even though for the case of the heaters, there are experiences in many other industries, the application might in this case might be different, and also the consequences for a failure might be totally different. So in many cases, we need to make the suppliers and also the EPC contractor go all the way through to really mitigate all the risks. And last, obviously, we also try to take advantage of all the lessons learned that we have gathered from owning and operating CSP plants, and of course the industry experience to prevent known issues. So it's the same. We try to do lessons learned and risk analysis methodologies and try to include additional layers of control to both suppliers and contractors.
Guillermo, 2 minutes, please.
So as I said, I mean, in general, it's key to select the right partner, and as I said, it's also very important to integrate all lessons learned in the development of these projects. Our views in terms of competitiveness and future in the market of these technologies. We believe that the market opportunity for these solutions are towards the direction of energy shifting for big capacities. Also, of course, where projects allow the construction schedule of a steam turbine cycle. So it cannot be projects of 12 months, that's clear. But we believe that there will be opportunities in tenders and projects technology agnostic where also this project can compete directly with fossil fuel. We are totally convinced that these technologies are nowadays even more competitive than fuel in many countries. They can even be competitive even farther than the peak demand, but also for competing at base load level with fossil fuel applications. But of course, there are still room for improvement, both in the technical side and also on the commercial aspect. We still believe that there will be more EPC contractors that will develop the capacities and capabilities to provide this full integrated solution, so that the technology will keep being more competitive in the future. And this is all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks to all the presenters for respecting the timing and providing quite an interesting overview. I would like, if you allow me, to move on to the questions. So we are getting closer to 300 participants and we have a number of questions. So we'll do that in 2 rounds. Try to organize the questions in the order of the presenters. So probably I'll start with Rafael. With a question on how to reduce the risk to introduce CO2 and what would be maximum turbine capacity for falling particle receiver, and a third question on the optimum size of the receivers for the complete system.
Okay, so I'll go one by one, but I might ask you to remember the
Sure,
last two.
I have them in front of me, no worry. So you can start with the risk reduction needed to introduce supercritical CO2.
Okay, so and this is, I mean, as per any new technology, I mean, I think that's one of the rationales why we do this project, I mean, R&D project, right? I mean, we try to demonstrate at the 5 megawatt level, I mean, from the thermal side, or 2 megawatt through machinery side, components that can be scaled up, that we can replicate at larger scale so that then they can be commercially deployed at larger scales. But there will be challenges that we will observe already at the small scale. So to mitigate these issues, that's why we are, having R&D projects like this, demonstration pilots. There will be, I don't know, to add to that, I mean, what is the typical risk? Well, you're dealing with pressure, I mean, on the supercritical CO2 cycle side, with components that have pressurized up to 300 bar then. So this is new in this type of systems, and so understanding all of this, that's the rationale for these pilot projects.
Very good. So the next question is about optimum. So there's a question about how do you optimize turbine capacity for fall-in particle receivers, and the next question is also regarding optimum receiver side for cost reduction.
Okay, and I answer. So in the case of particle receivers, I guess one of the issues there, for those not familiar, is that unlike the other tower technologies where you have like a surround receiver, particle receiver will have let's say a cavity or a window where the light will go through so that the particles can be heat up, right? And then in reality, okay, at the smaller scales, what we've seen is that they are projects that are smaller in scales, just because it's still a pilot. But you could put many of these, windows also to form some kind of surround also. So the size on that regards wouldn't be that limited. However, there will be limitations the wider you open this window. And to answer a specific size, then in terms of capacity of the receiver, I don't see feasible in the short term, to have a same level of megawatt thermal receivers as we have in, like, let's say NUR, which we have a 600 megawatt thermal receiver in particles soon, because you will need many of these windows and so on. So more likely you will have a particle receiver of 150 megawatt thermal or so, or 200 megawatt thermal or so, which will then also limit your capacity on the supercritical CO2 as well, right? Depending on the solar field to power block ratio that you want to have, the solar multiple.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on to a question for Abdurrahim Jumrani. So there is a question regarding now that we've defined what is the typical roadmap for Morocco, so do you have a minimum CSP capacity to be deployed in Morocco in the next years? And what is, in your view, the correct or the optimum average number of storage for thermal energy systems?
Thank you. It is not easy to answer now such question, as taking into account COVID impacts. All the plans of demand can change in the future. So what will happen now between 2020 and 2030 is not easy to answer, and what will be the share between PV, wind, and CSP is difficult to say now. The last plans that we had during last years, we had some plans. We have to complete the middle power plant, and to launch the Tata power plant, which is let's say the same capacity than Ouarzazate. But now we will see after evaluating what are the impact of the COVID-19 in order to see when these power plants could be developed. About thermal storage, and I think that there is a lot of comparisons between batteries and storage, and even in the questions of today, just to say that when I talk about renewables in general, I don't like to compare between the technologies. And for mobility, for example, you need cars, you need buses, you need trucks, you need trains, and you need planes to be able to move. It is the same case for electricity. You cannot generate electricity from PV or from wind or from CSP or hydro alone. You need all of them, and each of these technologies will respond a niche. It is the same case for storage. The number of hours of storage thermal energy will compete. It will depend on the technology. There was a great evolvement also of the cost of thermal storage during the last years and of the batteries. But anyway, until now, let's say until 2018, the last project that was launched by Mazen, battery was not competitive. And Guillermo presented some reasons for this. From 2018, it could compete if the number of hours of battery is low. The thermal storage continue to compete if the number of hours is, let's say today, more than 5 hours. What will be the future? I don't know. I cannot read a crystal ball to see what is the future. But anyway, it will depend on demand and on the mix of renewables to see what are the needs. I don't have also all these studies. We don't have any grid that is constructed only of renewables. But from my point of view, from the studies we have done, it is little studies, I think that you will need half an hour because you have some intermittence of wind that is very fast and you need to adjust them, and your battery will be the best solution. Then you will need 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, until 15 hours, because you will, some days you will generate a little of energy using wind, and PV, you will use it only during day. So you will use it during 6 or 7 hours at max. And you will need 15 hours of storage. And this way you will need anyway thermal storage. So we will have all of these technologies. We have not to choose one of these technologies now. And let the scientists, the doctors, there is a lot of doctors here, do their work and give us technologies that are more and more competitive. And I would just ask one question to finish this answer. Who could in 2010 imagine that 10 years after, which means now, cost of PV will be lower than coal? Only fuel, not the power plant. Today, you are replacing a ton of fuel while using renewables at better cost, which was the best cost everywhere to generate electricity. The same case for gas. Who could imagine that we can use electricity from renewables between 7 in the morning until midnight and replacing gas, just gas, allowing a country to not import gas, just it, and to have even the power plant to generate electricity if needed, but allow the country to not import gas and replace it by renewables? Who could imagine it? And I will stop here.
Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure if people were able to imagine, they will be very rich because you would make the right investments right before time. But thank you, Abdelrahim. I'll move on to questions for Christina. So we have a couple of questions. The first one has to do with if you want to use CSP hybridization in conventional power plants, it means that it has to be co-located at the same site. But you know that CSP has more favorable environments in deserts, and the wind is also not always available where you need to do hybridization. So what is your approach for these conventional sites that don't have good conditions for solar or wind?
That's right. That's right. Basically, you can use the same location if you have a resource available, but basically you need the land. And this is even much more complicated. This solution is basically analyzing, taking the energy from the grid. So that means that you will use the surplus that exists in a grid where the penetration of renewables is quite high. So that means you can offer a solution to have a dispatchability, a full dispatchability to the grid. So that means that this thermal storage, that is the product in that case, in the carbonization, in this plant for coal application, the product is the thermal energy storage. And you can feed or you can charge this storage with the energy coming from the grid. So the surplus, and that allows to make a good dispatchability from the off-takers. And this is the reason why everybody, Rafael, also Abdurrahim and Guillermo have explained and they have talked about the electrical heater, because this is one of the key components that will be a key player in the future of this hybrid solution. For example, in that case, we are also involved with Rafael in solar school project because it is very important to increase the reliability of this component for industrial application. And this guarantee, this reliability for financial issues came from R&D project at relevant scale. This is very important for industrial player and for EPC companies as Abengoa is. And this product, this component, is the key component in this thermal battery. That is the product that we use for this coal plant. Yep. But the main message is thermal storage is a product itself, and you can use this product in the current coal plant that will be dismantled very shortly with the new decarbonization plant in main countries. And you can charge this thermal storage system with CSP if you have a resource and land availability or any other renewable resource that feed the grid. It's not needed to be in the same location. It's not needed.
Okay, very good. So I have a follow-up question on hybridization between PV and thermal, but this time, is there any competitiveness or efficiency for the residential and potentially also industrial application, or is it only utility scale electricity plants?
No, well, basically here the talk has been very focused in the energy market, in the electricity, in the power market, very oriented to the grid. But the solution that we are currently offering is a global solution that includes heat process and industrial heat and also residential heat and cooling system. So the CSP can offer a solution at different temperature and can offer heat at different temperatures. So can cover different demand, and that means residential demand. So it's very, the global solution that we are offering, and to offer this global solution, it's very important to have enough knowledge of all technology involved in this hybridization. It's very important to have this knowledge, this know-how, and also the software to integrate the different technology in just one solution. This is very important. Can cover grid, but can cover also building, and can offer a solution for a smart city. And this is something that we are offering at this moment, combining a different technology and also combining CSP at different temperature range.
Very good. Thank you very much, Cristina. I'll move on to Guillermo. I have a couple of questions for you. The first one is related to your institution. So the people would like to clarify whether Masdar is a technology developer, an investment project developer. Could you clarify a little bit more for the audience?
Yes, we are a company that invests in renewable energy projects. So we develop, own, and sometimes operate as well the projects. But also, it's also true that we are very focused on R&D and technology development, and we have as well within our department, our company of Masdar Clean Energy, quite an important amount of people dedicated to still investigating and improving or selecting the best technologies to be used later in commercial projects.
Okay. The next question has to do with you as an operator. So the places where you have solar abundance are also places where you have water shortages and constraints. So how do you overcome this discrepancy, and what is the best in terms of cooling and cleaning for the CSP in desert areas?
Mm-hmm. This is true. However, I mean, there are many applications of CSP in particular, and also PV as well, where there are features that can be introduced to reduce quite a lot the amount of water consumption. One in the direction, as you were already mentioning, through the cooling of the steam cycle design. So in this case, the use of air-cooled condensers. But others can be envisioned as well, and that they are used commonly, and we are using as well, plan to use as well in new developments, which is, for example, the reuse of drainages of the steam cycle. This is something that can be used by redesigning the power and the water treatment plant, and taking into account that this water could be reused, or for example, all the ventings during startup. There are ways to minimize the steam cycle water consumption. And also on the cleaning side, now even for the PV plants, we are in contact and trying to develop as well, together with the contractors and suppliers, ways of cleaning modules without the use of water. This is possible by selecting the right material of brushes and tools, and obviously in coordination with the module suppliers. But in general, it's true. But the lack of, I mean, that the solar is more abundant where the water is more. There are more scarcity, but there are ways to keep the consumption low.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll do a second round of questions, shorter this time, one question per panelist, and then we'll move on to some paper presentations. So there was a question regarding the R&D platform and whether we are taking any potential postdocs or doctoral students. The answer is yes, but it's project related, and there will be postings when we need to hire potential students. So going back to Rafael, the question is whether air could be used as a heat transfer fluid instead of molten salts in order to overcome the technical limitations, or how do you see heat transfer fluid technology roadmap moving ahead?
Yeah, my answer will be yes. So definitely air is abundant, is free, etc. I mean, there are issues with air which are okay in terms of thermal properties. It's not as good, but it's free, and then it's designing the components around it. So the receiver, we have reached certain maturity in previous projects in Europe where we have tested volumetric air receivers. They have failed for one reason or another. So there's a lot of work to be done there, and it's happening in different R&D projects in Europe. And then it's also, what do you store, even if you increase the temperature up to 800, let's say, or you can do it beyond, which media you use then to store the heat at that temperature, that it's cost effective today. And then there aren't so many options, but you could think of solid like particles, like waste from other industries or rocks, etc., in a form of pack beds. And that's also being investigated. So we do it at KTH, but also other partners in Europe are investigating them. So it is possible. It is an interesting path, but it's at lower maturity than using molten salt.
Thank you very much. So moving on to Darahim. There's a question regarding the materials being used in today's CSP plants and whether Azan improves to or plans on improving the efficiency of the actual materials. Basically, are we planning to upgrade any of the plants that are using molten salts today?
Yes, the material used for storage is molten salt in Morocco. It is the mature technology that we have. We don't have any other mature technology. There is a lot of solutions, of course, but not an industrial
scale
thing. Now about the improvement. Improving the materials, I don't think that it will be easy in the next year. CSP power plant costs a lot, but improving the power plant in order to reach lower cost, yeah, it is technically doesn't, there is not a problem. We can increase it, just increasing the number of hours of use of such power plant, as we explained. So if we are using Nord 3, for example, 24 hours a day with 10 or 12 hours storage capacity, the cost of electricity will be lower. If you are using, you are hybridizing it, it will be also, it will allow us to reduce the cost. That's about technical point of view. Now, such power plants that are being operating, there is some stakeholders and there is contracts with that are very, very complicated and not easy to manage. And in order to be able to improve the efficiency, to improve the cost of electricity, let's say not the efficiency, to improve the cost of electricity, you need to negotiate between all the stakeholders and to reach a win-win agreement between all of them in order to be able to do so. Okay. We think that it is possible. We think that it can be done during the next years. There has been some discussions in the last years, but yeah, it can be a little bit long because it is not easy. I can assure you that the contracts of such power plants are really, really complicated. Very complicated.
So it's not a decision by the technical teams, it's a decision by the lawyers and juridic teams, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
All right, back to Christina. A question regarding hybridization again that you presented and that attracted a lot of attention, but the lifespan of the different technologies, PV, wind, and CSP are not aligned. So how do you accommodate hybridization with assets that have different lifespans, and some of them are already in the end of life, some of them have to be reinstalled? How do you imagine this hybridization?
That was, I was commented the relevance of having lesson learned and know-how of every technology, because this is an issue. So you need to take into account in order to guarantee the performance model of the hybrid solution during the lifetime of this solution, which will be the role of every technology involved in this global proposal. And basically, this is an issue that we consider and we analyze with our software in order to make the best combination, considering this different availability in terms of durability of technology and lifetime. And it's something that you need to guarantee in the final solution. And that's something that we consider in the design of our hybrid solution, and we consider in the financial model that we help in order to estimate the return on investment.
Very good. Thank you very much, Christina. Moving on to Guillermo for a last question. on this round. Do you have any teachings or lesson learned from the Gema Solar project on maintenance, requirement, costs? Do you have any major lessons that can be drawn from this first project?
Mhm. Well, Gema Solar is an asset that has been operated already, as I said, for 10 years. It had, I think that it has operated quite successfully. Obviously, it has had issues in the past that are also normal for what it was, the first of its kind, totally the first of its kind in a commercial level. We have gathered quite a few lessons learned from that are applied, as I said, to new projects, especially obviously around the, and which is more relevant now even for this new hybrid solution, around the hot molten salt part of the plant. Everything that is related to stainless steel, everything that is related to withstanding temperatures in the excess of 560 degrees. From that, we have gathered many lessons learned that allow us or will allow us to not to commit to make the same mistakes in the future. But also related with maintenance is also has been proven that sort of predictive maintenance in many parts of the plant, and especially in some equipments of this side of the plant, is also very important. Might not be the case if you already reached to a viable solution from a technology perspective in all the main mode of failure, but still we believe that the predictive maintenance will be a very important tool that we are including in our O&M manuals for new plants of this kind of technologies.
Very good. Thank you very much, Guillermo. So we'll hold off the other questions until the second discussion session. I would like the organizers to turn now to the presentations of the research papers. So we will have a few video presentations that have been pre-recorded that we will be playing on a few recorders. So thank you. Thanks to all the panelists. Please stay with us. We'll have another discussion session later on, but now we're moving on to presentations of research papers. So we have 5 research papers that will be presented. As I was mentioning, these are pre-recorded video sessions. One on a project called Helio Morocco, the other one on dry reduced humidity minerals using CSE. Faster decarbonization planning coupled CSP plus TES and PV, design and development of novel solar dryer for drying of wood, melting process for phase change materials in rectangular enclosures under the effect of magnetic field. So we'll start with the first project, Helio Morocco project. The presenter will be Daniel Benitez, and we will start the presentation right now.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Daniel Benitez from the German Aerospace Center, DLR, and today I will present you our joint project with Massen called Helio Morocco. In this presentation, I will guide you through the project overview, the partners and participants, the project current status, and where do we expect to go afterwards. This project is centered on the design, construction, and testing of a heliostat made in Morocco. A heliostat is what you see on the left-hand side. These are the heliostats from Sener, built at the North 3 power plant in Ouarzazate, Morocco. And on the right-hand side, you see the design provided by DLR for this project, which is focused on low cost and high local content. This project includes the tasks shown in green on the top, which are first the heliostat design and yield analysis, then a call for tenders organized in order to select Moroccan consortia to build the heliostat prototype, then the assembly and demonstration, going then to the test and qualification of the product, and finally the evaluation of the implementation. With this project, we seek to innovate on a heliostat design specifically to be produced in Morocco, considering the local conditions and capabilities, Therefore, we look at high innovation and high local content. As for the project partners, we have two. One from Morocco, which is Masen, who is leading the work of the local industry and is providing the infrastructure and the specialists needed for the testing and the qualification of the prototypes. The second project partner is DLR from Germany, whose Institute for Solar Research has been working on the design of the heliostat, a construction of a small prototype. It's working on the capacity building to support the Moroccan companies to be able to build a prototype and then to test it, to qualify it, and to identify recommendations for its improvement. Also from Morocco, we have two consortia participating. The first one is built up of the companies Abirail, Adelma, and the International University of Rabat. And the second consortia is led by the Jet Energy Group. We also had the support of the Moroccan Solar Cluster in order to identify the companies and work with the stakeholders in Morocco. Currently, the heliostat has been fully designed. Two consortia contracted by Masen have built and tested indoors the prototypes and are now working on installation at Ouarzazate. Unfortunately, due to the COVID restrictions, DLR cannot travel to Morocco at this moment to qualify the heliostat. Therefore, Masen will do the qualification with the remote assistance of DLR. This project will finish end of this year. Until then, we expect to test the heliostats on the site, qualify them, and collect experience for future improvements. Now, looking to the future, we expect to improve the design, mainly in order to increase the local content and to improve the quality of the product. Regarding the local content, we have some ideas, like shown in the picture in the center, to use recycled wheels in the product directly and other local materials, for example, bamboos if possible, in the structure. We also seek to replace the imported elevation drive, currently imported from Germany, by also local products. We also look to change the shape of the sandwich facet to make it more cost effective. We'd like to upscale the heliostat to a size of 50 square meters. What we expect is the techno-economical optimum. The DLR will do a demonstration of this by next year, well, with the first step of 20 square meters. Then we would like to have a project in which we can demonstrate the daily operation of a pilot plant with as many as 100 heliostats or more, all of them built in Morocco. With this, we seek to demonstrate the durability of these local products. And finally, we would like to integrate this technology not only into the electricity production, but also other industries, for instance, related to the process heat for the industry or even for rural applications. So this is all my presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention. I will be glad to answer any of your questions.
Okay, so that was the first presentation. We'll be moving on to the next presentation on dry reduced humidity in minerals using CSE. The presenter will be Fernando Berlink do Travas from Brazil. So we will get the video presentation started right away.
Good morning. My name is Fernando Berlink do Travas. I'm CEO of Smart Dry. Smart Dry is developing technology to reduce for the reduction of mineral humidities using concentrated solar energy. Humidity in minerals impacts on logistics and processing, and our basic premises were heat up the ore with direct focusing of concentrated solar energy, speed up evaporation, thus humidity reduction. In order to do this, we took into consideration several factors, but most important is to do the minimum possible of operations in mining and port, and be able to do it with the less possible investment in CapEx and OpEx. So we are developing two solutions for Vale. One is injecting concentrated solar energy into pile forming at courtyards and injecting into onto or being transported by conveyor belts. The proof of concept model has 30 kilogram samples and controls of iron ore. The first experiment
Technical team. I think we have a technical issue. The video has frozen. We're sorry for this technical issue. I'm pretty sure the teams are working to solve it.
every layer of the pile in CapEx and OpEx. So we are developing two solutions for Vale. One is injecting concentrated solar energy into pile forming at courtyards and injecting into onto or being transported by conveyor belts. The proof of concept model has 30 kilogram samples and controls of iron ore. The first experiment, the ore falls from a funnel, and as it falls, it hit it by all the concentrated solar energy. The second one uses a Fresnel lens to focus and inject the concentrated solar energy. So those are the two challenges. The most important thing to remember is that the size of the target is very big. I know the amount of mineral that is dropping, the humidity and everything else, irradiation and on-site, all the factors are there. So by injecting directly here, what happened is that each and every layer of the pile receives the amount of energy needed to evaporate the water present. Conveyor belts are great because they give you a huge area for harvesting energy, where in some cases courtyards can be cramped, can be difficult. So by injecting on the ore being transported just prior being dumped, I'll be putting also the energy inside the pile as the pile grows. So this is the first experiment, and as you can see, the funnel is here. Here, the sand dropping is dark. Here is very bright because of the sunlight being hitting. You see the shadow here of the funnel. So all this bright luminescence here you see is the concentrated solar energy. On this side here, you see the thermal image. This is a short video that shows the actual working of the funnel. It was a windy day anyway, but we can clearly see here, again, the shadow of the funnel, the dark area of the sand dropping and getting brighter, and all sides of the pile being heated by concentrated solar energy. This is the solution to use for conveyor belts. The idea is that the focal point will be above or below. So the idea here is to ensure that the concentrated solar energy does not hit the belt, the water belt, because otherwise will damage. So the area here will be as big as possible to ensure maximum injection. This is the setup that we are doing. Four focal points. You can see here. But all comes down to the economics. So as an example, a Bauschheit example from 13 to 3%, which means 100 kilograms of water has to be evaporated for every ton, which means 250,000 kilojoules of energy. That translates to 7.1 kilowatts an hour. In Recife area, there is 5.1 average. So it means that I need 14 square meters per ton. Assuming I have 200 days of sun and I want to dry 20,000 tons per day, which will give 4 million tons, I will need 280,000 square meters of heliostats at a cost of $106 per per square meter gives me $29.7 million investment. But the freight from Brazil to China costs Vale between $20 to $40 per ton, which means this 240,000 waters that will be removed will save between $4.8 to $9.6 million per year, giving a ROI of 6.2 to 3.1. So it proves that such technology is soundable, and I'm really willing to network with any company that is wish to know more about it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so that was the presentation on the second. We'll be moving on to the third presentation, which is faster decarbonization planning coupled CSP plus tests and PV. The presenter will be Manuel Cuero from Suntix.
Good day. I'm going to talk about how to plan your decarbonization strategy better, faster, and more reliably with research and the right tools. To meet market needs, CSP projects effectively coupled with PV are required to deliver evening peak power. CSP complements PV with low-cost energy storage and can deliver 24/7 power. However, the main problem is that the industry lacks reliable, fast and bankable tooling for dimensioning sun to heat coupled to a planned electric generation. Many players have developed homemade solutions, but unfortunately, the results are often poor dimension and poor PPA risk control. We set allocation and a financial framework to obtain a scenario in which CSP with thermal storage is cost competitive, energy delivery is reliable, and that can effectively be coupled with PV, providing a weight sensitivity analysis with fast and reliable calculations. We looked at a reference case with an installed electric power capacity of 100 MW, a capacity factor of at least 36%, and an average annual PPA tariff of 60 cents per kilowatt hour. Our main objective was to drive costs down, increasing yield, as well as receiver and turbine reliability. But in doing so, we had to increase the speed of the process and to carry out the optimization of several competitive scenarios, using useful information that facilitates the decision-making process and also the means to design projects that can be coupled with a PV plant, maximizing generation and revenue. Overall, the cases had to be set quickly so the user can be free to carry out other tasks. We look to increase performance and reduce cost of the solar field, dimensioning it conveniently with the power block, and planning the electric generation. The key is that the whole system is balanced for a full year. The optimization process takes into account the performance of the different components and the cost associated to them, as well as the financial framework. The performance calculation includes optical, thermal, and power block accurate models. The early optimization of the solar field operation strategy is coupled to the design process to maximize thermal output and solar receiver reliability. We achieved a better control of the power generation and more accuracy of the solar flux distribution and thermal losses. An additional assumption is that we frame a theoretical but realistic competitive offer, providing different values for the different hours of the day. We targeted a winning tariff ensuring an adequate return, but also avoiding penalty risk and finding the best balance between PV and CSP plus storage. The multidimensional nature of the design process gives a non-convex problem to solve. Therefore, we build a set of artificial intelligence-based algorithms powered with machine learning to increase both accuracy and speed calculation. On top of that, we're looking to carry out a complete sensitivity analysis that required to obtain the right set of efficient solutions. In addition to the mathematical approach, we build a computational architecture that solves the algorithms at high speed. Everything had to be used quickly, easily, and needed to provide results in a comprehensive way. Therefore, we developed a cloud-based elastic architecture of workers, controlled with a web browser and with a clean and user-friendly interface. We optimized 50 scenarios with a pool of workers that manage tasks automatically in around 35 hours in total. We present here some indicative values of the most cost-competitive scenario. To mention only one detail, the most efficient solution showed a capacity factor of almost 44%. The turbine operating regime was optimized in the process, looking to adapt the operation to the highest tariff and to minimize the startups. Therefore, we simulated complex turbine regimes to find that optimum. As expected, summer months required an increase on the electricity delivered to the grid. The winter scenario needs 135 startups in a year and shows a relevant difference in the thermal energy stored between winter and summer. One important challenge is that the location selected had a low annual DNI with remarkable differences between winter and summer. This made it particularly hard to obtain the balance of the dimension of the whole system. One of the goals sought was the thermal storage needed to be discharged every day. The optimized operating regime minimized the number of startups delivered 24/7 electricity between April and October and provided electricity on the peak hours and beyond between November and March. Regarding costs, we obtained a significant improvement in comparison to an optimized reference case. The detailed sensitivity analysis provided an efficient solution and improved the internal rate of return in nearly the 80% and reduced the LCOE in nearly the 13%. Thank you very much.
That concludes the fourth presentation. So we're moving on to the following presentation on the design and development of novel solar dryers for drying of wood. The presenter will be by Bao Kumar. So we get the presentation started right away.
Hello everyone. My name is Vaibhav Kumar, and today I am presenting on the topic of design and development of novel solar dryer for drying of wood biomass, and on the stage of 8th International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference. I welcome you all to my presentation. So I begin. Here we can see the requirement of solar drying. So for understanding the requirement of solar drying, we need to first understand the requirement of renewable energy and renewable energy consumptions. So you can see here the history and the projections of non-OECD energy consumption by regions, like all the different continents. You can see the energy consumptions in quadrillion BTU. So you can see how the energy consumptions is going to be very wide, and it is going to be very high in the coming few decades. And here you can see I have presented a graph which shows the number of publications which were published in the last 15 years on the topic of solar drying. So it is a very important aspect why this consumption has a threatening call to humanity, and how we can give a solution from our scientific ways. So in this slide you can see the three different modes on which the basic drying principle works: the open sun drying, direct sun drying, and indirect sun drying. So with these the radiation that hitting on the earth, these can be classified into three different modes. So the methodology, if we try to understand the methodology of this solar drying concept, there are two ways which we can give a sustainable food drying or a wood drying solution with this, that either we can improve the efficiency of the dryer by insulation, heat recovery, and recirculation, or else we can improve the system by substituting a combined heat and power system, like we using a phase change material is an example of that. So the idea is to give continuous drying solution to the farmer or to the woodcutter for even in the night without any electrical or conventional source of energy. So in this slide you can see the numerical investigation and the mathematical modeling, and these are the two aspects which are very important when you are designing any dryer based on solar energy. So these are the governing equations which you will be using to acknowledge your parameters or the data which you have collected while drying drying of the wood chips or any other material which you dried. So you need to make the moisture removal rate equations based on these governing equation, and these governing equations play a very important role as they will be the guiding force for providing a fitting curve to your drying curve. So that drying curve will be justifying your drying phenomena theoretically. So here you can see the examples of two CFD models where you can see that the number of trays and you can visualize the heat dissipation and the velocity contours. So you can check that which part of the dryer is getting equal amount of heat or not. So, what is the idea behind developing this dryer for wood chips? Because wood is considered to be a very good biomass solid fuel, and in future, like by 2050, it is considered that it will 2 to 28% can be generated through biomass for primary energy consumption around the world. So what we did is you can see here the 3D model, the open sun drying, and the natural convective sun drying. Our idea was to reduce the moisture content of these wood chips from the actual ones which had more than 40% of moisture content. We tried to reduce it to 15%, and it is giving some promising results with different temperature variations which are under investigation now. And in future we are trying to make a hybrid dryer with this phase change material. So phase change material is basically a material which changes its phase during the day and the night using the solar radiation heat, and it can give a continuous drying solution in the night also. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so that concludes the fourth presentation. We're on to our last presentation of the results of research publications. So the title is Melting Process of Phase Change Materials in Rectangular Enclosures Under the Effect of Magnetic Fields. And the presenter will be Abdelghani Lawar from Algeria. So we will get the presentation going now.
Process of phase change material in rectangular enclosure under the effect of magnetic field is investigated numerically. Consider a horizontal rectangular cavity with aspect ratio equal 0.5 filled with phase change material subjected to a horizontal uniform magnetic field. The cavity is heated from the left wall. A fluctuating temperature is considered. The right wall is at constant temperature, whereas the bottom and top walls are supposed to be isolated. The governing equations for natural convection coupled with melting phase change material with the assumption of Newtonian and incompressible fluid and regarding the Boussinesq approximation can be expressed by the following equation. In the present study, thermal lattice-Boltzmann method was applied to solve phase change problem with natural convection. Lattice-Boltzmann method provides a mesoscopic description of the transfer property of physical systems. It is a powerful technique for the computational modeling of wide variety of complex fluid flow problems, including single and multi-flow in the complex geometries. The results. This figure illustrates the evolution of the isothermal lines, streamlines, and melting interface position as different dimensional times with absence of magnetic field. Increasing Rayleigh number increases the heat convection circulation zone, particularly at the top of the cavity and vicinity of the wall. This can be explained by the developing heat convection in the upper zone of the cavity by the buoyancy force. This figure illustrates the temporal evolution of isotherms, streamlines, and position of phase interface for various Hertzman number. The interface moves regularly from the bottom to the top for Fourier number equal 0.2. We can say that the magnetic field stabilizes the flow pattern, which results in regular phase front. The deviation of the interface is partially suppressed for low Hertzman numbers. It is seen that for Hertzman equals 16 and 19, the interfaces offer a vertical plane parallel to the vertical isothermal walls of the enclosure. This figure shows the evolution with non-dimensional times of the overall volume friction of the liquid phase of PCM for two Rayleigh values and different Hertzman numbers, ranging from 0 to 19. As time proceeds, more and more PCM is melted, so the liquid friction increases. During this melting process stage, the effect of Hertzman number is clear. The magnetic field contributes to reduce the liquid friction. In this work, the effect of magnetic induction on the melting process of phase change material in a rectangular cavity was investigated. The latest Boltzmann method on enthalpy based is employed. The results were reported in the form of the contours and melting volume friction to study the effect of the magnetic field on the phase change, heat transfer, and melting behavior. The results show that the increase of the Hertzman number will decrease the rate of phase process. The presence of a uniform magnetic field was found to play an effective role in the melting front and controlled velocity of flow. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, so that concludes the scientific presentations. We have ahead of us half an hour of discussion.
Process of phase change.
Discussion. So I see that one of the paper presenter, Daniel Benitez, is with us as a presenter. Daniel, can you confirm? Well, we have a question for you.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Daniel, welcome. There was a question regarding the Helio Morocco project. The question is, what is the expected cost at industrial scale of the new heliostats, and what are the components that are new in this particular project?
Yes, thank you. Very interesting question. I have read it. So yeah, regarding the cost, I mean, we expect to be, let's say, competitive. That means below the state-of-the-art cost. So we expect to have a heliostat cost between $80 to $100 per square meter of mirror aperture area. So yes, we're looking for a low-cost heliostat, and I think more importantly, high local content. And I think there was a second question, right, regarding the new components.
Yes, if there are any new components. What's the novelty in that project that allows you to reduce cost?
Yes, so the main novelty is related to the design. So if you have seen the position of a heliostat at the so-called stow position or the safety position is close to the ground. So it doesn't have the typical, let's say, vertical pillar, but it has a different design, and this leads to a lower wind loads on the facet during high wind events, and therefore the structure supporting the mirrors can be, let's say, lighter, and therefore the main innovation is on the mirror support structure, which is the so-called sandwich panel. And the sandwich panel is made of different metallic frames filled with an expanded foam, which is polyurethane foam, which is light and reduce the costs. And this also leads to, let's say, smaller tracking systems. The tracking system is also different. using an elevation, a spindle drive for the elevation and wheels for the rotation, let's say the azimuth rotation.
Okay, thank you very much, Danielle, for these clarifications. I'll go back to the panelists. I have a few questions that have been shared on the Q&A panel. And please, for all of the colleagues who are sending eventually their questions to the chat room, please do send them to the Q&A so that we have a centralized place. So there was a question regarding micro CSP plants that I would like you, Rafael, to address. Is there any market, or do you believe that it is possible to do micro CSPs between 100 kilowatts and 5 megawatts for smaller plants?
Okay, I think yes, but of course this is, to understand that the market for those are off-grid setups where the competitive solution is an equivalent, 5 kilowatt, 30 kilowatt system, etc. And also regions where then the product is not only power, but heat or water as a byproduct as well, clean water or so. So like island installations of smaller scales can be achieved. That is at the kilowatt level. And then coming to few megawatts, like hopefully 10 megawatts, I think that should the supercritical CO2 cycle be demonstrated successfully, we could have, plans of power blocks of 10 megawatts that are economically feasible or competitive.
Okay, thank you. I would like to open the floor for a much more general question, and I would like to take the answers and ideas of all the panelists. And that question has to do with how does the H2 come to the scenery? Is it a replacement for CSP, for hybridization? Is it a complement? How do you see hydrogen becoming competitive and on the agenda for the European Union? How do you see that influencing and changing the role of CSP in the future? So I'll let any of the panelists who would like to jump on this question to take the first shot at it. Abdurrahim, you want to go first? Sure, yeah. Please go ahead.
As I talked about H2 as storage mean for electricity during the beginning. I will come back also to say the same thing. Of course, there is competitiveness between all the technologies, but anyway, each technology has its use where it cannot be competed with. When we are talking about CSP, as I said, and I hope that it will continue to be right, because we don't know how technology will evolve in the future. But until now, you are talking about thermal storage, so we are talking about daily use of this energy, which is not the case for hydrogen. Until now, using hydrogen for daily storage is not competitive, is not the right solution. It can be in the future. We don't know. I don't know how the costs of hydrogen production will evolve in the future. But until now, it is not the case. The hydrogen can be used for seasonal intermittency, when you need it during summer or during winter, because you cannot generate enough electricity using renewable energies. But hydrogen is not only for electricity. Hydrogen can be used in mobility. Hydrogen can be used in industry. Hydrogen can be used in a lot of different uses. You can use it to produce iron. You can use it to in any chemical, a lot of chemical industries. I will talk about ammonia, but not only. You can even use it through methanol in textile, to see that it is really very, very high use of hydrogen that can be in the whole energy system and not only in electricity. You can use it in planes as liquid fuel transformed in liquid fuel. It can be used in planes, for example, in airplanes to replace kerosene. So hydrogen will open more doors in energy sector than this, and I really personally don't think that it is hydrogen and CSP are competitors, and I really don't think that renewable solutions, all of them themselves, are only competitives. They will compete anyway, but we will need them all to be sure that we are decarbonizing our air in the future.
Thank you, Abdulrahim. I would like to take the same question to Christina.
Yeah.
And I would like you also to evolve not only on the seasonal aspect of hydrogen, which is something Abdulrahim touched about, but can you imagine hybridization of using CSP for hydrogen production? So please, go ahead.
At this moment, as I have mentioned, we have a hydrogen team working in this area. Hydrogen is a product that we introduce in our hybrid solution. But basically, in the different component that we are developing as electrolyzers for hydrogen production, or well, we are involved also in fuel cell development, and we don't use CSP for hydrogen production, but we use the storage of hydrogen to give flexibility in the hybrid solution. Because we don't, and totally agree what Abdelrahim has commented. Both products are not competitive at all. Both products are complementary as all technology. And what you need to know is how to make this mix in order to offer the most competitive solution per project. And also in our case, basically hydrogen is for mobility. We are involved in different projects for hydrogen in airport, and also we are involved in some projects with hydrogen to be used in waste to fuel processes. But yes, we have hydrogen storage, but in that case with PV that feeding this electrolyzer or with wind for hybrid solution in some specific hybrid project. At this moment, I don't know in the future, because it will depend of the boundary condition. At this moment, we have not used CSP for hydrogen production, but we have used hydrogen for a hybrid solution to give dispatchability.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. We'll move that question to Guillermo on what is the Masdar perspective on hydrogen positioning compared to CSP in your general portfolio around the world.
Yeah. So yeah, hydrogen looks to be a very promising technology. We are definitely interested in it, and we are already looking at it from a technology perspective and trying to see in which ways we could integrate it in our projects. Right now, our view is similar to what Mr. Janrani and Christina said. We don't see right now that this is serves the same purpose as the CSP. But of course, I think that as the technology keeps evolving, as discussed before, there are many incentives for this technology to be evolved in addition of power generation. So for sure that we will see improvements in the competitiveness of this technology. The chances for further integration with CSP will increase in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll take that back to Rafael. So the industry as of today looks at hydrogen as a seasonal storage. It could be also a fuel for transportation, but not the direct competitor with CSP or a potential user of CSP heat. But I'm pretty sure you're aware of high temperature electrolyzers that are in the work in research. Could you touch on that topic? And could you also expand on the long-term storage difficulty for hydrogen, if you have an input on that particular topic?
Okay, sure. So I wanted to, my first reaction was along the same lines of all the other former three. I personally believe hydrogen and all the others will complement. And I do think hydrogen will play, if anything, the most important role in the near future when it comes to transportation. Then having said that, hydrogen for power, back again to power, it's a path. It has a path forward, provided that we can enhance the hydrogen combustion. For using gas turbines or so on. And there are many research projects in that line. One we are leading, where we are part of, called Flex and Conf in Europe. Another called High Flex Power from Siemens. So that's a key research area. So to use hydrogen for power again, but it's not now. Now, when it comes to the production side, I agree, like what Christina mentioned, and everyone. The focus now, and there's still R&D done there, but it's the one that is closer to commercial. It's electrolyzers. So using green energy to produce, by means of electrolyzers, produce hydrogen. And that is the shortest term future for hydrogen or green hydrogen. But like you mentioned, Hisham, and CSP actually, as a technology, so the thermal part of CSP can be used to produce hydrogen too. And these are lower maturity levels. So one path could be using thermochemical reactions. So you can have reactors, receiver reactors, which produce hydrogen. This is a definitely lower maturity than any electrolyzer, but it's a possibility, and it can be cost effective compared to steam reforming. It's similar to a steam reforming process, which is the technology today used for hydrogen production the most. And another path forward, where you can also integrate CSP, it's by leveraging from the high temperature of CSP to use solid oxide fuel cells in a way. But that's also very low, in terms of maturity, very low. But that's so. With that, what I wanted to say is that rather than competing, CSP from the concentration side could also be used to produce hydrogen. And rather than competing from the final product of storage, I see hydrogen as not really a repurposing for power today, but more for other applications, transportation or so on. And whether CSP is meant for for power, for back to power, and mainly now today with thermal storage. And in terms of your question with duration, so like I agree with Abdelrahim in the fact that the CSP, when we store thermal energy storage in these big molten salt tanks, the idea is to have intraday storage, so that you have hours of storage that you discharge the same day and charge in the same day and so on. In hydrogen, that will not be the case. Although if hydrogen combustion is solved, then it could be. But it's also because the way to store hydrogen is actually also a very energy intensive process today, at least. So you can liquefy it, you can compress it also in air, but that's a very energy intensive process that you're not going to be reverting intradaily. So that's one of the reasons why. But you could do it seasonally, and there are challenges there also, in keeping this compressed liquid very cold or the air at a very high pressure. You could solve that by going to ammonia then. So ammonia, it's easier to keep and transport, and we have regulations for that, which we don't have for hydrogen. So there are path forwards, but it's not there yet. And it will be for way longer duration than that is.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone wants to jump on this particular topic, or should we move on? I don't see anyone wanting to elaborate. I have myself a question on the roadmap for CSP. So what we see in Middle Tuan, for example, is that we are starting to decouple CSP heat capture, which is your solar field, parabolic trough, heliostats, towers, and the thermal storage as a unit of itself. And Christina has elaborated on an approach where you would use only the thermal heat storage part of CSP and not the solar field. Do you foresee that the thermal storage might have a much bigger market than a combined solar field with thermal storage? How do you see these two components of CSP evolving in the future? Let's start with Guillermo so that he's not the last one to intervene every time, please.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that there are opportunities right now for thermal storage alone without the CSP. The reasons might be various. The one at the end is from a pure commercial perspective. At the end, you can maybe think as well on what happens in a future if the PV keeps decreasing very significantly the capex and the commercial figures, and the CSP still cannot continue the same way. So there will be a point where it could be that it's cheaper to generate the full thermal storage coming from PV than doing it also with the help of concentrating solar. This could be something that could happen in the future. And also, as for thermal energy storage solutions alone, there, in my opinion, there are also opportunities for applications of even stabilizing the grid itself. I mean, if there are excess of power coming from a huge amount of accumulation of PV in the grid, that could happen in the future. There could be a necessity of energy shifting of all this excess of power. Of course, this can be done with other methodologies, but I still believe that for very big capacities, as I said before, the thermal energy storage component itself can be very competitive to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Christina, what's your take on this subject?
Well, I have already mentioned during my exposition, it's a product itself. Thermal batteries, as we mentioned, the thermal energy storage is a component for CSP, is the key component for CSP. Offer large capacity storage for the solution, but it can be used in the decarbonization solution as a product for coal plant, and also can be used for seasonal storage in any smart solution that can include industrial heat for mining, for refineries, for heat and cooling. No more. It's itself a product. At this moment can be totally aligned with CSP roadmap, but in near future, the market will give more opportunity to this thermal storage due to the national plan of certain countries, as for example Spain, where the BARES, the intermittent renewables energy, will increase their position in the grid. The thermal storage will be a product itself for the grid stability, will be a product itself for processed heat in certain uses, and can be a product itself for a smart city in order to offer seasonal storage system.
Perfect. Thank you, Christina. Abdurrahim, what's your take on this particular subject? You have to unmute yourself, Abdurrahim.
Sorry. I agree with Guillermo and Christina, and I would say that for renewable energies, for PV, for example, and wind, you are transforming the rays in PV directly in electricity, and you are transforming also the wind directly in mechanical energy, then in electricity. In CSP, you have three phases, which is different. It is really interesting to analyze. You are producing thermal energy first, then you can store it, and then after you can use it to generate electricity. So the competitiveness can be in each of the three stages of transforming such raise electricity, such sun energy to electricity. Let's say the thermal energy is now, the storage of thermal energy is now the energy that we can store at the lowest cost, at my knowledge. I don't know any other technology, any other energy, any other technology to store energy at lowest cost now, at lower cost, let's say. So thermal storage is really competitive now. It can be used, as Christina said, as thermal energy directly without transforming it in electricity, which is very, very interesting. And it is not obliged to be generated using CSP for this case, because the issue with thermal energy is that you cannot transport it. You cannot transport it on long distances. So you have to generate it where you will use it. The production of thermal energy from CSP itself, it is mirrors and tubes. I think that now PV is more competitive. PV is more competitive than any other renewable energy to produce energy, let's say. I would not like to talk not only about electricity itself, but on all energies. But having only mirrors and tubes, I think that when we will reach the 200 gigawatt that I think Rafael talked about in the beginning, we can compete with the CSP. Thermal energy can compete, just production for thermal energy can compete with PV and even be much more lower than PV. But the two solutions will be developed in the future on two different ways for sure, because they are complementary, and also you don't need one to develop the other.
Very good. Thank you very much, Abdurrahim. Just hold on. So I'll give one final intervention to Rafael, and then there is another panelist who would like to have a last word. So Rafael, what's your intake on that particular question?
No, I agree with everything I've said, and I think thermal energy storage on its own, I mean, has a broader market than even just CSP when you look at the concentration side of CSP. So, and like the others mentioned, the value of storing heat can be then, used not only for power production, but in our context, I mean, where I am or so on, it's more even interesting the heat itself. So thermal storage, it's an opportunity for us in Europe that is not necessarily coupled to CSP. Having said that, I don't see in the near future a major threat on the, the CSP components, being completely obsolete because of the other technologies being so cheap. But it could happen, like all the others mentioned. So it could happen that it reached a point where producing electricity is almost free with other technologies. So we just might as well heat directly, right? But the good thing, like Abdurrahim mentioned also, is that there are paths forwards for CSP to decrease cost also considerably on the collector side, because there's a lot to do on the standardization, because now every company has their own, on the materials, hope of supply, etc. I mean, so there's a lot to be done, like Daniel mentioned also in his presentation.
Thank you very much. So the word is to Mr. Berlink Dutravaz. Did you want to contribute to the discussion? Please go ahead.
Thank you. My point is, in my project with Vale, the real challenge is how to harvest the amount of energy. Operationally, this is a nightmare because the industry was not developed, installed, thinking about solar energy. And then when you analyze the total demand of energy, you simply face with the fact that how do I harvest this much of energy close by to the operation? And this is the problem, not just in mining, but in every single industry that uses thermal energy in its process. The real challenge is operational, is how do I harvest this amount of energy? Storaging, we're going to develop further solutions and reduce costs and things like that. But then again, how do you harvest, for example, enough thermal energy for a company that if you need, I don't know, 100,000 square meters of heliostats, and the industry is placed nearby or inside a city. This is the kind of challenge that I think we also have to be addressing in the future, because we need to talk to the industries, regardless of sector, and say to them, look, if we are going to move away from fossil fuels, definitely, because our survival depends on it, you guys have to start thinking on how you're gonna get your energy from. And of course, it's gonna be solar, but the point is harvesting it. It doesn't matter if it's photovoltaic, if it's a CSP, but remember, we're talking here is amount of energy. It's not just the process, but also how to do it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Fernando. We have a few minutes left. If one of the other presenters would like to add a final word, Manuel or Baiba or anyone else, but just a quick word.
One from participant asked to, from attendees asked to they have a question. Raja Al-Khmiri have a question.
Please have the questions on the Q&A because that's the only place where we can read them.
Raja Al-Khmiri, you can ask your question.
Vous m'entendez, s'il vous plaît? Bonjour.
In English, please.
Yes. Thank you very much for the high quality of the presentation. As a professor in Faculty of the Sciences and Technique in Tangier, University Abdul Malik Sadi, I have some doctors to guide for contributing of development of our country. So I would like to resume my question in to Mr. Abdurrahim. I don't know.
Jumrani, just go ahead, ask your question.
And Buskri, thank you very much for organizing this meeting. I would like to know which strategy we have to guide our doctors for contributing of development for energy, local energy for our country. Thank you.
Abdurrahim, do you want to answer or do you want me to take that?
Yeah, it is a question that we need another 3 hours.
There is no lunch provided, just for everyone to know.
Now, I would just like to thank Mrs. Raja for this question and to say that renewables everywhere in the world, we are in the beginning of a new use of energy. We should not forget that during the last century we used fossil fuels and with tools that was created by the 19th century and not in the 20th century. So now we have to create a lot of tools, and I think the research and the development of our country will need, and that's what every country is doing now, to create new tools to be able to use renewables to respond the needs of the activities in our country, to be able to use them in industry. And I agree with Rafael when I talked about using thermal energy directly It is not easy to be used in industry. For example, you have to develop the tools in order to be able to use heat that is stored in order to transfer it to the industrial process. It is not, we don't have any tools for this until now. And there is a lot of things like this. Morocco is interested by hydrogen. We have a lot of potential, not only natural potential. We have wind, of course, and PV and solar, which are the good potential. But we have also the developed during the last years the human capacities to be able to develop such solutions now. And we can also, there is also a lot of work that can be done on hydrogen. And even for storage, we think that from things that we have presented that we know everything, it is not the reality. We cannot say now what can happen in the next years. Even in 5 years, myself, I cannot answer what can happen and what are the technologies that will be competitive in 5 or 10 years in storage. Everything is evolving very fast, and we don't. We have to try to find the solutions that can respond some needs. I will take it still in this way. There is no best solution. All the solution, there is no best technology. All technologies are there, and they are the best when they are responding our need. If they are not responding a need, we will not use them. The airplane will cost a lot, but you cannot have a trip of 2,000 kilometers with a car. You can do it, but it will not be the same thing. It will be 24 hours or 48 hours instead of 2 hours, and you need it anyway. That's the way to take it from what I think, and do not think that a technology will be better than another in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Abderrahim. So just a quick reply to the question of how to orient research. I think, as Abderrahim and all of the colleagues mentioned, renewable energy is a sector for the future. But we need our research to be more industry oriented and not simply publication oriented. So we need industry research to look into problems that were mentioned by Fernando on using directly heat in mining, in industries. You definitely need also research that is coming up with prototypes, with actually applied research. And Mazen is always happy to help on that endeavor. I think we definitely need a better coordination, and this conference is looking to become a bridge between industry. So researchers attending these types of speeches, of talks from Abengoa, from Masdar, from Mazen, should take actually leads and opportunities to work on specific topics that were raised. So I think we are at the end of the session. We are even a few minutes past the end of the session. I would like to thank all of the panelists for their very valuable inputs. We've had a very good attendance, which is a testament to the quality of the discussions. I'd like to thank also Rafael, who also helped behind the scenes on organizing and getting people on board for this particular panel. I think this is something that we will continue doing. We need the voice of industry to be presented to researchers, and we see that there is a lot of thirst from the researchers to hear from industry, and I think this is something that is constructive for all of the involved. Thank you all for attending. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you for the organizers. I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham. I take this opportunity to share with you an overview of virtual exhibition that's organized in parallel to IRSEC. I will share my screen. conference website, virtual exhibition. We can access welcome booth and exhibition hall. Welcome booth, we can find the reception desk, discover us, some information about the welcome desk. As in real exhibition, we have a welcome desk, this reception desk that we can find general information about the exhibition, such as, for example, for the press release, exhibitors list. I can find here the list of exhibitors. You can find also videos about IRSEC, and you can find gallery, photo gallery, and we can chat with advisor, direct chat with advisor, text chat, video chat, or voice chat directly with advisor, as in real exhibition. Now we go to exhibition hall. We have two halls, the first one and second one. For example, you can see the exhibition, the booth of one of the participants of IRSEC from Brazil. Discover us, some mini information about his company, videos, gallery, photos from, can see photos from his exhibition booth, and we can discuss with Fernando directly using this interface. Same things for other companies. Can back to exhibition hall, can go, for example, for clean energy, discover us, videos, can launch one video to see that. We go to exhibition hall. We go to the first hall. For example, university, the booth of University Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Can find many information about this company, videos, for example.
Planning project that prioritizes quality of life and economic vitality. It builds upon the green city's infrastructure and capitalizes on synergies by creating clusters.
We can talk with the advisor. Hello. Can ask, they ask for our emails. And we can also discovering other activities, emails, social networks, discover the university, and document to download, brochure of university, some photos, galleries from the university. That's all. Thank you very much. You can access to this good exhibition from the website of IRSEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf, and thank you, Hisham, also for the invitation, and thank you everyone for joining. Bye.
The conference will continue in 15 minutes with the next workshop. Thank you very much.
15 or 3 minutes? Hello?
3 minutes, but the first presentation will be in 15 minutes, but only 3 minutes to join.
Okay. So just to join. So we have 15 minutes to join, and then okay. So I will be here waiting for the attendee and professors. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor Mobink. I was sending messages here because I could not share my screen, or I didn't have the options to share the screen.
Oh, so you have some problems to share your screen. So in this case, I think you have to send your presentation to the manager. He can give you
the control of his screen.
Yeah, no, let me see if it works now.
Okay, you can try to share your screen.
Yeah, I'll do that.
We are promoting you to be a panelist.
Okay, just 1 second, please. Let me open it here. I'm sure that it's. Okay, application window here. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Good. And if I use the full screen mode here, it's also working.
Excuse me, can you repeat?
I'm using the full screen mode of the PDF.
Okay, it's okay like this. Can you go through your presentation just to see if everything okay?
Is it going well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's
great.
okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing here and
yeah.
So you can. Okay. So I guess okay. Stop share. All right.
Okay.
Normally,
Professor Mohamed Ben Kibi.
Bonjour. Hello again.
Hello, you are online.
Yes.
We can start. You can start a short description about
Okay.
the
Thank
session
you.
and present the first keynote. Is it the workshop also the workshop chair of this? The chair of this workshop. Then to be outside.
Okay, Jack, give me just one moment to. So. Give me just one moment. To access to my. IRSEC. I'm almost there. So thank you everybody for attending this this workshop. This is the second part of the workshop we held yesterday with Professor Allard and Professor Matt Santamoris and myself, and it was chaired by Professor Fabrizio from Politecnico di Torino. I think I have the control. Yes. So this workshop is dedicated to the energy efficiency in the building and the construction sector. So we dealt yesterday with different topic related to heat island storage and indoor air quality. And today we are welcoming two other professors, Professor Helcio Holland as keynote speaker, and also Professor Enrico Fabrizio from Italy. Professor Orland is from Brazil, and Professor Fabrizio Enrico Fabrizio is from Italy. So I will start by just introducing Professor Orland, who is from the Polytechnical School of Federal University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. He has several degrees from this university in the field of mechanical engineering, and also he has a PhD degree in the same field from the North Carolina State University. And as an experience, he worked and joined the Department of Mechanical Engineering of his university, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He also was the head of the department during 2 years, from 2006 and 2007. And his research area of interests includes the solution of inverse heat and mass transfer problems. He participated a lot for contributing to book writing, as for books, and also more than 150 papers in major journals. So he is also a member of the Scientific Council of the International Center of Heat and Mass Transfer, and a delegate in the Assembly of International Heat Transfer Conference. He served as associate editor of the Journal of Heat Transfer Engineering, Inverse Problem in Science and Engineering. And today he selected to propose the topic of his presentation is selection and calibration of models of water absorption in porous building materials. Professor Orland, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Mohamed El Makembe for the very kind introduction. I'm going to start sharing my screen here. Please let me know if it works.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so again, thank you very much. Okay, so again, thank you very much. And let me greet you and all the participants with a good morning from Rio de Janeiro. It's about 8:30 here. Although we had a lot of rain during November, today it's a sunny day and the temperature is around 25 centigrades. Before I start, I would like to say that it's a great honor for me to make this presentation, and I would like especially to thank the conference organizers for the invitation. In particular, Professor Mohamed Garoun, Professor Najim Alahous, Dr. Zaid Homani, and Professor Youssef Fass. I also congratulate them for the very nice and extremely well organized conference amid the pandemic. And this work, it's actually a very specific topic, and, but it's a collaboration with Julien Berger and Thibaut Collinard and Bruno Loyola. Julien is from Université de La Rochelle, Thibaut from Université de Bretagne Sud, and Bruna Loyola, she's a faculty member of the Military Institute of Engineering in Brazil. Let me tell you up front that my name is the last one in the list of authors, not because I was the head of this research, but really because I was the one that who did the list of work. This work has been published in the Journal of Wood Science and Technology. It has just come out. And this is the summary of my presentation. I'm going to make a brief introduction, the motivation and objective, talk about the experiment, the mathematical models, the approximate Bayesian computation algorithm for simultaneous model selection, model calibration, results and discussions, and then the conclusions. So, human curiosity about natural phenomena has always played a fundamental role for the advancement of science. In fact, the search for the truth, what is called the truth, has passed the analysis of empirical evidences. And as natural phenomena were better comprehended, attempts have been made for the theoretical modeling. And here, quote Fourier, who wrote in his treatise that the profound study of nature is the most fruitful source for mathematical discoveries. Modeling of natural phenomena generally involves conservation laws and constitutive equations based on empirical results. Moreover, models are based on hypotheses, which directly affect the mathematical formulation of the problem in terms of the number of dimensions, time dependence, scales, linearity, model parameters, etc. In general, more complex models are usually proposed as knowledge is built up with the advancement of science. But commonly, these models are over-parameterized and not necessarily more accurate than simpler ones. Thus, the principle of parsimony must be pursued to obtain simple models with a small number of parameters which accurately represent the phenomena under analysis. So besides situations where the models can be written based on conservation principles and constitutive equations, there are many others that strongly rely on empirical evidences, including experimental data or a priori knowledge about, like a personal own experience. For example, such is usually the case in biology or economics. And more recently, data-driven models based on artificial intelligence tools have been gaining great interest of the scientific community, but such meta-models will not be considered here. Parameters appear in any mathematical model of natural phenomena, from the simplest to the most complex ones. The estimation of parameters or functions appearing in mathematical formulations of problems in nature by using measurements of some response of the system and the calculated corresponding dependent variable of the model is an inverse problem. In this work, we consider the solution of inverse problems within the Bayesian framework of statistics, where credit is also given to previous beliefs about the unknowns, in addition to the information provided by the measured data. Such previous information can even be qualitative, but needs to be represented in terms of a probability distribution function. And these prior distributions, they promote regularization of the solution of the inverse problem, but unfortunately they induce bias. The term Bayesian is commonly used to refer to techniques for the solution of inverse problems that fall within the framework of statistics developed by the Presbyterian minister, Thomas Bayes. Such framework was actually established after Bayes' death, when his friend Richard Price, in this paper, he published Bayes' results. On the other hand, it's attributed to Laplace the mathematical formulation that is known today as Bayes' theorem. The solution of inverse problems within the Bayesian framework of statistics relies on inference of the posterior distribution of the parameters. In this context, Bayes' theorem relates the posterior distribution, which is the conditional probability of the parameters P given the measurements Y, to the prior distribution and to the likelihood. The prior distribution is the statistical model of the information available about the parameters before the measurements are taken, while the likelihood is the statistical model of the measurement errors, which also represents the conditional probability of the measurements Y given the parameters P. The distribution appearing in the denominator of Bayes' theorem is called evidence, and it's actually a normalizing constant for the posterior. The computation of this of the evidence is difficult, so that many times Bayes' theorem is simply stated as the posterior being proportional to the prior multiplied by the likelihood. There are many situations in practice where the likelihood is not exactly known and cannot be approximated in terms of analytical distributions. There might also be situations in which the calculation of the actual likelihood demands large computational times and resources, thus requiring model reduction or data compression. While the approximation error model approach, which was developed by Jari Kaipi and his colleagues, can be quite effective when a Gaussian distribution can be used for the total errors. And by total errors, I mean the measurement and modeling errors. This Gaussian model cannot be arbitrarily used in general. It's also important to note that data compression schemes like the ones quite popular nowadays, based on artificial intelligence, they might not result on an analytical likelihood. So the so-called approximation Bayesian computation, it can deal with measurement and total errors that may not be appropriately modeled in terms of an analytical distribution, or if the computation of the likelihood function is very time-consuming. We now come to the motivation for this work, which is related to the use of green materials for construction. Within the environmental context, bio-based materials have been increasingly used in building constructions due to their reduced ecological footprint and their thermal performance. Besides that, the properties of wood-based materials have a good reproducibility due to their industrial production. However, several recent studies pointed out the importance of accurately modeling the phenomena of water absorption in such materials, to predict the phenomena of heat and mass transfer and to assess moisture disorders like mold growth. So the sorption curve is an essential feature for the modeling of heat and mass transfer in porous building materials. Several models have been proposed in the literature to represent the amount of moisture content in the material according to the water activity. And these models are based on analytical expressions and few parameters that need to be estimated by inverse analysis. Therefore, we come to the objective of this work, which was to select among 8 competing models, the one most appropriate to represent the measurements of water content in a wood fiber construction material during controlled sorption experiments. The model parameters were estimated simultaneously with the model selection by applying the ABC algorithm of Ton et al., which can be found in these references below. Although it can be claimed that the measurement errors in this work could be analytically modeled in order to be used for model selection and calibration, the authors have successfully used this algorithm for many applications, and then we have decided to go ahead and also use it for this work. About the experiment, this sample material was a wood fiber thermal insulator. It's commercially available under this name of PavaFlex Comfort from this supplier. It has a density of 50 kilograms per cubic meter and a thermal conductivity of 0.038 watt per meter Kelvin. Due to its low thermal conductivity, this bio-based material has been used as a building envelope, but it presents a strong hygroscopic behavior. So the sorption curves sorption curves were measured with 5 samples of this material by using a dynamic vapor sorption equipment, where the sample was placed in a chamber with controlled conditions of temperature and water activity. And during the experiment, the mass of the sample was continuously measured. And before the experiment, each sample was dried for 24 hours. The dry mass of the samples varied from 10.8 milligrams to 28.2 milligrams. Each sample was exposed to increasing water activity from 0.05 to 0.95 at a constant temperature of 23 centigrades. And the sample was maintained at each of these water activity levels until the moisture content in the sample reached equilibrium. The sample mass increased rate was carefully examined before moving to another activity level as a stopping criterion at each water activity step. This slide shows the equipment that was used for the experiment, as well as the variation of the sample's moisture content with the water activity. And for the 5 samples, and we can see that there is a good repeatability of the experiment, as we can even see with these zooms of the 5 curves, except for the very large water activity. The following 8 mathematical models were examined in this study. Actually, the model, they provide the moisture content U as a function F of the water activity A. And each model, it contains N parameters, and the parameters are represented by those P variables. And the domain of the water activity was limited to this interval between 0.05 and 0.95, because some of the models are not valid for A equals 0 or for A equal 1. So these are the mathematical models. This Brunauer Emmett Teller model, it's given in this format. It has 2 parameters. The Guggenheim-Anderson-de Boers model has 3 parameters. Now the thermodynamic model, it also has 3 parameters, and it's given by this expression. The empirical Oswin model, then it has 2 parameters. The Fred-Long-Zinc model, it has 4 parameters. The Van Genoosten's model, 3 parameters. And one additional parameter based on the literature was this one by Smith with 2 parameters. But this, we also proposed a new model in this work, and this was inspired by the shape of the sorption isotherm and its derivative, as compared to the tangent function. So the algorithm of Ton et al. For model selection, for simultaneous model selection and model calibration, I mean the estimation of the model parameters, is presented in this slide. And the objective here is to obtain the combined posterior distribution of the model and its parameters with the given measured data. In this algorithm, at the first iteration, a model is initially selected from its prior, and then a sample for the parameters of this model is obtained from its prior distribution, as illustrated here. This process of selecting the model and the sampling the parameters is repeated until a pre-specified number of samples are accepted. And a user-selected distance function between measurements and estimated moisture content is used as the acceptance criterion instead of the likelihood. And this is done with a specified tolerance epsilon. And this tolerance epsilon, it varies at each population. The set of accepted, and by population, I mean the set of accepted samples. So new samples are generated by sampling the model from its prior, and the parameters from their estimated distribution at the previous population. This process is repeated until the tolerance for the last population is satisfied. And as I mentioned, the tolerances are usually, they are reduced as the populations advance. They are usually set large for the first populations. And this is we do this in order to avoid lack of convergence when the sample is dominated by the prior. And as the information provided by the measurement becomes more and more significant as the populations advance, and then a large number of cells is selected for the correct model, and the samples for the parameters better reflect the real posterior distribution. Now we come to results and discussions. And before trying to estimate the parameters, we addressed the questions related to the identifiability for each model that was considered in the analysis. Since all models are simple and analytic, the structure of global identifiability was verified, thus shown for all models, thus specifying that a specific sorption curve could only be obtained with one single set of parameters, and this was verified for each model, as I mentioned. The sensitivity coefficients were also examined for each parameters, and the sensitivity coefficients are given by the first derivative of the model response. In this case, the moisture content. With respect to each parameter, it's represented by the variable theta. And as an example, we present in this slide the sensitivity coefficients for the parameters of this GAB model. And since the parameter estimation problem is nonlinear, the analysis of the sensitivity coefficient is local. So these two figures, they show the sensitivity coefficients computed with two different sets of the model parameters. For both cases, we note that the sensitivity coefficients are not linearly dependent. And also, the magnitude of the sensitivity coefficient with respect to the parameter P3 is much smaller than those for the other parameters. Therefore, the moisture content for this model, or predicted with this model, is very little affected by this parameter. And unfortunately, its estimation with high accuracy is difficult in this case. The global sensitivity index that is obtained by the integration of the square of the sensitivity coefficient in the activity and parameter domains. It was also used to assess the sensitivity of the model of the moisture content with respect to each model of each parameter of each model. I'm sorry, as shown in this table. And we can, this global sensitivity index is actually a relative quantity. And we can see that it confirms the results that we have seen by the analysis of the sensitivity coefficients, which shows that the GAP model is very little affected by this parameter P3. Actually, this table shows that only these Smith's, which is the SM model, and the model proposed in this work, which is this Masdar model, they are the only two that all parameters are equally, more or less equally affect the measured quantities. So for the implementation of the ABC algorithm of Ton et al., the distance function was taken as the Euclidean distance between estimated and measured moisture content. As I mentioned, the tolerance aimed at as the populations evolved, and we tried to satisfy Morozov's discrepancy principle at the final population. This variation of the tolerance as the populations evolved, it was selected by numerical experiments. And this was also the case for the number of populations, which was selected as 22, and also the number of particles, which was selected as 4,000. The perturbation kernel that is used to explore the parameter space at each population, it was chosen as a random walk move with an uniform distribution. And a maximum perturbation of 1% of the maximum parameter value was used for this kernel. But as I'm going to show in the presentation, that the results, they were not affected by this kernel. All models, they were assumed as equally probable, and the uniform priors were also given for all parameters. And the ranges for these priors, they were also obtained from numerical experiments and from literature values, so that the resultant moisture curves obtained from the models, they could encompass all the experimental results. So these are the uniform priors, and you see that for some of them, they actually are not very much informative, and they actually encompass a large variation they include a large variation of the parameters. Okay, so this figure, it shows how the tolerance was varied as the populations evolved. These are the number of populations, and while this figure on the right, it shows the acceptance rate at each population. Okay, so we see that the acceptance rate, it decreases with the population, and this is because the tolerances were reduced. And also, we note here that the acceptance rate is strongly dependent on the size of the kernel that was used to search the parameter space. When this kernel was increased from 1% to 10%, we see a sharp decrease in the number of accepted in the acceptance rate. Because it's more difficult to improve the agreement of simulated and measured moisture contents with candidates generated with such a large kernel. This figure shows the model selection through the 22 populations. And this was for the kernel of 1%. And initially here, the 8 models, they have the same number of particles. But until population 4, there was no strong selection among these 8 models. However, at population 5, Smith's model was then less selected, since it did not succeed in representing the moisture for high water activity. And that at population 5, no particle satisfied this distance test, the distance test for this model with the candidate parameters. Thus, after population 4, Smith's model was no longer selected. And at population 9, it can be noticed that only 3 models were still competing. The model proposed in this work, this MADS model, the FX model, and also the GAB model. At the final population, only the MADS model satisfied the distance test for the lowest tolerance. Although this was the only model selected from population 20 onwards, the last 3 populations, they were needed to correct the calibration of this model to better select to better estimate the parameters for this model. We also note that in this figure that the results, they were not significantly affected by changing the kernel to 1 to 10%. And at the final population, still the model proposed in this work was the only one accepted. It's also interesting to note that the dispersion of the samples of the parameters as the population evolved. So in this figure here, we can see this shows the increase in the population number. These are the parameters, and each dot here represents one of the samples of the parameters at each population. Okay, so as the populations advanced and the model better reflects the experimental data, so the variation of the parameters, it decreases. This can also be seen by this figure here, which shows the standard deviation of the samples of the parameters. And at the final iteration, we can actually obtain these approximate marginal posterior distributions for the 2 parameters of the MADS model, which in fact they exhibit small variances. The accuracy of the selected model with the correspondent estimated parameters, it can also be assessed by comparing the model predictions with the measured data. As shown in this figure, in blue we have the experimental measurements, and in red here we have the simulation under uncertainty on the parameters. I mean that the parameters, they were sampled from their posterior distributions, from their simulated posterior distribution. And actually the moisture content predicted with this model and with the uncertainty in the parameters, they exhibit a small dispersion. And they also exhibit a good agreement with the experimental data, even for large water activities. Now some conclusions, and a new model was proposed for the sorption curve of a thermal insulation material made of wood fibers. And this model was inspired by the shape of the sorption curve in comparison to the tangent function and also its derivative. The ABC algorithm of Ton et al., it was used for simultaneous model selection and model calibration by considering 8 competing models. and the proposed model was the one selected. And actually, the approximate posterior distribution of the estimated parameters exhibited the small variances. Similarly, the moisture content simulated with the selected model and with the approximate posterior distribution of the parameters had small variances. The CPU times, they were about 50 minutes for the kernel of 1% and 30 minutes for the kernel of 10%. The difference in computational time is due to the reduced rate acceptance rate for the kernel of 10%. But still, it's a small computational time, and these were obtained with a MATLAB code running in a computer with an i7 CPU and 30 gigabyte of RAM. So this basically concludes my presentation, but let me make was the opportunity to make an announcement. Actually, this announcement was made about the same date last year in Agadir during IRSEC 19. I'm organizing this 8th International Symposium on computational heat and mass transfer. The symposium belongs to the series of conferences of the International Center for Heat and Mass Transfer. Unfortunately, we had to postpone the conference because of the pandemic. Had to take this decision in the worst occasion of the pandemic here in Brazil. The conference is going to be held next year in hybrid format with in-person and online presentations. And the one-page abstract is due December 18th. So finally, again, thank you very much, the organizers, Professor Gahum, Professor Lahus, Professor Zaz, Dr. Romani. Very great pleasure to be here. And I'd also like to acknowledge the support provided by agencies of the Brazilian government, and also the French colleagues want to acknowledge the Junior Chair Research Program from the University of Savoie-Mont Blanc, in collaboration with the French Atomic and Alternative Energy Center and the Scientific and Technical Center for Buildings. So this concludes my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Aland, for this interesting presentation. And I'm just checking if there is some questions for the moment. You don't have any question, but we can still receive the questions along the conference. So I have one question, if you might mind about.
No, absolutely. Shall we stop sharing here? I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay. So you talked about the CPU time calculation. What is interesting also. Yes.
Excuse me, the question just after presenting all.
If you want, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I will introduce Professor Enrico Fabrizio, who is from Politecnico di Torino, and he is also a colleague. I know very well Professor Enrico Fabrizio, who is graduated from Politecnico Torino and in Salion as PhD. His field of interest is performance simulation and optimization of zero energy buildings. He is very active at the level of International Energy Agency, and he participated to many annexes and programs, EBC and ECEC, especially namely. He also very active in editorial and publication domain. He serves as review for many international journals, and he is also associate as editor at the Sustainable Cities and Society Journal. He was, thanks to his efforts in this field, he was awarded by RIVA awarded by the European Federation of Air Conditioning and Association. And he was within the teaching supervisors of CSUT at Polytechnic. And now, today, Professor Enrico Fabrizio will talk about simulation based on optimization methods for zero energy buildings design, insights, and beyond. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Mohamed, for your very kind introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect, thank you. So I would also like to thank the scientific teams and the organizers, in particular the organizers of workshop number 4 for inviting me for this talk. Now, let me start from one question. Do we know what zero energy buildings are? Well, 20 years after its first introduction, the concept of zero energy building is now one of the main topics of any course on energy conscious design. There is a large literature, a large variety of building types and systems. And despite the differences that arise when we look at how zero energy building or nearly zero energy buildings as they are defined and in European literature, in standard and legislative requirements around the world, you can see that in this table there is a variety of different points of definition implemented into each national EU legislation. But despite those differences, the ZEP target has been the driver of a large amount of research activities in the field of building energy performance. So from a theoretical objective to be defined and discussed, and who can ever forget the Torcellini's paper on zero energy buildings, zero cost buildings, zero emissions, etc. on 2006. So this has become a current construction practice, and there are reasons also to say that it has been the leading topic, especially in some European countries, in this specific building physics field. But if we are asked what is the recipe of a zero energy building, well, everyone knows the answer. That is the super insulation, obviously, the mechanical ventilation with heat recovery, the system efficiency, and the use of renewable sources. But is it as simple as that? Well, the recipe is far from being as trivial as it may appear, since previous studies demonstrated that the ZEP design that best suits a certain location will not necessarily be the optimal one for another location, and that the current design of a ZEP has to be resilient in the future or has to be able to adapt to climate change. This is why, even though a considerable amount of research has been performed on ZEP, this topic is still of great interest for academics, for researchers, and also for the construction industry. So if we look at how the zero energy building is currently intended, we may summarize it as it is the sum of the most performing envelope, the most performing HVAC system, and the use of renewable sources. But it is not the result of a simple sum, because of the many interactions between the various design parameters and the constraints from the boundary conditions. We can say that the design of a zero energy building is a real complex optimization problem. Which type of optimization problem? Well, if we try to state this problem from the generic optimization problem, which reads, I have to minimize a certain function subject to some equality and inequality constraints, and to some constraints on the input parameters, if we customize, if we tailor this generic optimization problem to the problem of the design problem of ZEP, we can see that there are some decision parameters that concerns the use of energy from renewable sources, the systems, the envelope, the design. There can be many objective functions because they can be energy use, primary or energy delivered, they can be the cost, the comfort, and that there are a number of different constraints, which are, for example, the scenarios, but mainly the building energy model, which is the main constraints of this problem, highly constrained. So this summarizes the main feature of this type of optimization problem: the number of design variables, the type of design variable which are discrete, the number of objectives. And one way to solve and to address this problem, and it is the way I will concentrate from now on, is the so-called simulation-based optimization. So the coupling between, in the building physics field, between building simulation software and optimizers, external optimizer, which is not the exact result of this optimization problem, obviously, but it is a trade-off between complexity and accuracy, which is very interesting. So some features on this simulation-based optimization for the design. Everyone recognizes the impact that building simulation has on the design. Many new certified building has to be simulated following certain procedure and approaches, like the certification in sustainable buildings. But if we think about the optimization problem, is as simple as it may appear. Well, let's take this very simple case study. One single family building of 2 floors modeled into Transi. This is a real building, but we consider it as an archetype building for optimizing this building type, in the sense that this is already a very energy efficient building, but we take it as a reference case study because there are also monitoring results, etc. So let's think of some optimization parameters. Let's think about 9 parameters that concern only the envelope of the system, like thermal resistance of some envelope components, like the window types, etc. They had the initial value, they had the maximum and minimum values, they have some steps, so there are different number of points. In the end, this optimization problem is a 9-dimension optimization problem, non-uniform 9-dimensional space search with this very large number of points. And if we assume to do the simulation like that, the total simulation time of the entire space would be 130 years, which is obviously not possible, even though the case study is so easy and so simple. So there are 2 ways. The first way may be to reduce the order of the problem, so to use reduced order problem and couple those reduced order models with optimizer or with some parametric designers. The second way is to couple the simulation with some heuristic optimization algorithm. So to use external optimizer coupled to the simulation engine. There is a variety of simulation-based optimization methods in the literature. You can find many framework. Each researcher is organizing his main framework. There are common couplings that I indicated here in the slides between Energy Plus or Transis, or generally a building simulation engine and an optimizer, and some post-processing or optimizer tool like MATLAB, like GenOp, etc. Well, let's see now a sort of multi-scale set of different applications of simulation-based optimization methods. I will not concentrate on input data and hypothesis. Which I would like to give you now is a sort of a picture of the many possibilities and the results that can be obtained by exploiting such methods. For each example, you will see also a sort of you will see a reference, so you can find and retrieve all the information you would like to know. Let's start from a very simple case, the case of an enclosure. Okay, this is just an enclosure. If you would like to design a school classroom, and the optimization parameters are the overhangs, the shading, the dimension of the windows, the colors, for example, of the external walls, the internal walls, the layers, the construction. So very, very simple design parameters. What we can obtain, we have to set out the optimization problem like that. So we have to pre-process all the input data and not only the boundary condition, but especially to size and to define the optimization input parameters and the various settings. Then these optimization input parameters are fed into an optimizer that is coupled with an energy model. The optimizer at each time iteration, at each simulation iterations, sets out the input parameter, then passed into the energy models, then an objective function is computed that is also able to drive the new try of the optimizer. There is also the need to have a post-processing in the sense that, for example, in this case study, we need also to consider not just the energy objective functions, but also some objective function, which is this one, but also some objective functions on the thermal comfort or on the daylighting index. So if we look at the results, we can represent a result like that. So on the bottom, you have the annual primary energy needs, considering lighting, cooling, and heating, the summation of lighting, cooling, and heating, ordered from the largest to the lowest, from 110 to 80 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. The number of iteration, and so the number of different design solutions is larger than this one, 2,400, because this is the number of absolute solution. So maybe the optimization run takes 5,000 or 10,000 different iterations, but in the end, the unique design solution are those ones reported in this slide. On the top, you can see the trend of the order of the daylight factor and of the thermal discomfort index. The best way will be to be at this side of the diagram, where we have the lowest energy, the highest daylight index, and the lowest discomfort index. Each point of this diagram represents a quite different design solution. And in fact, we can see that, okay, and in fact, we can see that we have, I mean, there's just some problem. It's not particularly important what we can see now. We have just to wait for the presentation to charge, I think. And it is more interesting to look at how there is the trade-off between energy, comfort, and the daylight index. So in the next slide, that it is going to appear, what we are going to see is that there is a bar diagram. Okay, that should be fine now. Okay, this one. There are some bar diagrams in which we represent all the variations into primary energy, the variation of the daylighting index, and the variation of the percentage of outside range, so the thermal discomfort index. Each dashed line, this small one, represent the minimum of primary energy, the minimum of the thermal discomfort, and the maximum of the daylighting. So the best, let's say, options. What it is quite evident is that we can see on this side and also on this side that for the different locations and orientation, these are just two different locations, one more cold and one a bit more hot in Italy, we can see that the optimal energy value, this black one, is always near the optimal thermal discomfort, because the green and the black are quite near also on the other side, while instead there is always a difference of 1 point of daylight index between the energy optimum and the daylighting optimum. So these types of analysis and of presentation of the results can be able to drive a good exploration of the design space. If we look then at what happens when we go at the building scale, these are examples from optimization of the envelope. It is the first problem I presented to you before, the one of the 130 years. How differently energy systems affect the optimal design of the envelope parameters, this is also quite interesting. We have two different climates, one which is a bit colder and one Marseille which is a bit warmer. We have these clouds of points. Each point represents a design solution, a unique design solution, and these clouds of points represent different energy systems. So I'm coupling some envelope design options with different energy systems. This one, for example, which has a larger consumption of kilowatt hour per square meter per year, is the one that exploits electricity. So if we look at the parameters, we can see that there is a variation, okay, between parameters that are okay. This is a variation on the envelope parameters, and in case of Marseille, parameters are more stable in the sense that varying the energy system does not really affect, for many parameters, the optimal design of the envelope. Instead, for the cold climate, there is a variation when we change also the energy system. So this means that if we use a sequential optimization, traditional sequential, instead of an integrated optimization, we can find different results. This is the comparison. It's another study that compares the results from integrated optimization, so energy supply and energy demand option at the same time, with a sequential optimization in terms of cost. Many design parameters changes when we look in an integrated fashion at optimizing building systems, building components, building envelope, etc. And also other examples can be found on the comparison between, I mean, it's a bit slow, this presentation, so I will have to go a bit quicker because time is flying. This is a representation of the robustness of a solution. If we think of one optimization parameter that has a value, for example, this one, the red dotted one, and we think how stable, how robust is this parameter in the neighborhood of the optimal solution. So we are not just looking at the very optimal solution, but we are looking at the neighborhood of the results within the optimal one, the one that changes for plus or minus 3%, for example. So we can see that some parameters are quite stable in the sense that also in the neighborhood of the optimal solution, they assume the same values. Other parameters are not robust and should be not considered as optimal design values. Some applications can also be found on the trade-off between energy efficiency and use of renewable energy. This is, for example, the case of the trade-off between global cost, the cost for the energy and installations of a solar cooling system for a large multifamily buildings, and the relation between the percentage of renewable energy, the cost, and the primary energy consumption. Now, I would like to conclude presenting you the results of an application which comes from the Solar Decathlon China 2018. Well, the Solar Decathlon case study is interesting because it deals with the transition between design to construction and operation of a building. It proved that it was possible to reach the zero target, but special attention should be paid to the transition from the stage to the design to the following one. Within the large work that there is around a solar decathlon competition, I would like to present here the work we did to optimize the prototype of the building, considering variables related to the design and variables related to the operation of the same building, exploiting the capabilities of simulation-based optimization method. It was a unique opportunity to apply in practice this context. I think that most of you are familiar with the solar decathlon context, so it is an international competition on the design, construction, and operation of a very innovative, very energy efficient small house, residential house, which is only powered by solar energy. Teams are composed by engineering and architecture students, which are tutored by faculty advisors. And I was within one of the faculty advisors responsible for the energy engineering topics of one student team, which was a joint student team between South China University of Technology and Politecnico di Torino. The house was built 2 times, a first time in Guangzhou, then was disassembled and rebuilt in Dezhou. Now, this is just a picture of the real building once it was constructed into the context site. We wanted to win the competition, so we tried some ways to increase the contest rules. We considered the contest rule, which are based on 10 contests for a total 1,000 points. Each contest has 100 points. Some contents are defined by juries. So there are some analysis of the document, interview, exhibitions. Other contents are based on measured and task performance. We concentrate on the measured one. So we try to express into an objective function the solar decathlon contest rules. And to do that, we have to know which are the penalty functions for the observation. So the observation in terms of temperature, relative humidity, CO2 levels, etc., that for the 14 days of the contest are recorded by third party, and they are used to complete the contest point. There are some penalty. For example, you can see for the temperature that you have to be within the 22 and 25. Instead, you reduce your pointer, or you do not gain any point if you are too low or too above. Similarly for relative humidity and also CO2 level, PM2, and for the energy use. Okay, so the energy used. If you are a positive energy, you gain the whole amount of point. Instead, you reduce your point. So in the end, we built an objective function which has 180 points. This is the setup of the optimization. So first we had a reliable and calibrated building energy model, because the building was a first time built in Guangzhou. Then the setup of the simulation-based optimization, and then the results were used for tuning the final design, and especially for during the operation of the final contest stage. This is how it is settled up the simulation-based optimization problem. It is quite similar to the previous one. I would like to add that the contest period is 14 days, and the time step of the simulation we adopted was 1 minute, because we had to simulate accurately the performance of the system. The optimization parameters are related, are these one, with the values in the initial and final values. They are related to both the envelope construction, what may be able to change between construction 1 and final construction in the contest site, the use of shading, fixed and movable shading, the tilt of the PV array, which may be adjusted, the set point of the systems, because this was very important, the set point, and also the time of operation, the operation of movable shading control, and finally also the ventilation controls, the time on and off. In the end, we from the result, from the numerical result, we gained 170 points, up to 9%. This is the final result. So we had to slightly adjust with the lower insulation and higher mass the envelope to be used differently, the shadings, to change the time of turning on and off the ventilation systems, and to change a bit the set point temperature. And the final result was that also due to this operational optimization, the prototype won the first prize, the first prize of the competition. It won the first prize also in the engineering contest, in the innovation context, and in the other contexts. So the simulation-based optimization was really able to drive to a better design and operation. To conclude, I would like to point out some aspects. The first one is that simulation-based optimization methods are really able to turn the traditional sequential approach to an integrated one that considers both options from the demand side and the supply side together, which is very important, as I think I have demonstrated. This is also a powerful tool for the industry to demonstrate the impact of the technology or the market penetration of some new technologies. Since each study on zero energy projects has to be intrinsically holistic to capture the complexity, at least the use of simulation-based optimization model is able to catch this behavior. And finally, well, something I presented today may seem quite academic, quite scholarly today, but this will really have an impact on industry and on building construction on a short term, some years, as the lessons learned from the solar decathlon in China can testify. Let me thank you for your attention. There are a number of references, and also I would like to thank all my research team members for their support during this work. Many, many thanks to all the listeners and the organizers.
Thank you very much, Professor Fabrizio, for this interesting presentation. And as I understand, we have to keep the questions to the end of the presentation. So now there is two presentation with 10 minutes, Professor Benhamou and Professor Laroussi from Morocco. So I will leave the floor to the what has been uploaded to the website, and I will ask to take the launch the presentation of Professor Ibrahim Benhamou from the University of Qadi Iyad, Morocco. The topic is passive ground air cooling for low energy buildings, case study in Marrakesh. And I think I have the
okay. You have the control. You can go to the next slide.
Okay, so I think okay. Now I think first Professor Benhamou. Okay. Oh, there is a delay. Sorry for that.
Measurements of thermal properties of brick.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, my name is Ibrahim Benhamou from Qadi Iyad University of Marrakesh. This presentation is about passive ground air cooling for low energy buildings with a case study in Morocco. The outline of the presentation is as follows. So what is the motivation of this study? It is well known that the need for more indoor thermal comfort combined with climate change should affect the building design approach. To this end, many traditional and new passive cooling techniques are widely used. However, the main inconvenience of most of these passive cooling solutions is their dependency on the local climate to operate efficiently, leading to cooling effects that are dependent on the heat wave duration. However, the use of the ground below a non-insulated slab-on-grade floor as a heat sink does not lead to have this drawback. So how to use the ground as a heat sink for indoor air cooling? This may be achieved by either direct or indirect contact. Direct contact is represented here by the buried house or the house built on slab-on-grades. The indirect contact may be achieved using this system, the earth-to-air heat exchanger, which is constituted by a buried pipe, and the outdoor air is getting cooled through this pipe. How direct ground cooling works. This is a schematic diagram of a slab on ground, which is a slab which is directly laid on the earth to support walls and other structural elements. It is either called slab on grade or slab on ground. So let's now move to the experimental study. In this experimental study, the slab-on-grade surface temperature of a house located in Marrakesh is monitored. Measurements are still running since May 2015. The walls and the roof of the house are well insulated, and the experimental setup includes a temperature slope and a data logger that measures the house's slab-on-ground surface temperature each 1 hour, far from the buildings each at least 5 meters from these edges. and also temperature probes and a data acquisition system that measure the underground temperature in the house garden at 6 different depths. These measurements are recorded each hour. Also, a weather station is installed close to the measurements sites to record all local meteo data. These are some photos of the experimental setup and the building, the monitored building. You can see the data logger for the temperature measurement and the weather station. Here you can see a photo of the underground temperature monitoring setup constituted by 6 probes. Here are some results. These are the results of the monitoring of the slab on ground surface temperature over 2.5 years. We can see here that this temperature, the slab on ground surface temperature, is in between 18 degrees C and 28 degrees C, while the outside air temperature is evolutes between 5 and 45 degrees C. Here we focus on summertime, 2015 summertime, and these are also the monitoring results of the slab on ground temperature represented by the red line. The blue line corresponds to the outdoor air temperature, which oscillates between 18 degrees C and 45 degrees C. At the same time, the slab on ground temperature. Hello, my name is Brahim Ben Hamou. Here we focus on summertime, 2015 summertime, and these are also the monitoring results of the slab on ground temperature represented by the red line. The blue line corresponds to the outdoor air temperature, which oscillates between 18 degrees C and 45 degrees C. At the same time, the slab on ground temperature is in between 25 and 27 degrees C. Now, what are the main outputs from this case? In this figure, a diagram of the frequencies of the recorded slab on ground temperatures are represented. Here you can see that these temperatures over the more than 4 years monitoring are in between 19 and 26 degrees C for around 85% of the time. In this figure, we represent the correlation of the slab on ground surface temperature and the underground temperature at given depths. It was shown that the best correlation is obtained for this depth, which is represented here, 1.6. It's 1.6 meter, yes, and the correlation is represented there by this formula. So we can deduce from this result that the isotherms beneath the slab on grade temperature, the slab on grade of the house, are can be schematically represented as in these two figures in the summertime and the wintertime. We can see here the benefits of the grounds for the building, either in summer and in winter. However, at the edges of the buildings, there is some undesirable heat transfer, which can be stopped by a lateral thermal insulation of the foundation of the house. So what are the concluding remarks of this, the main conclusions of this study, which I reminded is valid for a continental hot climate such as in Marrakesh. So the first conclusion is that considering a set cooling temperature of 26 degrees C, the non-insulated slab-on-grade floor contributes to cool down the indoor air for more than 89% of the summertime. Also, the beneficial effect of the non-insulated slab-on-grade floor is present in winter time, as this floor contributes to heat up the indoor air for more than 86% of the time, considering a set heating temperature of 19 degrees C. Furthermore, to limit the undesired lateral heat transfer through the slab-on-grade, it is recommended to insulate the lateral building's foundation over the 50 centimeter depths. So that's all. I am now ready for your questions, if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ibn Hammou. And as I said, the questions will be gathered at the end of this workshop. Thank you very much for this very, very interesting presentation and in situ experimentation. Now, I will go through the second presentation. Mrs. and Professor Najma Al-Arossi from Morocco and from the University of Mohammed V in Rabat, and she will present the measurement of thermal properties of brick materials based on clay mixture.
Of thermal properties of brick materials based on clay mixture, presented by Najma Al-Arossi, University Mohammed V in Rabat. Project gives an overview of different experimental approaches for thermal properties measurement. After validation of one-dimensional hot plate transient method is conducted, finally, a comparative study between the results obtained using different methods is presented. This project investigates experimental methods for estimating thermal properties of clay sample coming from Moroccan Slawi's factory. This clay is used in hollow building blocks. That's one of the most important aspects in design for the future thermal regulations. The aim is to provide designers with values based on high level of confidence that will positively reflect on the development of any design provision. To obtain the thermal properties of the clay composites, manufactured clay sample is tested with different experimental methods. We can see sample represents a material having some heterogeneity. The dimension and density of sample is measured and noted in this slide. Thermal properties of clay bricks are influenced by the chemical and mineral contents of the raw materials. For this, complete chemical analysis and typical compositions of 4 main clays used are reported in this table. Clay sample was crushed and reduced to powder before being analyzed. Powder with small mass is inserted into standard cell into the microcalorimeter. Temperature dependence of the specific heat is illustrated in this figure, and this value is retained. First, we apply centered hot plate method in steady state to determine thermal conductivity. The method is based on the temperature measurement at the center of heating element inserted between the sample and polyethylene found having 1 cm thickness and small conductivity. The unheated surface of sample is maintained at constant temperature, so the majority of the heat flux emitted by the heating element passes to the sample. At steady state, and by assuming one-dimensional heat conduction, we can write this equation. Allows us to determine the thermal conductivity of sample. So, the experiment method is repeated 3 times on the same sample. The average value of the thermal conductivity is retained, and the maximum errors caused by the experience uncertainties is about 1%. Now, we apply flash method to determine thermal diffusivity. Sample is crossed by heat flux emitted by flash lamp during short time, and the transient temperature rise on reached sample side is recorded. The thermal diffusivity of sample is obtained by solving the heat equation in Laplace space using the quadruple model. The numerical inversion of this expression carried out by the Hooke or Ganver-Steffes algorithm leads to the theoretical temperature. The Leavenworth-Marquardt algorithm is used for the estimation of these parameters by reducing the quadratic error between the experimental and the theoretical temperatures. The figure on the right represents experimental and simulated curves as well as the residues. The figure on the left shows the sensitivity analysis for all parameters that the red curve predicts that thermal diffusivity can be estimated accurately with this method because its sensitivity is highest and uncorrelated for all times. Thermal diffusivity values obtained from the flash method for 5 trials and the maximum deviation are reported in this table. Hot plate transient method allows measurement of effusivity and heat capacity. So, a plane heating element having the same section of sample is placed under the sample, and a thermocouple is stuck on the lower face of the heating element. Sample is placed between 2 extruded polystyrene blocks having 5 cm thickness and 2 aluminum blocks with 4 cm thickness. However, a heat flux step is sent into the heating element and the transient temperature is recorded. The theoretical model originates from the integral transform of the heat equation with the hypothesis that the heat transfer remains unidirectional at the center during the experiment. As results, thermal effusivity and heat capacity values obtained from the identification method for 5 trials are reported in this table. Tridimensional heat conduction model is solved using the control volume to determine the accuracy of measurements technique of the thermophysical properties. The heat transfer by conduction in the experimental figure is more or less tridimensional, especially after a long period of time, depending on the thermal diffusivity of the used material. The 3D model is based on the assumption that these horizontal surfaces are maintained at the uniform and constant temperature, and the vertical sides are in contact with ambient air with uniform surface heat transfer coefficient. In fact, we conduct some numerical 3D simulations in order to check the maximum time at which the heat conduction differs from the one assumption. Tridimensional simulation is used to estimate the validity limits of the 1D model by considering two values, 0 and 10, for convective heat transfer coefficients. The figure shows temperature rise at the center of heated side for convective heat transfer coefficients, 0 for 1D model and 10 for 3D model. Also, this figure enables us to define easily the maximal time that satisfies the hypothesis of the simplified 1D model. Hence, the measurements must be realized until this time. These two figures show 3D temperature maps at different times for heat transfer coefficients 0 1D and 10 3D. On the other hand, the figure shows that the temperature distribution is almost 1D at the beginning of the heating, but we notice a deviation from 1D solution as the heating time increases. The table shows comparisons between the measured thermal properties of the clay sample using calorimeter flash method, hot plate transit method, and hot plate steady state method. The differences are based on the HPT measurements assumed to be the best accurate method. The discrepancies linked to the measurement technique, which are within 3%. The use of construction materials with more favorable thermal properties greatly reduces the heat gain. For that, a great knowledge of the characteristic of the construction materials can be used and introduced by designers in the estimation of the thermal resistance of the wall construction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Now we have to go through the next presentation, which are dedicated to short presentation. And before that, I think it is time to discussion. Okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
I thought you suggested me to let the discussion to the end of the session.
No, only the 10 minutes the presentations. Now we have discussion.
Okay, so I have some questions for Professor Holland and also Professor Fabrizio. But please, it is already mentioned yesterday by Professor Fabrizio, just only use the Q&R for only questions, because I received a kind of people asking for internship or something like this for professors, you can even contact them directly. I guess if they have some opportunities, they will be happy to share this with you. So for Professor Olland, there is a question about the fiber orientation. Is fiber orientation important in the case of your study? If yes, has it been taken into account and how?
Well, good morning again. Thanks for the question. And if the interest is to work on the PhD with me, you may contact me directly, please. Please feel free to do this. About the question, I would say that for this case, the orientation was not important. As I understand, the experiments were done with small samples, and actually, it's a lumped model. So it's all surfaces of the samples, they are exposed to the same water activity. And what we are measuring, the moisture content, it's also global within the sample. And in fact, since the experiments, they were done with 5 different samples with different masses, and we don't see an effect. Okay, I'm not saying that the orientation of fibers would not be important for properties like the thermal conductivity or diffusivity, but for this experiment in special, they were not.
Okay, thank you. And there is also a question about the number of iteration, because you mentioned the time. There is, I will make, yes.
Okay, yeah, this algorithm, you have to turn the buttons, you have to tune the algorithm by doing numerical experiments, and that's what we did. So we now have experience with this algorithm by applying it for different applications, like even for hyperthermia treatment of cancer. So different applications, and usually around 20, like 30 populations or iterations are enough. But the success of the algorithm, it depends strongly on how you vary the tolerance for that distance function that is used to examine the convergence for each population. And this is also where it's kind of tricky, but you have to do some numerical experiments.
Okay, thank you. And last question is coming from me. So, is there any way to have a reduced model? Because if we want to couple it in a large scale, for example, is there any efforts made by you or your team to establish a reduced one faster to be coupled to a large scale, for example?
Yeah, actually, all those models, they are very simple because they are analytic expressions. They are algebraic expressions. But you're right. In this business, when you do inverse analysis within the Bayesian framework, especially when you try to do those stochastic simulation, to use those stochastic simulation algorithms, it's very important to use reduced models, because the computational time may be very large. And there are some very good approaches to consider not only the experimental errors in the calculations, in the solution of the inverse problem, but actually the total error. That accounts also for the modeling error. So you can have like a complete high fidelity model and propose a simple model, a low fidelity model, and you still take into account the errors between the models. And this low fidelity model, it's interesting because it can even be meta model. Like many people today use artificial intelligence tools, neural networks, this kind of stuff, POD to represent this low fidelity, this reduced model. But this still can be, the error between the models can still be taken into account in inverse analysis within the Bayesian framework. formally and very elegantly.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, please. I have a question for Prof. Orland. It is possible, please.
Yes, yes. You can just have to raise your hand, and then you can.
Okay.
You can. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Professor Mohamed Garoum from École Supérieure de Technologie du Salé. Hello to everybody, dear colleagues. My question is for all models presented by Professor Orland, some models with only 2 parameters. And I ask, it is possible to use only the classical methods like Bayes gradient methods algorithm to estimate the parameters in place of the Bayesian approach? Thank you.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Hello. Fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're right. No, any algorithm could be used. The idea behind this work was to simultaneously select the model and calibrate this model by estimating the parameters of the model. So you actually end up at the end, at the end of the day, you get the best model with the best parameters that represent the experimental data. That was the idea of this work. Okay. There are other techniques that do not require that may require more strict assumptions, like the analytic and likelihoods within the Bayesian framework. But we have been so successful in using this algorithm other times that we simply went ahead and applied this. I mean, this approximate Bayesian computation model. But you're right. For this measure of parameters of one single model, you could be using classical methods. There are only a few parameters.
I think there is a microphone who is still open, and we have a kind of surrounding discussion that is polluting this discussion. If you can turn off your, if you are not speaking, you have to turn off your microphone. Okay, there is. Thank you, Professor Orland. And
thank you.
For Professor Fabrizio, I have a question, because very interesting the question of zero energy building and the concept paradigm. And also the fact that you mentioned this solar decathlon competition is the real way to test and to assess in my idea, the performance. But I paid attention to the criteria you have, especially for humidity. You are still scoring 100 points, even if the humidity is less than certain amount. And I think if we have very dry environment, it's not comfortable. For temperature, you have a kind of triangle. But
you are completely right, Mohamed. These were the rules of solar decathlon, but you have to think of the fact that we were in summer in China with 34 degrees and 60 or 70% relative humidity outside. So the problem was dehumidify. So I think that they defined these penalty rules because of the problem is to dehumidify and not the vice versa. But you are completely right, for sure. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting, and I am still waiting for questions. There is one question for Professor Ibrahim Ben Hamou from Marrakesh. How you calculated the correlation of the measured temperature, slide 19, as the points on the graph are very dispersed. The question is how you calculated the correlation of the measured temperature in slide 19.
Okay, yes, of course. In this figure, I can see that the correlation coefficient is not very high. I don't remember the right number. It's around the maybe 0.7. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is at this depth, 1.6 meter, the temperature oscillation is still, it's not stable. Temperature is not stable. So there is some oscillation of temperature. This is why there is this dispersion. So when we represent, I haven't time to present all the results, but representing time variation of the underground temperature at this depth, 1.6 meter, and the temperature of the slab on ground surface, you can see that this is the best matching between these temperature. This is the best depth for this temperature matching.
Okay.
So that's why I concluded that the temperature of the slab grade of the monitored building is around the temperature of the ground at 1.6 meter. So building. So just to remind the motivation of this study, because in Morocco, in Marrakesh region, with hot climate, hot and continental climate, hot continental climate, the regulation, thermal regulation, imposes thermal insulation of the slab on grade, which is completely aberrant.
Yes,
so
yes,
study,
yes.
This,
I agree with you.
Study was to say that this is completely aberrant to impose this, even in Rashidia. It is imposed in Rashidia. It is not in Casablanca. It should be in Casablanca. It should be in Agadir. It should be in Tangier. But in Marrakesh region, in Rashidia region, in the desert region, no. In Ifran, yes. In Ifran, it should be. But in Marrakesh, in the hot climate, the ground is the friend of the building.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But insulating the floor in this region is not logical. So thank you very much for mentioning this. We are very, very tight in time. So I have one question which disappeared from Mrs. Larosi. It has been wait. This is one question for Professor Larosi. Which parameter should be considered to construct a heat material able to store the energy in order to use it in solar drying at right? So I think the question is, the person is wondering about the parameters.
I think that's the material having a great capacity, great value of capacity and energy.
D'accord, energy, so and capacity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it joins the same remark as Professor Ibrahim. Thank you very much, professors, for this very, very interesting
sorry, Mohammed. If we can have just one quick question.
Yes.
Professor Fabrizio.
You are very welcome. You are very welcome. You can go.
Yeah. Okay. This is a comment to Professor Fabrizio. I think the paradigm of net zero building, or even the zero building, or even positive energy building, is not really the best way to achieve the sustainability in buildings, because as you mentioned, in the solar decathlon competition, you can achieve a positive energy building, but your building is not sustainable at all, because you can use active systems to achieve this. You can use storage, you can use batteries, you can use a lot of non-sustainable elements to achieve this. So this is the first comment, and the second comment is about the comfort model. You know, when you do simulations, you use softwares, and these softwares, there is a comfort model. And in most of the software simulation for buildings, transit, or maybe in energy, I know transit. In transit, the comfort model is a deterministic one. it is a finger one, such as the finger. It is not really it is not really the best model to achieve sustainability. The adaptive model is most adapted to this. Thank you.
Well, I would say that there is still room to define a new objective function that is able to, express the degree of sustainability of your new design, in the sense that simulation-based objective methods can change the design variables. So we are waiting for someone who is doing also what you are going to propose for the sustainability, for the evaluation of the sustainability. Also because there are many international protocols on sustainability which are based on different quantitative, qualitative requirements. So the problem will be to implement them into a building optimization scheme. And the second one, I mean, in our case for Solar Decathlon, we decided to use let's say a Fanger model, since the building was there was a complete control of the HVAC also on the ventilation. But obviously, when there is no complete, fully mechanically control, the model of the adaptive comfort should be preferred and can be easily integrated into software tools. Now, also models that are able to model the behavior of users, in the sense how many times they do open the windows, etc., are connected to the building simulations. I'm thinking about the research of Mohammed, for example, no? And other researchers around the world. So it can not only be as deterministic as in some cases.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have to forget neither that this Solar Decathlon, it has its own standards and specifications. So we have also to meet them. Yes, this is when we are studying a completely controlled building and we have active systems. I think Fanger is the best one. But when we are in free cooling or natural ventilation, I think also that adaptive approach are suited. So thank you very much for this very interesting presentations and discussion. Now we'll go forward to the short presentations. I have the first one is I think I also have the control. I will say. Yes, so the first one is, I'm trying to, is about a study of SWH system, individual and collective configuration under ETC and FPC technologies, presented by Mr. or Mrs. Garab.
Please go to the next slide.
Yes, I am trying to click on the next slide, but it's not. Yes, yeah. Okay, so presented by Mrs. Fatima Zahra Gargab, then from Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah University, first from Morocco. So there is a kind of delay between my actions and what is happening on Zoom. Yeah. No. Okay. That's right, but I think we don't have the sound.
Present work is a study of solar water heater in Morocco. This work will organize as follows, presenting all objective simulation models and also
Okay, should be nice like this. We lose the presentation, so if you can just try again to, yes. Okay.
present work is a study of solar water heater in Morocco. This work will organize as follows, presenting all objective simulation models and also all results, technical, economic, and also the payback time. This study aims to compare different configuration, individual and collective, and also two technologies, the ETC and the FPC, under different payback systems such as gas and electric. Simulations were carried out for specific demand of 37.5 liters per person for a building of 16 apartments. We have here the simulation models for collective and individual systems. First, the energy demand was calculated for two cases. In general, the results are very satisfying and approximately similar for FPC and ATC, with small positive difference for ATC. These identical results, explained by the collector area difference, FPC, are slightly greater. Some temperature decreases are explained by the thermal losses in tank and piping, while important temperature in individual tanks explained by inertia effects heat stored since previous days. For two technologies, an analysis of the solar fraction and energies provided concludes that the ETC are more efficient on all Moroccan cold zones 4, 5, and 6. For zones 1 and 2 characterized by their moderate climates, we note that the two technologies are identical during the year, except winter, when ETC is the best. The energy savings calculation requires different hypotheses showed here. So here we have the calculation of conventional system annual energy. So from the graphic, we can note the influence of the system efficiencies and also the influence of the cold water temperatures on the energy demand. And here we have a total energy demand of the building using the electric water heater and the gas water heater. It found that the gas water heater systems increase the total consumption of the building. So the energy saving rate was calculated taking into account the electric water heater as conventional reference system, replaced by all studied system ATC and FPC with different backup system electric and gas. All choices can save about 50% of global energy as an average, but the evacuated tube collector using the electric backup is the best. So here we have the energy savings evaluation, but here using the gas water heater as a system of reference. So we have the same results approximately. The evacuated tube collector using the electric backup is the best, but the savings are more significant than the previous system studied. The economic savings were calculated in the real data. So solar water heater solutions, instead an electrical system for demand of hot water production as a reference, save between 46 and 75% of the energy bill. For the gas as a reference, and considering the subsidies of the gas applied by governments, the saving is modest, about 20% as an average. In contrast, without the governmental subsidies applied on gas, we can exceed 50% as an average on the energy bills for the both technologies. The solution is useless in terms of investment for gas system. If the gas prices are without subsidies, it will be highly attractive, while it's feasible in the case of conventional electric system. As a conclusion, we can say that all configurations are feasible in Morocco, replacing the electric conventional systems. But for gas, the subsidies block those solutions. The individual is better talking about the payback time with a small difference, but the collective still the best for a good energy management. The results are remarkable in the hot climate in Morocco, but still very good for all other conditions previously presented. The ETC is more efficient, but in favorable climates and hot climates, the two technologies present a good performances satisfying the needs.
Thank you very much, Fatima Zahra. And now we will go through the presentation of Mrs. Nisrin Lagmish from the University of Abdelmalek Saadi of Tangier in Morocco. And the topic is about numerical analysis to assess the indoor temperature distribution in large building by an integrated thermo-hydraulic zonal approach. And also thank you for the assistance for the
PhD student at the Faculty of Sciences and Techniques in Tangier, Morocco. What I'll be talking to you about is a numerical analysis to assess the indoor temperature distribution in large buildings by an integrated thermo-hydraulic zonal approach. So we are all aware that in the last decades, the population is becoming more and more demanding and aware of the need to ensure a comfortable living or working environment. In order
I think there is a sound problem, so the presentation. Yeah, if you can, yeah. Thank you very much for this assistance, yes.
to ensure this, the thermal study is no longer sufficient, either for engineering or for scientific research, which always aims to develop an explicit methodologies that can be used to approach the reality of the buildings without any experimentation. So the order of the presentation is as follows. First of all, I will be looking at the problematic and objectives. Then I will move on to methodology. Thirdly, I will discuss some of the obtained results. And finally, the conclusion. So the key issue of this study is the large buildings. According to Annex 26 of the International Energy Agency, it is considered large if one or more of the statements apply. For example, the occupied area should be small relative to the total value. In this kind of building, the notion of the indoor temperature variation within large buildings induces the notion of vertical stratification and/or horizontal temperature distribution. Therefore, in order to accurately calculate stratified air conditioning load, it is particularly important to predict indoor thermal environments. These later can be predicted by two approaches, CFD, numerical approach, and zonal models. However, the application of CFD models remains limited in the engineering domain because of its computational time. However, the zonal model is considered as an intermediate approach between single zone and CFD models because the zonal method requires fewer zone division than CFD approach and provides sufficiently detailed results. This work entitled Numerical Analysis to Assess the Indoor Temperature Distribution in Large Building by an Integrated Thermoaerotic Zonal Approach is developed to respond to all of these types of constraints. In particular, for example, to reduce the computational time for modeling the temperature distribution by CFD approaches. Now we pass to methodology. This research consists in performing thermoaerotic zonal model using a coupling of transits and quantum. As shown in this figure, the indoor space is decomposed into subzones accordingly to horizontal and vertical directions. For the horizontal subdivision, three kinds of subzones are existed: corner, middle, and center subzones. This figure shows the example of the center subzone. To apply this methodology, we have chosen a building with these dimensions, and it is located in a city that is characterized by a hot Mediterranean climate. Now we pass to results and discussions. So now we will present one of the results obtained in the vertical stratification. A comparative study was conducted to evaluate the effects of occupancy and on the vertical gradient of temperature. As a result, we evaluate the impact of occupancy rate on the vertical thermal stratification. As we can see in right figure that the increase in indoor temperature caused by the number of occupants induces a variation in the transition zone. This phenomenon can be explained by the stack effect. Total temperature distribution, a combination with natural light ventilation and international gains, has been evaluated. So a maximum difference temperature between the opposite subzones is about 3 degrees Celsius. It can be noted that the natural light ventilation is not sufficient to ensure acceptable indoor thermal conditions. To sum up what I've just said, that the advantages of the integrated thermoaerotic zonal model developed in this study are shown in this slide in 5 points.
Hello everyone, my name is Elias Abdounou, and today I'm very happy to present my project, Anti-Load Modeling and Control Framework for Energy Sharing and a Microgrid Solar Automata approach. So as you see in this picture, 110 trillion US dollar is the investment by 2050 to achieve energy transformation, namely in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Normally, two factors behind this transformation. The first one is the commitment of government to implement energy efficiency programs and repent of climatic change, and second one is drastic reduction of renewable energy costs. For example, between 2010 and 2019, solar photovoltaic fell 82%, and this normally motivates people to use renewable sources to produce their own electricity, and that's what we call consumers become prosumers. But still some problem related to exploitation of that at a small scale power generation. The first one is the intermittent nature of renewable generation, and second is limited participation of consumers in energy market. So the concept of peer-to-peer energy sharing can offer a possible solution of that problem. The idea is very simple, is to connect several households and then they can exchange energy between each other. Our objective is to give a modeling and control framework for managed supply and demand decision, but this time using solar automata approach. What is solar automata? Solar automata is a discrete system in which space, time, and state are discrete. They can be defined by the equation 2-1 plus boundary and initial condition. Finally, we can say that the solar automata is a mutual interaction between cells governed by simple local rules. That means we start from simple local rules and then we can model a complex and dynamic system. The question now is how we can implement or applicate a solar automata for energy management. Actually, this figure give an answer for that question. They present the proposed approach of energy management in a microgrid, and actually is divided in two parts. In the first one, we run the solar automata to define the sender and receive address, and also the value and the price of the transfer. And then we validate the transaction using blockchain technology. Now, let me describe the SOA model. The latest is the microgrid structure composed of households connected to each other via the grid or power interface. And the state corresponds to the energy state of household, and we have defined 5 states: demand satisfied plus demand satisfied minus surplus power deficit, and grid connection. So the statue of a cell at the moment T is written via this configuration, and we can say that the state of a cell is a combination of 3 parameters: the amount of energy generated by renewable way, the consumed by load and stored in the batteries. We can of course compute the 3 parameters using equation 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6. And to validate our model, we have used the collected data of Solar Decathlon Middle East 2019. This is the figure of the solar village of Solar Decathlon Middle East. And for simulation condition, we consider 15 houses is the houses participate in the competition. Time step 30 minutes for 1 day of simulation. That means 24 hours. Initial condition, we suppose that all the batteries are full charged in the beginning of simulation. And for state connotation, we consider this color to represent the state. And for the input of our model, we consider the PV production of each house, demand profile, the grid excess injection, and grid consumption. Okay, this is the simulation result, and we can say that it's divided into 3 parts. The first one is from iteration 0 to 18. Supply and demand is well balanced. There's no exchange of energy between neighborhood. It's normal because there is not any solar radiation. And the second part, from iteration 20 to 24, solar automata is in action. Neighborhood with excess energy automatically exchange the requested energy to balance the energy flow. And the last part is from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Energy exchange is stopped at 7 p.m. due to the lack of solar radiation. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdenour Elias from the University of Abengoa CSP of Tangier. Sorry, I have my microphone which was off, and I didn't have time to. I didn't pay attention that it was off, so I introduced Mr. Abdenour. So he's from Tangier, and as you remarked, he talked about modeling and control framework for energy sharing in microgrid cellular automata approach. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have to move forward for Khalifa Salhi from Algeria. And the topic Mr. Khalifa's topic is numerical evaluation of a heat pump with coaxial heat exchanger for cooling and heating of an office building in the Algerian climates. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Saleh Khalifa, researcher in Renewable Energy Center, Algiers, Algeria. I want to participate in IRSEC 2020 by this article intitulated Numerical Evolution of a Heat Pump with Coaxial Heat Exchanger for Cooling and Heating of an Office Building. This article is a part of the National Renewable Energy Program in Algeria. This program aims to reduce fossil energy consumption by 30% up to the year 2030, broken down by sectors as follows. The Renewable Energy Center in Algeria tries to share in this goal. The Solar and Geothermal Energy Division is responsible of this part of the she proposed a project in Renewable Energy Development Center in the Ben Aknoun city. This project is a heat pump coupled by office building and coaxial heat exchanger. The main objective of the project is to analyze the performance of coaxial heat exchanger at a depth between 15 and 30 meters for soil condition and the Algerian climate. Firstly, calculation of the soil temperature as a function of the depth in Algeria. Mathematical models of different designs of coaxial heat exchanger for geothermal heat pump. Performance analysis of a coaxial heat exchanger with different configurations and comparison with conventional heat. Coaxial heat exchanger model's design is presented in Figure 1. An inner pipe is placed inside a large outer pipe forming an annular cross-section between them. Grout and groundwater fills the space between the outer pipe and the borehole walls. Circulating fluid can enter the heat exchanger through the inner pipe or annulars and flow downward. The fluid travels upward through the outer results and discussion. The building's air conditioning needs were calculated using the Energy Plus program. Figure 2 shows the monthly average air conditioning load. It should be noted that the cooling season runs from May to September. As we have seen, the cooling energy needs reach their maximum in July. After a one-dimensional modeling with MATLAB, the best results are as in the table 1. The results are for the whole heat exchanger. The figure presents the temperature distribution along the inner and outer tube in the coaxial heat exchanger. The temperature of the water increases with depth along the ring gradually at the beginning and quickly after. Before peaking at the bottom of the wall, the maximum bottom water temperature decreases from 37 to 14 during the 1 year's simulation. The water in the production tube, after being heated in the ring, consequently loses heat to the water injected in the ring. The temperature of the produced water decreases from 35 to 31 during the simulation. Figure 4 shows the estimated daily performance of the system during of July and to August. The COP results obtained show a rather stable performance of the operation of the system, and the COP of the heat pump was relatively higher than the whole system. The system COP values have also changed dramatically over time. Such fluctuation can be caused by the high energy demand of building in timely manner. The important results are presented in the discussion. The project is under construction and next year there will be experimental results. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalifa, for this presentation. And now the next presenter is Said Ali Farhatia from University of Msila, Algeria. And the topic is DC microgrid energy management system for commercial building comparative studies. The floor is yours.
The presentation of our research entitled Energy Management System for Commercial Buildings. This research is realized by Farhatia Ali from University of Msila, Algeria, and the research team from University of Nantes, France. This research firstly presents the problematic of the proposed topic, then a discussion of the building power system architecture is realized. Then we will see the studied energy management systems after the construction of the models under MATLAB. Simulink a simulation is carried out and the results are discussed. This paper ends with a conclusion. As it's known, the buildings are consuming a very significant amount of energy from the distribution grid. This imposes a technical and economical challenges concerning the reliability of the grid and the price of electricity. To meet with these challenges, a local renewable energy source such as solar photovoltaic array, a backup system including fuel cell and a battery are proposed. This power grid is composed of photovoltaic array, solid oxide fuel cell system, a battery bank, and the main grid connection system. However, the interaction between these sources may occur several challenges. For this reason, the energy management system has been designed to meet the following objectives. First, satisfy the load using the local produced energy, including the photovoltaic energy or the fuel cell energy. Then, reduce the fuel consumption and the operating cost as possible. Restrict the power source degradation, especially the fuel cell, which is very sensible to the fluctuation in the power. And last, ensure the stability requirement for the system. In the literature, mainly there is two major categories of energy management systems. The first are rule-based energy management system, and the other is the optimization-based energy management systems. The most used for energy management strategies are the fuzzy approach, the equivalent consumption minimization strategy, and the external energy maximization strategy. These three strategies are used as a comparative study in this study. Concerning the fuzzy approach, as you know, fuzzy logic controller is used where the inputs are the net power, P loads, mine PPV, and the other input is the state of charge of the battery. The output is the power reference of the fuel cell. And the strategy is the equivalent consumption minimization strategy. The goal of this strategy is to minimize the overall consumption of the fuel by minimizing the fuel cell consumption and the battery equivalent consumption. This objective function is submitted to some constraints such as the state of charge and the fuel cell power. This system will generate the fuel cell power reference, and the DC bus voltage is stabilized using the battery power as shown in this figure. The last strategy in this study is the external energy maximization strategy, which aims to maximize the given objective function. This objective function is related to the battery power and the DC bus capacitive power. By maximizing its power, the overall consumption by the fuel cell will be reduced. This objective function is also submitted to some constraints. The overall control scheme is proposed in this figure, where always the DC bus voltage is regulated by the battery power. Mainly, this grid is operating in off-grid mode. However, if the battery state of charge is upper than maximum level or lower than its minimum level, the grid will turn it on grid mode, and the battery will exchange its power with the main grid depending on its state of charge to prevent it from the deep discharge or the overcharge. As depicted in these results, the battery will share much power using the fuzzy logic control over the other techniques. However, in the total cost operating, the external energy maximization strategy provides better performance. Regarding to the lifespan of the battery, the external energy operates the battery in its allowable range better than the other techniques. Second scenario, no fluctuations in the output PV power and the battery, we will see it in first of the day charging, and the second part will discharge depending on the net power required by the load. As shown in this results, the same performance is given as the first scenario, where the optimal choice is always given by the external energy maximization strategy. As a conclusion, the external energy maximization strategy can provide the best performance comparing to the other studied strategies. However, the obtained performance by the fuzzy logic controller can be improved by optimizing its scaling factors or its membership functions. This can be done in our future works.
Thank you very much, Said Ali, for this presentation. So we have to go forward for the second, which is from Mr. Abdel Ali Rahmouni from the Faculty of Science of Dar al-Mahraz, University Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah from Fez, and the topic is microstructural characterization of calcareonite stone by thermal conductivity scanning. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, my work is focused on microstructural characterization of calcareonite stones by thermal conductivity scanning. In this presentation, I will start with an introduction. Subsequently, I will talk about the materials and methods, then the results of my work, finally a conclusion. Many materials, natural and artificial, are heterogeneous and porous, saturated or unsaturated with fluids. The study of thermal behavior of these materials is fundamental for many applications such as civil engineering, geophysics, and historical monuments. The objective of this work, measurement of thermal property using TCS, characterize the porous network, porosity, heterogeneity, and anisotropy of calcareonite stones. The materials studied in this work are calcareonite stones used in construction of historical monument of Morocco. The calcareonite stone is sedimentary rock. It is characterized by high and variable porosity, and chemical composition is very rich in calcium carbonate. Measurement of thermal conductivity are performed on 6 samples in direction X, Y, and Z. The measuring process is based on the optical scanning method developed by Yuri Popov. It is characterized by non-descriptive measurement of thermal properties. We impose a unidirectional heat flow on the sample and measure the temperature difference across the sample. The thermal conductivity of the sample is calculated by this equation. The variation of thermal conductivity as a function of position is shown for our calcareonite sample in dry and saturated states. In dry states, the thermal conductivity is strong along the anisotropic planes X and Y direction. It is weak in the perpendicular direction Z. In saturated states, the thermal conductivity is greater along the perpendicular direction. Charlie and Rebash propose an estimate of porosity using this equation. The variation of porosity from this equation is shown in this figure. The porosity is greater in perpendicular direction, which shows low thermal conductivity in dry states and high thermal conductivity in saturated states. Conclusion. The thermal conductivity scanning analysis allows definition of relationships between porosity and thermal conductivity at the millimeter scale. Measurement of thermal conductivity allow access to the porosity on one side of calcareous stone. The calcareous stone is characterized by a strongly heterogeneous structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And the next presentation also comes from the same department as previous. The presenter is Mohammed Ali Haj Ammar from Algeria, and from the Hamma Al-Khadar University. The topic is numerical study of solar cooling system with novel activated carbon methanol pair. Floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Ali, University of Al-Wad, Algeria. The presentation today in International Conference on Renewable Energy under topic numerical study of solar cooling system with a novel activated carbon methanol pair. Our work presented the performance and absorption cooling system driven by solar energy, so you have a study according to the following problem. The consumption of electrical energy has increased in recent years, especially in Sahara region for cooling production. As well, the use of CFC and HCFC in cooling systems has become air pollution. Therefore, using renewable energy has become a hot topic. So, the present work introduces a study of solar absorption cooling system. A question: what is solar absorption cooling system? As illustrated in the figure, the system uses a pair of activated carbon methanol integrated in solar collector, in which the generation of the methanol during the daytime in the solar collector and its production during the night. So the aim of the study is this: to find according to the operating condition the suitable working pair for best system performance. In the following, the system thermodynamic modeling is based on the Benau-Strakov state equation, isosteric heat, input heat, cooling production. And to evaluate the performance of the system, two parameters were selected: the system COP, which is calculated, and daily S production is given in kilogram. As illustrated in the table, the proposed thermodynamic model of the system has been validated. Accordingly, it is found that the system performance of 0.68 and a total daily S production is 1116 kilogram. As well, the advantages of the system compared to no solar cooling system are the electrical daily saving and avoiding CO2 emission. Moreover, the illustrated in the figure and table, the activated carbon based on stone coal should be chosen rather than another activated carbon tubes for system performance. From the simulation result of the system, it was a conclusion that the optimal performance equal to 0.73 with a total daily S production of 3065 kg using the activated carbon based on stone coal associated with methanol as the refrigerant. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we'll go through the last presentation given by Mr. Hamadou Diop from Thiès University of Senegal. And the topic is the use of soil TIFA materials to So sorry for this inconvenience. So it's technology. The topic I said is the use of soil TIFA materials to enhance local material and improve the energy efficiency of building in tropical area. Thank you, Mr. Hamadou, for mentioning the presentation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name is Ahmadou Diop, and I am a PhD student in Laboratory of Materials and Energetics in University Institute of Technology in Thiès, Senegal. Today, I want to go to share with you my work titled use of soil TIFA materials to enhance local materials and to improve the energy efficiency in buildings in tropical area. And by doing this work, I want to share with you the following content. I will start with an introduction, and I will talk about the material and method that I have used for characterization. And I will talk about how do I have to make formulation of the samples, and after the result and discussion. To remember you, Diamniadio is a town located in about 35 kilometers from Senegal's capital. And this town is taken right now to be the new town of Senegal because it has as objective to decongest Senegal's capital. But the main problem of this region is its soil is very rich in clay. And the other problem is we have found in Senegal a vegetable called Tifa australis. And this vegetable has some thermal properties, which is very important, as you can see in figure 2. And in figure 1, you can see the soil collected from Diamniadio. And the following pictures show you the area occupied by the Tifa australis in Senegal. As you can see, all green colors shows you that the area where we can find the Tifa australis. So it is very present in north of Senegal than the rest of the country. That's the reason why also right now Senegalese government and Mauritania government have working to a same plan for finding solution to fight against the proliferation of these plants. And as you can see always here in this photo, to show how does the Tifa is growing in area where people are practicing rice culture. And this is very dangerous for this population because right now they are going to lose their lands. And for doing this job, I have used many types of materials as Casagrande apparatus to have an idea about the index of plasticity and the sieve particle analysis and the press and asymmetrical hot plant, as you can see here in this photo. And for the formulation, I have made two types of formulation. The first one is parallelepiped samples for characterization of thermal properties, and the cylindrical samples for mechanical characterization. And the proportion that I have used for its formulation is also described in this paragraph. And I have used the three materials. The first formulation is only built by Tifa and by only soil of Diamniadio and water as a reference formulation to have an idea about all properties, thermal properties and mechanical properties of the soil alone. And the second and the third formulation are built by using Tifa australis, soil of Diamniadio and water with a right proportion, as you can see in the paragraph. And after this formulation, I have found the following result. The first one is the shrinkage rate. As you can see here, for soil of Diamniadio alone, you can see about 29.19%, but it is decreasing when we add again Tifa australis. And the attributable limit also is shown by this curve, and it is equal to 20.47. That means the soil of Diamniadio is plastic. And as a result is the density of the composite materials. For Tifa, for soil alone, we can see the density is very high. And if we add Tifa australis, the density is also decreasing. And also this same phenomenon is seen for thermal conductivities. When we add again Tifa australis, the thermal conductivity also will be decreased. And here, for example, we have represent a curve talking about the superposition of thermal and mechanical resistance. As you can see also, the thermal resistance is going to be increased when we add again Tifa, but the mechanical resistance is going to be decreased. So we have to find an equilibrium between thermal resistance and mechanical resistance for building materials with a high property of energy efficiency. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all that I have to share with you for this presentation. And if you have any question, you can contact me directly. It was very, very a good project for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for this presentation, and thanks all the participants to this workshop. Very nice presentation and keynotes. In Q&R section, I have for the moment only one question dedicated to Mr. Khalifa Saleh from Algeria. And Mr. Rosha asked if you can answer. He would like to ask what was the refrigerant considered in your study. You can give the. If you can give the floor to Mr. Khalifa to answer the question.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yes, the refrigerant in this system is the water,
okay.
And the refrigerant is in the heat pump is the R4010A.
Okay.
In the heat pump.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much for answering this section. Is there any other question from the attendee or who would like to ask our presenters any other question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. In fact, I have. These are not questions. These are comments on the papers ID 453 and 455. For the first comment on the presentation given by Mrs. Gergeb from FES, I think comparing solar water heater to electric water heater, of course, solar water heater is competitive. But in Morocco, this is not the most used system to heat water. The most used system is gas. The most used fuel is gas to heat water in homes, in houses. So from an economic point of view, comparing solar water heater to a gas water heater, the first one is not competitive. Yes. The solar water is not competitive at all. Even if we don't take into account the government subsidies, it's not at all. So the solution is that the government have to subsidize such solar water heater because this system prevents importing gas from abroad.
I think Mrs. Fatim Zahra is raising her hand, and probably she can clarify the context and why she used this configuration.
Yes, first, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. So first of all, I want to add that this study is in the context of national projects, which is Shamsi projects, is a collaboration between l'IRSEC and University Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah. The goal is to have national products, solar water heater made in Morocco. So for that, we carried out a lot of studies which are strategical and also the technical study based on research and science. So this study is in the context of strategical studies. So in my study, I take into account the several scenarios that exist. So now we have the electric and we have the gas. I treated in my study the two scenarios. When we have the gas and when we have the electric and the benefit that can bring.
Yes. No, you can go ahead. It's just someone who was speaking without.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
So I said that we tried to study all scenarios and all cases that exist now. So we have the electric and we have the gas and the benefit that can bring. We did a lot of other studies, such as the generalization of solar water heater in Morocco. And when we talk about generalization, we talk about replacing all systems that exist, and we talk about electric also. So in the two cases, we have benefits, and we studied all technical, economic, and also the payback time of all figures that exist to have a complete study. Thank you.
Thank you for answering this question. Thank you very much. Any other questions from? Yeah, you can. Yeah, yes, you can.
Can I go ahead for the second comment? Just a suggestion for this, for Mrs. Gergab. I think that you should perform an economic study taking into account the price of the gas as it is imported from abroad. You should have this. You should include this in your study to perform a global economic study to show to the government that if the government did not subsidize the solar water heater at any scale, it will not work at all. Okay, for the second comment on the paper ID 455 by Mrs. Mr. Elias from Tangier. I think the project that is proposing is very interesting, but exchanging energy, electric energy between houses in the Moroccan context, it is not a realistic project at all. Because indeed, in the frame of the renewable energy law, it was amended in 2016. When you put energy, net energy in the grid, the producer is not selling energy to the utility. You can get back this energy, but if you don't get back it yourself, it is lost. It is lost. Yeah. Yes. And you cannot sell it for another house.
But I think, Mr. Mhamou, they are performing some researches independently on the current constraints. So it could be very interesting. I will give first the floor to Mr. Elias Abdenour to react, and then I will answer. You can answer, Mr. Mhamou. Go ahead, Mr. Abdenour. Yes. You have the. We can't hear you. Mr. Abdenour Elias, you rise. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Talk. Yeah, you can talk. Yeah.
Maybe he has a problem with his mic.
Yes, I think.
Despite the fact that that he is turned on.
So I can continue my my idea. Yes, I agree with you, Professor Mhamou, that it's not feasible for the moment to sell the energy, and if you produce more than you need, it is loss, and sometimes it's more expensive to store it and to reuse it. But I think in this kind of research, they are futurist research, and they can be, in my idea, very, very useful if the regulation standard and the context and the Moroccan context change in the future. So this is why it's a kind of research, in my idea, very interesting. If we change the paradigm, the Moroccan paradigm. So let's say if the near future, the situation changed, I think this study will be very, very interesting in Morocco. Of course, at the moment there is some regulation constraints. You can speak, Mr. Abdenour. Yeah, you have the floor. Mr. Al-Hibawi, if you can give him the control, or I think he raised his hand, but we can't hear him. Has some microphone problems, I guess. Anyway, you can write in the discussion your idea, Mr. Abdenour, so that I can we can see it. Yeah, this is the big problem of some studies, because we always think that they are not adapted. Yeah.
Sorry, just an additional comment. There is an ongoing modification of the regulation
Yes.
for renewables in Morocco. And the ongoing modification is the net metering. There is no, you cannot sold electric energy, but you can store it.
You can store it, and it's very expensive to be stored. But my idea is that this kind of studies could really reorient the regulation. If we are
I agree.
really, we can use the rather than be completely barriered or stopped by the regulation. I think that this study could be used and analyzed by the stakeholders in order to reorient the regulation and give this opportunity. I agree with you. It's a kind of it's at this moment I agree with you, but it's very interesting if the next regulations, because storing energy is really very expensive. Otherwise, we can also use some DC equipments in building, directly use the DC heat pumps and other equipments in the buildings. Unfortunately, Mr. Abdul, we can't hear you. If you can try again, because you deserve to react. You can talk. I say that your microphone is on, but we can't hear you. Anyway, there is a technical problem.
Yes. Can I have another question for the last presenter? The last presenter, Mr. Ahmadou Diop. Just a clarification about the component of the bricks. There is soil and there is these fibers, and there should be something other to stabilize the blocks. What is used to stabilize the block?
Thank you. Do you have me?
Yes, right, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think the problem is in Senegal, in this area, we found some materials which are rich in clay. And the problem of this clay is that they are very unstable. That is the reason why we combine the clay with the Tifa australis and also the water with a right proportion, in massive proportion. And after the stabilization will be given by the presence of Tifa, because in Tifa is the vegetables which we have found some fiber, and the fibers are able to increase the stability of the material that we'll have at last. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, thank you very much. It's clear.
Thank you.
Okay. So you have also the floor for you, Mr. Benhamo, if you have additional questions and other even we can give some time for other presenters if they need to add something for their presentations, some words, or to ask other presenters.
We can give the floor to attendees if they need to ask questions or live questions.
Yes, if you have some questions for the attendees, I'm still.
Please raise your hand.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, yeah.
Hello? Sorry, just one additional comment. On, I don't know if Professor Fabrizio is still here.
I think he is Fabrizio. Fabrizio, no, but if you want, you can.
Okay, just that because in his presentation, talking about zero energy building, he talked about super insulation.
Yes.
I'm not sure that super insulation is the let's say the unique way to achieve zero energy building. In some climates, super insulation may lead to an additional consumption, an additional load, such as in Morocco. Most areas in Morocco are hot climates. So when you use super insulation, when you insulate, especially the walls, and these this is not just these are my affirmation is based on our research since 2012 in most of the Moroccan climate, except for Ifran, which is a cold climate. When you use, and maybe in Tangier, Tangier also, it's somewhat cold. When you use super insulation, you get overheating.
Yes, I agree with you, but
and nowadays, even in Europe, you have for overheating problem with the climate change.
Exactly.
So I think thermal inertia may be used in this case instead of insulation. Thermal inertia may stabilize high mass walls, may stabilize the indoor temperature.
Yeah, you're right, because in hot and mid climates, super insulation is very, let's say, dangerous, but could be interesting in very cold climates like Scandinavian and other cold climates could be interesting. It's like triple glazing or something like this for insulation. You're right, but under Moroccan or Mediterranean, let's say, climates, super insulation, in my idea, also is not very very needed, and it could be even harmful for the performance of building, because as you mentioned, it can lead to summer incomfort, overheating, and so on. I have a remark. It's fundamentally necessary to have methodology and techniques to offer as alternative, both traditional and modern, and especially local solution. You are talking about which presentation, Mrs. Raja Al-Khmeri? You can have can raise your hand, and then you can develop your idea. Yeah, you can speak. Can you please give the floor to Mrs. Raja Al-Khmeri? She raised her hand.
She has the floor.
Yeah, but you can activate your microphone. Please activate your microphone. Activate your microphone. It's off. Your microphone for the moment is off.
Thank you. I said about the main of presentation of this afternoon. We encourage students to have many ideas and to have a likely bibliothèque, you know, as a solution for every situations. Not only in Fez or in Tangier. You know, you can modify conditions and apply your solution for another town in other countries. So it means you know, in globality, you know, that was my comment for
Yes,
this
yes,
presentation.
I can understand your comments. So we shouldn't focus only on one city or one climate. We should to keep
because he thought about phase.
Yes.
Ifren, he described about stones, but if you have some ideas, some studies, it will be made like art
Yes.
for progressing, you know.
Yes. I agree with you. So yeah, I am also very convinced that every solution, every technology, or every technique should be discussed and studied under several climates and location, not only focus on one or two. But I think it's just an example. So if you have a technique or a solution or a contribution, it should be discussed under several climates to see if it is adapted or no. And completely agree with you. Yes. So, any other question or remark? And I noticed that this workshop is very wide, and there is a lot of techniques, envelope characterizations, systems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Melkivi, and thank you very much for all participants.
Thank you again for this workshop, which is very. I think I suggest that all the participants continue discussing and innovating after this workshop. And the workshop here, the idea is to launch a kind of discussion and to gather people and to make connection. And then you can, I think that all the presenters have left their contacts, and you can directly contact them. And thank you also for all the conferencier and the attendee for animating and enriching this workshop. Thank you also, Mr. Youssef, for organizing, and also for the assistance. And
thank you.
Without the assistance, this workshop normally will not be well held. It's a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Melkivi, and see you soon.
I will let you end the workshop. Thank you very much.
Now we switch to the next workshop. Is the second part of workshop 1, shared by Dr. Amin Khalil. Dr. Amin Khalil, you are there? You are there?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I think we have 5 minutes before we start, but I can see that Theo is here. So we'll give him an extra 5 minutes. I know he has an extensive review of all the sodium activity. So first, again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you again to the second day of the Lithium-ion and Beyond workshop. We have an outstanding session yesterday with a very animated discussion, and I'm hoping that this session will be as good or better. So I'm looking for your participation and support. So to start, I would like to introduce the first keynote speaker, my friend and colleague, Tefelio Rojo, Professor Rojo. He's a professor at the University of the Basque Country. He has been a scientific director of CIC until recently. He authored an impressive 560 papers and 14 books. He's also the chairman of the solid state chemistry group of the Spanish Royal Society of Chemistry. That's basically, he's a member of the Academy of Spanish Society, and also a member of the European Academy of Science. And he will be talking about progress on sodium-ion battery research and commercialization overlook. Very interesting topic. Theo, I'm going to stop sharing and you can go ahead.
What is happening?
You just share your screen.
You
Go
can
down.
see the screen?
No. Okay, now we can see it. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay. It's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Khalil Amin and the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this interesting conference. The title of my talk today is Progress on Sodium-ion Batteries, Research and Commercial Overloops. After a short introduction, I am going to speak about retrospectives and advances in anodes, cathodes, electrolytes, and industrial developments to finish my presentation with summary and conclusions. Sodium-ion battery is a nascent technology. There are currently significant developments, rapid advances, and discoveries. There is already commercialization of first-generation systems. Regarding the publication and patents, an exponential increase appears in the last 10 years. There are some advantages and disadvantages. Basically, electrochemical performance, low gravimetric and volumetric energy, difficulty in achieving broader voltage window, and difficulties with utilizing graphite. Regarding the technological evolution of sodium-ion batteries, in the 1970s, sodium metal oxides cathodes were analyzed. In the 1980s, high-temperature sodium batteries were developed with applications in electrical mobility and grid storage. In the 1990s, development of several cells with applications in grid storage. From 2000 to 2010, the research was focused basically on lithium-ion batteries. But the discovery of hard carbon as sodium in sodium-ion batteries were developed in this spot. And finally, in the last 10 years, a revival of sodium-ion battery research with application in first startups in mobility and grid storage. Regarding anodes, there are...
Normalement, si vous écrivez quelque chose de comme c'était,
Sorry.
quand tu faisais les présentations, c'est seulement fait pour chaque présentation une question minimum.
This is, okay, I continue. Regarding the anode materials, we can divide it into two groups. With energy density of approximately 250 watts/kilogram, organic electrodes and oxide materials, and with energy density higher than 300 watts/kilogram, alloys and carbons. There are different families of anodes, carbon derivatives, titanides, alloys, polyship bases, carbodiimides, organic materials in general. Considering those families with high energy density, alloys exhibit some drawbacks like high volumetric exchange, irreversibility, low first cycle Coulombic efficiency, and electrolyte degradation. So, considering the advantages of carbon derivatives, we are focused on presentation in the commercialization of materials. So we are analyze briefly the carbon derivatives. Regarding the capacity versus average voltage, we can see that at high average voltage, the graphene derivatives exhibit a higher energy density. On the contrary, a low average voltage, hard carbon with like black cycle exhibit a higher capacity. It was mentioning the high carbon prepared by Professor Komawa with 580 milliamperes per gram. The big drawback of these materials is the poor phase cycle Coulombic efficiency. In the case of some carbons, they exhibit energy densities similar to the best graphenes. There are some strategies for improved performance. One of them is the precise control of conditions, the synthesis conditions, and the choice of precursors, organic, polymeric, or biomass, in order to get soft carbon or hard carbon. Also, the precise control of product, the structure, particle size, morphology, and also we can improve the capacity by tailoring some phosphor and sulfur doping materials. Regarding cathodes, there are 5 families that we can classify as sodium hydroxide, polyanionic materials, Prussian blue analogous, conversion cathodes, and organic cathodes. The best materials for commercialization are the sodium hydroxide, polyanionic materials, and Prussian blue that we have discussed briefly. In cathodes, we are going to start with the sodium hydroxides. The sodium hydroxides are different structural classification. The most important are P2 and O3 types. In the case of 3 types, they have fully sodiated phase, sodium content, high sodium content, 1 sodium crystallographic independent, and the average oxidation state for transition metal is 3. For example, in the case of the manganese 3 with a Jantler effect, giving rise to multiple step cycling performance. On the contrary, in the case of P2, the average oxidation state for transition metal is 3 and 4, and the manganese 4 is not Jantler active, so these materials exhibit good structural stability with high diffusion coefficient and 2 sodium crystallographically independent. The main drawback is the low sodium content in these materials that can be overcome by using sacrificial salts. Also, it's important in this case the use of doping to control the effect on the stability of host structure. We have analyzed the manganese 80% and iron 20% with some substitution of the titanium 10% and 20%. If we analyze the electrochemical behavior of this system, we can see that in the manganese iron without titanium, we have very good capacity, but moderate stability. In the case of 10% of titanium, we have good capacity retention. And for 20% of titanium, we have low capacity values, but excellent stability. So the percentage of the substitution is really important. So we can analyze some strategies to follow the best electrochemical behavior for all materials, that this electrochemical performance depends on multiple parameters. The P2 phases offers good performance and small cars. It's important to have high manganese content with manganese oxidation state 4 in order to avoid the Jantler effect, with small substitution of, for example, doping with inactive metals, we can improve the stability. With copper, we can improve the energy density. In nickel, the average voltage, and the zinc, we can improve the performance. So, with a small doping substitution of carefully selected element for optimizing the stoichiometries, we can improve significantly the electrochemical behavior of these layer oxides. One important point is the anionic redox reaction that can give rise in some cases in discussion, because there are some alkali-rich transition metal oxides that exhibit anomalous stress capacity. For example, the P2 type sodium magnesium manganese oxide was prepared by Komawa. They exhibit large large capacity of 220 milliamperes per gram, not explained by manganese 3, manganese 4 redox reaction. This was explained 5 years later by Professor Blue, saying that a reversible OCM redox process. Professor Rond also prepared the P2 type sodium lithium manganese oxide, and with a decrease in the capacity of about 200 milliamperes per gram when reducing voltage window. In the first charge is attributed to the anionic redox reaction because there is not a reaction because manganese is inactive. In the case of this charge, both anionic redox reaction and manganese 4 manganese 3 redox activity appear. Recently, Professor Bruce's group prepared these two family of materials, sodium, lithium, manganese, with a small difference in the amount of lithium and manganese in both cases, but the structure is completely different. In one case, we have honeycomb superstructure, and the other one ribbon superstructure. In the honeycomb superstructure, there is a formation of molecular oxygen with migration and transition metal layers, the manganese cations. In the case of the ribbon superstructure, neither oxygen formation of manganese migration occurs. This electrochemical behavior was explained with Professor Bruce for the presence of anionic redox reaction. However, this interpretation is a radical departure from a materials chemistry point of view. So there is some significant controversy regarding this interpretation. This way, Professor van der Werf published recently an article related to lithium-rich manganese-positive materials, and he found different manganese oxidation process from manganese 4 to manganese 7, migration of this cation from octahedral to tetrahedral sites, formation of peroxide ion strapped to molecular oxygen, and formation of manganese 7 followed by spontaneous dimerization oxygen and the composition of cathode material. So, a detailed experimental study should be carried out in these systems in order to shed further light on this topic, on this interesting topic. Other family of cathodes is the polyanionic cathodes. It's a great range of choices. They exhibit higher redox potential than oxide. They are robust framework. They have robust framework and high thermal stability and safety. There are some limitations, for example, in the case sodium pyrophosphate with low operative voltage and the sodium ion sulfate with a strongly hygroscopic character. The best materials for polyanionic cathodes are the fluorophosphate and phosphate. The fluorophosphate exhibit a specific capacity, higher, quite similar to the theoretical one, with two plateaus, a 3.3 voltage plateaus, a 3.6 and 4.1 volts, with high energy density and excellent cyclability. But if we modified the synthesis of this material, for example, using sorbothermal route, that no further carbon coating is needed, we can arrive to get good stellene capacity, quite similar to the theoretical one, and a low C rate, and also a high C rate, a 2C, for example, 100 milliamperes per gram, with 80% of capacity retention after 1,200 cycles. Also, the NACICO, vanadium phosphate, sodium vanadium phosphate, this material operates at 3.4 and 1.5 volts, can be acted as anode and cathode in asymmetrical cells. The experimental capacity is quite similar to the theoretical one, a low C rate, but also a high C rate. They have good capacity and extraordinary cycle life up to 10,000 cycles and 100 C. The Prussian blue, analogous. These materials exhibit a wide range of operation voltages, high reversible capacities, high energy densities, low temperature of synthesis, with some drawbacks like high amounts of conductivity, carbon is needed, low volumetric capacity, and also low Coulomb's efficiency. These materials for Prussian blue are those related to the iron and manganese. The iron with good reversible capacity and excellent cyclability, and manganese with good reversible capacity, excellent reversible capacity, and good cyclability. So these manganese and iron, Prussian blue, are excellent compounds for electrochemical behavior, considering that the manganese and iron are cheap and not toxic. An overview of the cathode materials is represented here in the figure. We can see layer oxides, green color, present highest theoretical specific capacities. The polyanionic materials, red colors, exhibit experimental capacities very close to the theoretical values. And the blue, the Prussian blue analogous in the blue color, they have greater variability and theoretical experimental specific capacity values. In the case of the electrolytes require some conditions, for example, good electrochemical and thermal stability, good transport properties, compatibility, and low toxicity and cost. The most important electron systems are aqueous liquid electrolytes, non-aqueous liquid electrolytes, organic and ionic, solid state electrolytes, solid polymer electrolytes, inorganic solid electrolytes, and composite. We represent here the conductivity, the ionic conductivity of the most important materials in electrolyte materials. Sodium electrolytes exhibit are less toxic and safer than the analogues of lithium. We are going to analyze briefly the liquid electrolytes. In the liquid electrolytes, we have carbonate ester-based electrolytes. They have created a protective cell. The use of additives such as fluoroethylene carbonate favors the formation of very thin films that protect the negative electrons. In the case of ether-based electrolytes, allow the sodium solvent co-intercalation in graphite electrodes, building stable cells. These materials, the SEI in ether-based electrolytes, are more compact, highly stable, and thinner than the carbonate ester-based electrolytes, which can significantly decrease the diffusion length on sodium ions and prevent the extra decomposition of the electrolyte. We have analyzed also the effect of the electrolyte comparing the organic electrolyte with ionic liquid. We have used the sodium, manganese, iron, titanium 10%, using as organic electrolyte is the blue color and the ionic liquid, the green color. We can see here that at low C rates, the specific capacity of the organic electrolyte is higher than in the case of the ionic liquid. But the capacity retention, on the contrary, is better in the case of the ionic liquid than in the organic electrolyte. At high C rates, both the specific capacity and the capacity retention are higher than in the organic electrolytes. So we can conclude that the ionic liquid electrolytes can be postulated as next generation of sodium-based electrolytes, but considering that the cost and ionic conductivity at low temperature should be improved. Regarding solid electrolytes avoid or diminish the safety problems. They have high thermal stability, wide electrochemical stability window, excellent mechanical properties, but the main drawback is the low ionic conductivity at room temperature. solid electrolytes we can classify in inorganic solid electrolytes, oxide, phosphate, sulfides, and hydride. They are hard and inflexible. Solid polymer electrolytes, they are suboptimal performance, and the composite and hybrid systems in order to improve the physical and electrochemical properties. There are not many publications related with all solid-state batteries. Professor Hu, some years ago, published a study using the Nasicon as solid electrolyte and the sodium vanadium phosphate as cathode. Working at 80 degrees C, they found good reversible capacity in the first cycle, but there is a degradation in the capacity after 40 cycles. They put a small amount of liquid electrolyte and working at room temperature, they found good capacity in the reversible phase cycle, but the degradation now starts at 250 cycles. When they used a small amount of ionic liquid, they found good capacity in a low C rate and also at room temperature, and also good capacity at high C rate, 10 C at room temperature, 90 milliamperes per gram, with an excellent capacity retention after 10,000 cycles. So the ionic liquid can effectively enhance the interface contact between solid particles. An overview of the electrolytes. They exhibit highest ionic conductivities at room temperature, both the liquid, the aqueous liquid electrolytes, and the non-aqueous liquid electrolytes. However, the aqueous liquid electrolytes have an important drawback due to the low electrochemical stability window. The non-aqueous liquid electrolytes have problems related to the ACI stabilization and flammability. In order to overcome these drawbacks, we can design some functional solid-state electrolytes, as those described in the figure, being the main pros and cons of these materials, which are described on the basis of 6 important criteria for electrochemical energy storage devices, from economic to physicochemical and electrochemical properties. For future perspectives in materials for NIPS, we have the anode in hard carbon. We need to improve the first cycle Coulombic efficiency, to control the microstructure porosity, and to increase the number of studies related to the electrode-electrolyte interface. Regarding cathode, for example, the manganese-based layer oxide, we have to control the doping or substitution, to analyze some new stoichiometries, to follow the manganese evolution and the different oxidation state in the redox process, and to analyze in detail the anionic redox process of these materials. In the case of phosphate and fluorophosphates, we have to replace the vanadium, because it's toxic and expensive, by another metal. In the case of Prussian blue, considering that the manganese and iron Prussian blue compounds exhibit the best electrochemical behavior, a solid solution of these manganese iron compounds should be developed and studied also in detail. Regarding the electrolyte, is the key in the sodium ion batteries at the moment, because many people are working in anode and cathode, but not many people in electrolyte. It's important to design new electrolytes, solving compatibility of the novel source, safety, cost, and also to analyze the electrolyte interfaces. To develop some calculation and experimental work, and important, enable solid-state batteries. Also thinking for the full cells in reducing cost at material levels in order to improve the cost of the kilowatts-hour per cycle. Industrial developments. The first generation of sodium-ion batteries are already attracting commercial interest, both in non-aqueous and aqueous electrolytes. In the case of non-aqueous electrolytes, there are different companies: Feredion, Fresh Network with Tiamat, Haina in China, and Nova Swiss. All of them are working with hard carbon as anode. And in the case of Feredion and in Haina in China, with layered oxides. Fresh Network with Tiamat in polyanionic materials, basically vanadium fluorophosphate. Nova Swiss with Prussian blue. You will observe, for example, the Feredion with layer oxide hard carbon this year. This device exhibits an energy density of about 160 watts-hour kilogram, higher than those given in the lithium iron phosphate with graphite cells. And in the case of aqueous sodium-ion batteries, neutron energy is a spin-off from the University of Stanford, uses Prussian blue for both cathode and anode. The power values are approximately 800 watts-hour per kilogram at round times of 30 seconds. The cells are able to run over 25,000 cycles at 12C with 70% of total capacity and 6% degradation over 6 months. Regarding the cost, a comparison of the estimated lithium-ion batteries and sodium-ion batteries cost has been developed by different authors following 3 different parameters. One of them is the comparison of relatively cost of lithium versus sodium precursors, and also considering the current collectors, copper and aluminium in lithium and sodium respectively. The second parameter, the composition cost of full cells of sodium and lithium ion batteries, considering lithium and sodium nickel, manganese, cobalt layer oxides, carbon-based as electrodes, as anode, and organic electrolytes. And the third parameter, using this layer oxides, but from a broader perspective, including materials, processing, and environmental factors. So we can conclude that sodium-ion batteries may offer lower cost than lithium-ion batteries for certain applications. As summary and conclusions, the first generation of sodium-ion batteries, in the case of anode, hard carbon is the best candidate for anode in sodium-ion batteries. Layer oxides and polyanionics with organic electrolytes, and the Prussian blue with aqueous electrolytes. It's also important to exploit the key advantages tailored to applications. In the case of electrolyte, solid-state batteries are the most suitable design for large-scale energy storage. Electrolyte interface issues should be analyzed in depth. The market there is already prototypes from 0.1 to 100 kilowatts-hour. Sodium-ion approaching market price ranges. So we have to tailor the first generation materials to move to the second generation materials. Sodium-ion technology is well positioned as a future energy storage technology. So we can think in the next steps on sodium-related batteries. This way, we have, for example, sodium sulfur at room temperature, or sodium oxygen, as we can see in the dragon plot, high energy density that the sodium-ion batteries, but also nickel-ion capacitors, also lithium-ion capacitors. They have lower energy density than the nickel-ion, the sodium-ion batteries, but they have higher power than the sodium-ion batteries. And also, in comparison with the supercapacitors, the double layer, they have lithium and sodium-ion capacitors exhibit higher energy density and with similar power density. So we can conclude sodium-ion batteries is in TRL. Sodium-ion batteries, the TRL is approximately 6 or 7. On the contrary, in the room temperature of sodium sulfur, sodium-ion capacitor and sodium oxygen, they are in TRL 1-3. So research progress in these topics is needed in the future. I would like to thank the Spanish government and the Basque government for funding, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Theo, for this outstanding overview of the sodium-ion activity in your group and around the world. I think sodium-ion has a great opportunity, as you mentioned, as low cost for very likely great scale application. Because the cost and safety is very important in this application. So now I would like to...
Sorry for my voice, because I have a little pharyngitis, but I'm sorry.
No, I think you did very well. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce the next keynote speaker. My friend, Dr. Kan Shu. He's a team leader and fellow of the Army Research Lab in the United States. He specializes mostly on the electrolyte development. He's very well known worldwide for his outstanding reviews paper in this field that has been highly cited. He has authored over 140 papers, 3 books, and about 20 patents in this field. He's also a fellow of the Electrochemical Society, and recently he was awarded the Barry Research Award from the Electrochemical Society. And he will be talking about reviving zinc Barry chemistries via new electrolyte and interfaces concepts. Kan Shu, the floor is yours. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you, Cal. And I want to thank all the organizers for inviting me. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So good morning, good evening, everyone across the world. And my name is Kan, and Cal has been my close friend for many decades. So today I'm going to share with you the most recent results achieved in my group in the most recent 2 years. So under the funding from DOE, BES, and GSASR, we are studying how to reviving the very old, century-old battery chemistry, which is zinc. And zinc, as you know, has a very glorious past. The very first battery actually was based on zinc. That was the Volta pile invented by Alessandro Volta back in 1799. It's a copper zinc battery. And sorry about here. And the most promising electrode material, lithium, was actually produced by zinc, which was done by Thomas Brandy back in 1821. What he did is, in his book, Manual of Chemistry, published in 1821, he used water pile to electrolyze the molten state of the lithium oxide, which produces lithium. So zinc has been, closely associated with the early days of battery for a very long time, and after that, it actually dominates our life as an integral part, because zinc-based batteries, zinc carbon, has been most widely used by, many different applications, small electronics, until the emergence of the lithium-ion battery. But their rechargeable nature actually inevitably becomes an issue when the electronics becomes more popular in our life, especially when you have to discard the battery after a single use, as this has become a tremendous environmental issue back in 1980s or late 1980s, and that was actually the major driving force for Sony or Panasonic at that time to look for alternative. So the alternative is that, of course, we all know that lithium-ion battery was invented and quickly took over. But even then, after that, lithium-ion battery still does not completely eliminate the footprint of zinc battery in our life, because nowadays you can still buy from drugstores those Duracell or Energizer to power the most simple electronic devices you have. The major reason is that number one, cost, number two, safety. That does not require a special charging protocol. So since its commercialization of lithium-ion battery, it's very successful. It actually dominated our life since then. Nowadays we are hooking on lithium, we are doing texting while walking, and besides the electronics and cell phones, lithium-ion battery has also been used in electric vehicles and large-scale storage. However, because of this huge footprint of lithium-ion battery in our life, we can see nowadays from now time to time, occasionally the fire safety hazards in the high-profile news events. Starting from 2005, we have seen that the fire and explosion of lithium batteries under use caused different recalls and even fatalities. And for all these incidents, the non-aqueous battery actually has been, play a major role of being responsible. So based on this, I'm sorry, this slide is moving against my will. So lithium battery has been so extensively used despite the safety issue. However, we need to look for the new emerging chemistries which can be cheaper and can be safer. And one such issue is that, especially when it comes to lithium-ion battery, is the cost. We know that the key ingredients of lithium-ion battery, lithium, cobalt, nickel, those are very rare in the Earth's crust. Not only rare, they are unevenly distributed across the world. I don't know about the situation in Morocco, but I know that most of the today's lithium carbonate were produced in this so-called lithium triangle in South America. So in the future, if the lithium battery has to be used in every running vehicle on the streets across the world, we have to look for, extra sources. And the concerns are that maybe there are not enough lithium in the Earth's crust. So we need to look for, alternative chemistry, which is, based on elements which are Earth abundant, which are based of all aqueous in nature because they are safe. And what we are doing right now is to look for such a replacement, which is also multivalent. So that brings us the opportunity to revive the zinc chemistry. We know that zinc has very high abundance in Earth's crust. It's about 70 to 100 ppm versus 20 ppm of lithium. I'm sorry. So this actually number really scatters the Earth's abundance, depending on pretty much where, which source you are looking at. So we know that zinc is very evenly distributed across the world. It's not, poor in most of the region and enriched in in certain region. Zinc is the most persisting problem is that challenge is that its potential versus lithium is high. So if we use zinc as the anode material, advantage is that it's tolerant against the water. The bad part is that it's not that does not provide a very high voltage when you couple that with a given cathode. However, because of its divalent nature, it sort of compensated in part sort of the energy density, especially when you look at the volumetric density. If we assume that 100% of the zinc metal can be used and reversible, the volumetric density of a zinc metal-based battery actually is higher than lithium and higher than sodium. Of course, by weight is much lower. So I'm not saying that zinc batteries, can be used as a replacement for all the lithium or lithium ion or sodium. Those are relatively mature chemistries, but I believe that in the future there must be a small niche for this application, especially for the situations where the volumetric density is more important than the gravimetric energy density, such as the small electronic devices, as well as the grid storage, large-scale storage. So this challenge that zinc metal anode is facing is very similar to lithium. Actually, it's the same challenge that all the metal anode faces, which is dendrite. Because when you electrochemically crystallize such things from electrolyte, there's always uneven growth. And this uneven growth happens under electrochemical condition. As you can see, that zinc grows dendrite as in a very similar way to its lithium cousin. Even in the not electrochemical environment, such as electronic boards, zinc still grow such thing like a zinc whisker. That's a major reason that most of short circuit incidents for the electronic boards. So to resolve this key issue, we have to study how the electrolyte and the interfaces play a role in suppressing or in promoting the zinc dendrite growth, and how we can improve the reversibility of zinc metal anode. So founded by DOE GSSR, and about 2 years ago, we started to look at this issue in a very comprehensive way. We started this system, from the very start, very beginning, fundamental parts, how the zinc solvation structure look like, how it forms the solution structure at different concentration regimes, and how does zinc transport in such aqueous and non-aqueous media, transference number and ionic conductivity. Especially, we pay close attention to the interfacial structure and both anode and cathode, because we realize that the structure of the inner Helmholtz snare actually plays a key role in either promoting or suppressing the charge transfer at those interfaces. And the final question we need to answer is that, is there ACI? Because the traditional wisdom is that the ACI cannot be working for multivalent cations. Most prominent example is magnesium. Once you form ACI there, magnesium ion cannot pass through. And we want to study this case because we want to stabilize the anode surface. Then we have to leverage the ACI. So as fundamental part of this work, we first constructed the zinc, TFSI, and water phase diagram. This work is based on our previous lithium TFSI super concentrated water inside electrolyte. And we realized that by phase diagram, the zinc solubility is about 5 mol, approaching the ceilings. We cannot get any higher than that. And by mapping out this entire phase diagram, we can see that the zinc do has certain preference to form discrete compound, and those compound compositions actually predicts what kind of solvation environment that zinc cation would prefer in the aqueous media. So we did extensive spectral study. We found that in the aqueous solution, even at the very high concentration of 4 mol, which is close to the saturation limit of zinc salt. The zinc and the TFA site does not form very close ion pair, which is very different from the case of lithium. And that's kind of surprising to us. Because of this strong coulombic field of zinc cation, the water hydrogen bond network is completely disrupted, as revealed by the FTIR. You can see that almost there's no free water existing, even at the very low concentration, and up to the high concentration, the water network is completely disrupted. And by doing EXAFS and modeling to support the interpretation for the data, we found that zinc strongly prefer a symmetric solvation structure. So what does that mean? That means in the TFSI solution, no matter what concentration you have, it's what most of the zinc solvation environment is either completely TFSI, 3 of them, or 6 more of water, which is a sort of like a octahedra symmetry environment. There's no mixture of those two. You don't have like 1 TFSI and 4 water molecules. An exact reason we still not sure, but that seems to be very true and very reproducible. So we have found this actually in the past during the study of the zinc salt, its behavior in the water in salt electrolyte. For example, at that time we found that zinc prefers 6 water molecule, and in the water in salt electrolyte, if you add 1 more of zinc TFSI, its solvation structure is completely kidnapped by the anion. So this gives us a privilege to leverage this interface chemistry, because very likely those TFSI would be promoted to be, very easy to be reduced. I apologize for this. My slide is moving against my will, as I said. We did the science experiment. We found that zinc TFSI at high concentration has this strong tendency of forming this percolating network because of the I mentioned the preferential symmetry solvation environment by zinc. Is they form either zinc TFSI or zinc water environment. So that sort of gives you the nano phase separation at a nanometer scale. The structure, according to this sense here, is about 0.5 angstrom reciprocal. That corresponds to the 1.3 nanometer scale, which is very similar to what we observed before in the water in salt electrolyte for lithium. However, if we introduce certain inert anion cations such as phosphorium, we can completely alter this structure and disrupt the even further the water hydrogen bonding. I mean water zinc network in the liquid structure, and that helps to promote the zinc transference number as well as zinc ionic conductivity. That's exactly what we found. And by studying conductivity, we found that zinc TFSI, although it's a divalent cation, it's almost as conductive as lithium in the water system. And what's more important is that it has very high and low temperature conductivity, as I show here, and this end, and this this low temperature end of this 3D conductivity map. You can see that at those temperature, the lithium salt already precipitated out. Salt out can no longer serve as a liquid electrolyte, but zinc can. That give us the opportunity of using this as a low temperature electrolyte. Electrochemical window-wise, at the low end, it was actually dominated by the zinc deposition and stripping, which I will talk about that later. On the positive side, we don't find any ACI forming. We don't find any other process except the at very high potential. You do have this oxygen evolution from the water, but overall it provides us a window of 2.4 volts, which is safe for us to accommodate most of the cathode materials, because the anode side limit was set by the zinc. And by studying the interfacial structure or inner Helmholtz structure before interface forms, we found that The addition of those phosphorus salts actually acts as a strong hydrophobic structure former, and the interface surface, both anode and cathode side, they serve as a key ingredient which expels water from the host layer, and that helps us to suppress the hydrogen and oxygen evolution reactions and give us a better electrochemical stability window to work with. So to use zinc anode as a zinc metal as an anode, we have to study its reversibility. So about 2 years ago, we started to pay attention to this. We know that this is a century-old problem since the day of Alexander Volta, because zinc has been known to be not very well to be cycled in especially in the aqueous system. When we look at the data in the literature, we found that most data are very promising, 99 or over 100% quantitative deposition and stripping. But if you examine those data closely, you'll see that most of those data are obtained. Those are true data, authentic data, but they were obtained under conditions which are not realistic for practical application. For example, the highest economic efficiency number, 100%, we see in the literature actually was achieved by huge polarization in both negative side and positive side. In order to completely strip the zinc deposit there, they polarize the anode, zinc metal anode, up to near the 2 volts. That's close to the discharge state potential of the cathode. So clearly, you cannot do that in a real battery. So we feel that there should be a standard protocol which is close to the practical application, and no one has established that, and we should do this job. So long story short, we examined the different critical factors, and we were inspired by the work by the paper published by Paul Albertus a few years ago for the lithium metal anode. By the way, I would say that most of the issues faced by the metal anodes are very similar. So we think that we have to consider such things, such factors such as area capacity, cumulative area capacity, how much zinc you utilize, how much rate you can drain from those, and most importantly, are those deposition dendrite free? So my co-workers Marshall and Lin help us to establish such a protocol. We published this protocol earlier this year. In this protocol, we use the diameter of the circle to represent how much area capacity per cycle you are achieving, and we sort of summarize those in literature, most promising literature data in this figure. Those contour lines are very important. Those lines here, they actually represent the how much capacity retention you have if you want to reach certain amount of cumulative capacity under each given economic efficiency. Of course, the most ideal case here is 100%, which gives you a straight line. It gives you infinite number of cycles, which can only be approached but never realized in the real life. But for this kind of application, we set a goal which is similar to the goal that Paul Albertus set for lithium metal electrode. We want to have 2C rate, at least 80% of the utilization, and cumulative area capacity should reach at least 10 amp-hour per square centimeter. So from then on, we rigorously follow this standard protocol. So this protocol was published already, and we use this protocol to examine a few promising electrolytes already reported in the literature, not by our group, but by other group. We found that quite a few of those promising electrolytes actually cannot even survive the first few initial cycles, because in the initial cycle, we standardize the surface condition of the zinc surface by preconditioning, building a reservoir on a zinc-free anode cell, and we use this known reservoir. We know exactly the thickness and how much capacity there, as the only source for zinc cycling. And by doing that, we have to make sure that all the electrolytes pass this rigorous test. And unfortunately, most of the promising, so-called promising electrolytes cannot even pass a few cycles. So in developing our own electrolytes, we rigorously follow that protocol we established and suggest to the entire community. We found that by using one, which I mentioned already, one phosphodium spectator cation, we can reach economic efficiency up to 99%, and that can, and the no current density can support the cycling, reversible cycling of the cell up to 6,000 hours, which is about 3,000 cycles. And reversibility, we found that it not only depends on the salvation sheet structure, but also very much on the interfacial structure. So on this 3D diagram I show here, this star represents our work. So far, this is the only known aqueous electrolyte for zinc which can reach or survive the 2.5 milliamp per square centimeter, along with 2.5 milliamp hour per square centimeter area capacity goal. But the cycling time is still not very high, about 300 hours in total. We want to increase this by at least 10-folds, and we need to further tailor the surface. So we found that interfacial chemistry actually plays a major role there on the zinc. Upon cycling of the cell and opening up the cell for post-mortem analysis, we found a very definite proof that ACI formed. So this contrasts, conflicts with the traditional wisdom that zinc cation cannot pass through the ACI. We found that this ACI has a rich content in terms of fluorine, which has both zinc fluoride and carbon fluorine species. Those can only come from one source, that's a TFSI anion. And in order to promote this TFSI anion decomposition, the hydrogen evolution reaction from water has to be suppressed significantly. So phosphodium ion plays a key role there in excluding water from those interface. So where are we right now for this work? On this, that's our best zinc anode material. We are still at this point, as shown in this figure. But we are making a lot of progress. We are fastly approaching this goal. The economic efficiency is up above 99% is within our reach. But to do that, we still cannot use a very high C rate of charging discharging. But it's very encouraging. I mentioned before that from the phase diagram, you can see that the zinc TFSI or a zinc OTF or aqueous electrolyte can actually support cell operation under very low temperature. So in this case, we borrowed one cathode material, which is hydrated vanadium oxide. We found that even at low temperature, apologize, minus 20 degrees C, you can see that the DQ/dV data plotted from those cycling constant current cycling are very close to each other, almost identical, for our very non-cycle numbers. So this is universal for those highly concentrated or even low concentrated zinc aqueous electrolyte, because like I said, the water structure is completely broken by the zinc cation, which is working to our benefit. So very likely this could be a very good low temperature electrolyte, which can be even used to under temperatures of Arctic environment. So we want to further manipulate the inner Helmholtz layer structure. We did this. I just mentioned the zinc anode before. On the cathode side, we found that it also plays a major role. I want to emphasize here that on the cathode side, we didn't find the interface, which refers to the decomposition of the anion TFSI, which only happened seems so far on the anode side. On the cathode side, we know that Actually, in 12 electrode surface, the inner Helmholtz layer dictates the charge transfer process. And in this special case, we found that we can even change the pathway of the cathode chemistry there. So one example we used here is the zinc salt, which has a very strong hydrophobic feature. We found that under positive polarization, the TFSI strongly assembles there, and it expels water from the inner Helmholtz layer, which is very unique because in this case, when we apply this to the air cathode chemistry, that's a simple carbon air cathode, we found the chemistry happening there is no longer the 4-electron process of the oxygen reduction, but very simple, very direct 2-electron process, which directly forms the zinc peroxide. This has never been observed before in the aqueous system. We know that in the lithium layer, you can do this because that's non-aqueous system. You only have 2 electrons available. But for aqueous, since water presence is there, it strongly participates and promotes the formation of the the 4-electron reduction of the oxygen. And this is not the case. We studied this by DFT simulation, and this work was recently accepted by science. We think that this is a very new 2-electron chemistry, which is very promising because it does not involve water anymore. There's no pH change. It's extremely reversible, and the cell we can assemble, into the pouch cell. It gives us 485 watt-hour per kilogram. Then we count everything: the electrolyte, anode, cathode, and the cell packaging. We found that it's very reversible. We did an in situ XRD, proves that it's only zinc peroxide which is forming. And in doing this, and the anode side is still done, not the most recent work that we achieved. However, for the cathode side, we can assemble the cell in a very easy way. We showed here in that paper with a video, just a simple air cathode material, porous carbon, pouring electrolyte. You can assemble this cell, which can work in the open air because there's no pH change. As shown here, pH is almost constant, so it's tolerated against the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So it's not a zinc oxygen cell, it's a real zinc air cell. So far, we can achieve up to 800 cycles at 2C, that's 16 hours. However, with the better zinc anode work, I mentioned, discussed previous slides, by incorporating those two together, we are very, we think this is very promising. So to wrap up my talk, this work was mainly supported by DOE BES, GSACER, and I want to thank my co-workers, Professor Wang and Professor Winter. And most of zinc air cell was constructed in MIT using this concept. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Khan, for this very outstanding work. Actually, a lot of progress in zinc air. I'm very impressed. Look forward to learn more about this. And we'll move to the last keynote talk that will be given by my colleague, Professor Don Hai Won from Penn State University in the United States. He authored more than 100 papers and had several chapters to his credit, as well as 20 patents. From 2018 to 2019, he was identified as a highly cited researcher, according to the Web of Science. He plays a major role in the DOE programs, Department of Energy programs, battery programs in the field of nanomaterials for application in energy storage. So he will be talking about development of interfacial materials for electrochemical energy storage. Don Hai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cal. So can you hear me and see the slides?
We can hear you and we can see the slides.
Thank you. First, I would thank the organizer, especially Dr. Amin, for inviting me to give this talk. And this is the first keynote talk in my life, as a virtual conference. And it's also very special here at the United States. It's a Thanksgiving Day, so it's a really good memory to give a talk in this situation. Thanks again. And so today I will focus on the very special topic that of the interfacial material development for the energy storage. So some of the big picture, as you see that energy storage play very important role. And 10 years ago, we may have some idea it will play the important role. Right now, more and more people are convinced that energy storage play very important role, no matter in the transportation application or the grid energy storage. So the overall energy storage is a very big topic. There are a variety of the chemistry, technology, and so for the energy storage, depends on the application, either can be used for energy management or power control. Okay, so for the large scale application, energy management is where the high energy density, the longer discharge, the time is needed, like the flow battery, the sodium sulfur battery, but rechargeable battery, which including a few types of the battery, can be used either for energy management or power control. So that is one of the key area, the industry put efforts. For example, the lithium-ion battery, the lead acid battery, and so the Carl mentioned this potential zinc battery, zinc manganese battery. All these battery can be used for either energy storage at grids or transportation. So lithium-ion, actually, we know that lithium-ion has been used for almost the 30 years commercially. So we have a lot of the application. I will not focus on this one, but when we talk about material for lithium-ion, so we know that it composes a cathode with a high potential and an anode. So when you combine these two materials, you get the cell, and with the electrolyte field, you can cycle it reversibly with pretty high efficiency for the energy efficiency for lithium-ion. But when we look at the next generation, the chemistry that potentially can either reduce the cost or increase the voltage, or increase the capacity from cathode side. For the anode side, there are more options. So you have graphite, you can go to different conversion based this electrode if you do not care about the efficiency, but of course you can go for very high capacity, silicon and lithium. So this is give the very different the very wide portfolio that you can combine them into different cell. So in my group, I focus on this new material, especially for the lithium-ion. We work on the carbon silicon and also cobalt, especially recently on low cobalt, no cobalt. And for the lithium metal, this is an alternative, the anode, that potentially can replace the graphite and bring this energy density to another level, for example, above 300 or reach the 500 watt-hour per kilogram at the cell level. So this metal, and when you pair the lithium metal, you can choose different the cathode. Okay, stationary wise, we also have some project working on the battery for station application. But today I focus only lithium metal. So because the topic is about the interfacial material, so I will present some of the work focus how to manipulate this interface for lithium metal by different approaches. Especially I focus this cell, the lithium metal paired with the cathode. Okay. So this is the outline of my talk. There are two parts. First one is how can we develop some of the polymer we call the reactive polymer composite to protect the lithium against this reaction with the electrolyte during the cycling. So basically, this is an interfacial material that can make a new type of SEF for lithium metal. And the second part is the one we recently developed, we call the electrochemically active monolayer. So this is a monolayer and can also be used to manipulate this ICS. It's a very interesting result. So first part, So go on to the lithium metal. We know that the metal anode, no matter lithium metal and zinc, and so they more potentially have the dendrite. So basically, it's inhomogeneous nucleation and the promotion of this inhomogeneous nucleation and growth from this the dendritic the morphology. So one of the key the reason for this one is the SEI. So the SEI is not stable, and when you have this high current density promote this the nucleation inhomogeneous, this SEI can be broken, promote this uniform the growth of this nucleation, and then promote the dendrite form. So then the SEI is very important, but typically the SEI formed on the anode side, especially graphite, is very dense, uniform, and very thin. But for anode of the like lithium, it's not that case. Okay, so then that's why we want to see, can we use some of the proactive approach to stabilize this anode, especially for lithium? So can we put some functional group? Can be polymer, can be any the oligomer functional material on top of this anode, and then through this electrochemical process, so then this material can participate from a more different, okay, or stable SEI. So that's a key idea. So we have tried a few approaches. So for example, we developed this sulfur-containing polymer. So basically that is chemically reactive against the lithium metal from this organic sulfide and lithium sulfide. So this can be used as a SEI component, especially for lithium sulfur battery. And we try this, bring this, cyclic ether, this the solvent. This is a solvent in lithium used for this lithium battery. Can we bring this functional group of cyclic ether into this the polymer, so then it can use to manipulate this ICR. So this is, can we incorporate some of this ion conducting material, for example, this lithium cell phosphate. So when we have this polymer, when it decomposed, so then this sulfur bond break, you can have this lithium, this the cell lithium the cell phosphate. Okay, so this is some of the work we have done before, but today I focus one topic that especially addresses more engineering issue is lean electrolyte, because typically if the ICS is not stable, so then during the growth of lithium metal, during the deposition and stripping, so then the ICS is broken, so then you expose new surface. This new surface of lithium will react with the electrolyte. So that's a key issue, is that if we have a cell with a flooded electrolyte, you can make the cycle over 100 cycles. But in reality, we cannot add too much electrolyte. Otherwise, the energy density of this lithium cell will be decreased. So we have to control the amount of electrolyte. We call it lean electrolyte. Okay. So typically, lithium ion battery, the lean electrolyte condition is less than 3, okay, or 2 microliter per milliampere hour. So we have to decrease this. But if you use a lean electrolyte, you can see this, because the cell continue to consume electrolyte. So when the electrolyte dried out, cells start to die. Okay. Also, you found this dendritic lithium. So it looks like it's a black layer on top of lithium metal. So that's the key issue when really try to apply this lithium metal practically in the cell. So what we developed a couple of years ago is that we try to develop this the polymer that can contribute to SEI formation, and at the same time minimize the electrolyte contribution in the SEI formation. So that's a key idea. So what we use this polymer is that when we have this polymer, so here is 2 function group. One is a softening fluoride. So this softening fluoride, chemically, it can react with the lithium metal, generate lithium fluoride. We don't need this electrolyte, a lot to participate as SEI formation for generating lithium fluoride. So the polymer itself can. Okay. Also, we copolymerize with a cyclic ether. This is a DOL. This is a common solvent for lithium metal. So when we incorporate this block, so we have a co-block polymer. Both these block can chemically react with lithium metal. Okay. Of course, can electrochemically react with the lithium metal. So form SEI. So then the good thing is that we intrinsically generate lithium fluoride passivation layer. Okay. And then when we have a polymer, and coated. So at the beginning, we can promote this homogeneous formation of SEI before you cycle the cell, okay? And then we can add some other additives. For example, if you think about the mechanical property of this SEI layer, we can add this mechanical filler, for example, graphene oxide, to enhance this mechanical property of this reactive polymer composite. So that's a kind of the strategy we have for developing this polymer. So let's look at the result. So this is the top view, of this polymer coated lithium metal. You can see the cross section. You have this thickness of this composite layer around the 2 micrometer thick. So then you can see some layer structure because of the graphene oxide. So this is a morphology of the lithium metal in conventional electrolyte. You can see it is a mossy-like structure. But then when you especially look at this interface layer, okay, this interface layer, we can strip of this lithium and then flip this sample, look at the interface. You can see here, this is a SEI layer of this polymeric SEI. So you can see there's a lithium fluoride, okay? So there's a strong portion of the lithium fluoride. But in conventional electrolyte, you can see the lithium fluoride amount is much weaker than lithium carbonate or lithium, this type of the lithium. So this is give the difference on this SEI formation. Of course, because we have polymer, when you look at the overall elemental distribution, so typically the electrolyte drive the SEI, we do have a lot of the inorganic portion, lithium fluoride, lithium oxide. But then for polymer SEI, not only we have lithium fluoride, but we have a polymer. So then you have more carbon in this SEI. So this is a change the composition shift from the more inorganic to organic, but still with the lithium fluoride, which is one of the best components for stabilizing the lithium metal. So then when you look at the depth profile, okay, so here, this is the coating. When you look at the depth profile, basically is you sputter the argon ion, and then look at this the sample from top to the bottom. So then at the top layer, so when we look at the fluorine and the lithium, okay, signal, so then you can see the softening fluoride. This is the softening fluoride peak. Okay, so this is the top level. And then when you go down to the interfacial layer, so this is the interfacial material generated by reacting with between the lithium and the polymer, you start to see the lithium fluoride. Okay, and then also from lithium side, you start to see the lithium fluoride and the lithium oxygen, the binding energy here, and then all the way down to the bottom, of course, you get the lithium. So there's nothing signal here. So you can see the polymer itself, when the interface formed, so they have this, the interfacial layer, but then there's also on top of this interfacial layer, unreactive polymer served as a reservoir, can continually contribute to the SEI formation during the charge discharge, especially when the volume change of lithium is huge. Okay, so then we can look at the cryo-TM. So here, this is a cryo-TM. You can observe this the lithium metal, and especially the lithium metal, the lattice fringes. So this is the interfacial layer. This is a polymer, and this is a lithium metal. Within this, this dashed line of this box, brown box. So here we can see the lithium fluoride nanocrystal. So especially lattice fringes of this lithium fluoride. And then, of course, you can use EOS and STEM. So then you can differentiate the lithium layer and the interfacial layer and the polymer layer. So here, this is a lithium KH EOS spectrum. This is a signature of this lithium fluoride. And as I mentioned, one of the goal for this development is that can we make this lithium metal cell cycle at a linear electrode? Can we make it a cycle more stable? So when we look at the morphology of this lithium metal from the top view, so there is a layer of polymer coating. So it's 200, 300, 400, and 500 cycles. So polymer layer is still there. So after long cycle, so you can see some of the wrinkles, but the polymer overall morphology is stay on the lithium metal. And then you can see its cycle more stable, than the biolithium metal, especially at the linear electrode condition. And especially when you control, by this photograph, you can see this polymer coated on lithium metal after cycle. This is 50 cycles. You still can see the very uniform deposition of lithium metal. Okay, without observing this mossy lithium. So that's an idea that interfacial material can be developed by some of the reactive polymer composite. The second part of my talk here is we developed some new technique for formation of the ICI. So we call the electrochemically active monolayer. So here, when we look at the lithium deposition on the current collector, so here, especially, the at low temperature, it's very easy to promote the dendritic growth of this lithium metal, because ion transport is limited during the low temperature kinetics poor, and connected for the interfacial layer formation is also very slow. So, then it's very easy to form the dendrite. Okay. But then if we modify this current collector with a monolayer, okay, with a monolayer, and then if we design this monolayer with some of the electrochemical label group, okay, so then this label group can generate some of the component that can beneficial for formation of the good ICI. So that's the idea. So the key is how to design this molecule. So we identify this benzene bisophenyl fluoride. So we still use this sophenyl fluoride, the chemistry. So then it can, when the lithium deposit, so that it can decompose, okay, generate lithium fluoride, and also provide some of the lithium philic molecule with the lithium ion here. So then promote this nucleation more uniformly of this lithium metal. So then later you can see the ICI will be different, okay, between these the scenario. So let's look at some of the result. When we look at the deposition of lithium metal on copper, okay, so here is a -15 deposition, low temperature deposition. You see the beautiful dendrite, okay. So this is naturally formed this the needle shape of the nano material, the sub-nano material. And then, but when you deposit the lithium metal on this modified copper with this electrochemically active monolayer, you can see they perfectly form this island, spherical, the lithium metal particle. Okay, this is the nucleation of this lithium metal is completely different. Okay, so but if we look at the three-dimensional matrix, so this is a copper host. Okay, with this without this modification, this copper mesh, and here you can see after deposition, so you can see the morphology is different. This is a more uniformly filled pore by this lithium with this modified the surface. Well, in contrast, so then you see some of the aggregation of the particle of the lithium metal. And then the key is why this molecule can work. Okay, so here we use this cell function group, so then we can easily form this self-sample monolayer. Means that they have highly packed the arrangement of this molecule on the surface of this copper with the monolayer formation. But here we try to answer why this molecule work. So we design a different type of this monolayer on top of the copper. So here you can see this is an analog of this similar structure, but with this lithium ion. So this is hydrophobic. So we also generate this is this one with a fluorine, okay, with a fluorine function group. So this is a control. And then, but when we look at the nucleation, so we still observe that even though with this one, especially this one, you see some aggregation of this lithium in try to form this aggregate the island, but still we observe the dendritic this nucleation. But especially for these molecules, we can observe this few particle of lithium metal. So that means the monolayer can help, but especially this electrochemically labeled function group generate lithium fluoride is very useful to generate this uniform island type of sphere particle of the lithium metal. So then we can look at the interface. Okay, we can look at the interface of the lithium metal by cryo-TEM. So here this is a lithium metal, and this is ICI. Okay, so this is a conventional ICI of this lithium deposition on copper. You can see very big crystal, within the interface, 2 to 3 nanometer of lithium oxide, lithium carbonate. Okay, we randomly observe some lithium fluoride. But with this monolayer to manipulate this interface, and we can observe this multi-layer structure. So this is a lithium fluoride rich interface, okay? And then there's a middle layer, outer layer. So outer layer is more amorphous. In the middle layer, we observe some of the nanocrystal of the lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate. So you can see some of the lattice fringes, okay? So here the key is that with the conventional the deposition lithium on copper, you form highly crystalline domain of the nanoparticle, inorganic. But this one we form this multi-layer, okay? So then it's a more clearly you can see some more in-depth calculation. So this is a dark field, okay? This is a stem, okay? This is a dark field of this interface, and then we select a different area. We select a tiny area to do the EOS. So you can see this area is a lithium metal. So this is a peak significant picture for the lithium metal. This is the inner layer of the interface. You see the signature of the lithium fluoride. So this is a middle layer, and this is the outer layer. Okay, so then you can see spectrum is different. Especially here, this is signature that inner layer is the lithium fluoride. Again, we can use EDAX. We can see some of the sulfur, copper. So all these monolayer compounds stay on the copper and on this interface. Okay, so actually you really can observe lithium fluoride. So it's really hard to get this image. You have to pick up this condition well because you want to get high resolution at a cryo condition is a little bit a challenge. But we do manage to get some nanocrystal lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate. This is the middle layer. So here to prepare the sample, we coat the carbon layer on top. Okay, this is a carbon layer. So this is a SEM middle layer, outer layer. So this is their interfacial lithium fluoride rich lithium interface. Okay, so overall, so through this in-depth calculation, we want to confirm we do form this multi-layer of this interface by using this EAM, electrochemically active monolayer. Okay, so then again, if we change to this inactive monolayer, okay, not this the active monolayer, inactive monolayer. So we can see again, we cannot observe this lithium fluoride rich multi-layer this SES. So we still observe this aggregation of the nanoparticle Masdar type of SES structure in the lithium oxide fluoride carbonate. Okay, so that is the advantage that interface formation can be controlled by this interfacial material. So typically electrolyte decompose from SES. So there's a kinetic of the decomposition process, transport process crosses interface layer. But this is the advantage that the interfaces can be controlled by pre-anchored interfacial material. Okay. So then when you look at this cycling, so after cycle of the lithium metal on copper, you strip off all the lithium, you can see the deposition of this dead lithium or waste SEI. So that's why, when you use this copper after cycle, you see a lot of SEI, this waste. Okay, but then with this EM modified copper, the surface is much clean. Okay, the first is much clean. So this is 200 cycle, 50 cycle. So there's still some aggregation, but the surface is much clean compared with the bare copper. And again, so this is at a little bit of micron scale, not nano scale, look at the SEI. So I want to focus still on the fluoride. So here, this is SEI on copper, SEI on copper at minus 15 degrees C. Okay, so this is room temperature, this is minus 15. So this is SEI on this EM copper with minus 15 condition. Again, we want to focus on lithium fluoride. Okay, so there's a significant amount portion of lithium fluoride against the other type of the fluoride species. Okay, so this is again tell us no matter low temperature and even at high temperature, I did not show it, so it helped form a more stable structured interface to stable this lithium metal. Another one, the advantage for this EM copper is to prevent the copper corrosion. Okay. So copper corrosion, because as you form non-uniform nucleation of lithium metal, so you naturally form some short circuit between copper, lithium metal, and electrolyte. So there's a corrosion. If you have bare copper, put the lithium metal, charge discharge, you can see there's a kind of current, okay? The very tiny current, and they promote the copper corrosion. But with the EM, so this current is pretty low, okay? And the more obvious is that we want to look at this self-discharge. So this basically is that when you have an anode-free cell, okay, copper with the cathode, copper, EM copper with cathode. So you charge, okay? And then you charge it to 4.3, for example, and you rest, okay? So basically this anode-free cell, when you rest, there's a corrosion, there, you know, this the unstable ICI, so this voltage will drop, okay? Maybe just after 20 hours, okay, you can see voltage drop, you know, to below 4 volts. And after longer time, voltage continue drop that you cannot use the cell further discharge it because voltage is too low. But with this EM, we can, you know, keep this voltage above 4.1 volts for 300 hours. So actually we have another set exam, more than 2000 hours, okay? So that make it, this corrosion is, you know, the prohibited, so then make this the self-discharge minimized. So after 300 hours, you still can discharge the cell. Okay, so that's the advantage of this EM technique. Again, with this technique, we can cycle this lithium metal cell, you know, at low temperature and also room temperature stable. So here, this is a minus 15 degrees C cycle, and then switch to room temperature, minus 15 cycle switch to room temperature. So both room temperature and low temperature, you can cycle it stable with this protected lithium metal. So this is a little bit different from graphite. For graphite, without, you know, the very special ICI electro additive, it's difficult to cycle, you know, across this low temperature range to the room temperature range. So again, I would say that, you know, the different technology have a different need, but for lithium metal and other type of anode, this interfacial is manipulation or interface engineering is very important. So we can start from the other angle, see if we can actively put some interfacial material on this anode to protect this, make it stable. And so that's my talk. And again, thank you. And this work was mainly supported by the DOE project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Don Hyde, for this very outstanding talk. I'm very impressed with the manipulation of the surfaces can make a major impact in performance enhancement of lithium metal. So with that, we would like to move to the Q&A session. And so I would like to invite all the keynote speakers. I'm not sure how many they are there.
Carl, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Carl, I'm here.
Okay, excellent. So I think he very likely is busy, so he's not here. But we have about 5 out of 6, which is a good success. So let me start by looking at the questions. How can I get the questions? All right, there's a little hiccup here because I need to find out how can they are here. No. Yeah. Okay. So there is one question for Theo. Ismail Sadoun, my friend Ismail Sadoun from the University of Qadi Iyad, Marrakesh. He mentioned here that we see lately the use of mixed phase, P2, O3, etc., as cathode material with competitive performance. Could you comment on this new trend, and is there any kinetics limitation for this kind of cathode material?
Yeah, I agree. This the best results at the moment are with the P2 or 3 phases. Basically, Faradion device is related to a P2 or 3 phases in layer of sites. I agree, completely agree.
Okay, so
in this case, you can prepare, for example, the P2 and 3 separately and to mix all of them in order to analyze the electrochemical behavior of them. Or if not, we prepared with the lithium, sodium manganese oxide, different proportions, different ratios between P2 and O3. 13% of O3 and practically 80% of P2. It is a balance between all of them because the O3 can control the stability, and the cyclability of these materials. Completely agree.
Okay, you know, I have actually a question for you, Theo, since we are on a sodium. You know, the reason why sodium is attractive because of low cost is not because of the replacement of lithium with sodium. is because in the sodium, some of the cathode does not have cobalt and nickel. And that's the major impact.
Yeah.
We have manganese or titanium and so on. And but most of these cathode has very low average voltage. Capacity is lower than the lithium-ion cathodes. So I can see actually the gain to increase energy on the anode. I did not see you talking about the anode. And so what are the progress on the anode side for sodium?
Well, on the anode side, well, there are different people working on alloys. But as you can see for the devices, all devices, the anodes are related to hard carbon. But the question is to improve the capacity of hard carbon. There is a hard carbon from Kumaba with 480 milliampere per gram. If you have, for example, one anode, hard carbon, 500 milliampere per gram, if you have a cathode with 200 milliampere per gram, with an average voltage 3.2, you can have 220 watt-hour kilogram. Practically in hard carbon, is the capacity is practically 500 milliampere per gram. It's yeah, but we can't work with silicium because there is not sodium silicon alloys. But you know, it's
yeah. So hard carbon usually has very high average voltage, and so I doubt we can get 3.2 average voltage on when. Yeah, maybe we'll get 2.8 or so, but you're right. You know, there is some progress with Kumaba, who shows some interesting high capacity hard carbon with sodium. I see Shirley, you want to ask a question?
I think it's a question or comment. I do believe that the folks work on sodium. I think Theo and even Professor Jean-Marie Tarascon and my group also for many years. I think the major challenge the field facing is because lithium ion has been surpassing expectations every year. Right? Whenever we think they have reached the top of the cost reduction and they have new ways of doing things. So I think the sodium people who work in the sodium field, you know, how we can join the force and convince, you know, if because the grid storage obviously cannot be accomplished totally by lithium chemistry. So I'm very happy to see today the progress in sodium and also possibly zinc. But I think our obstacles is really that, you know, one thing is that we are always put to compete with lithium ion. The other thing is, you know, the lack of investment in terms of how the large scale batteries should be designed or should be optimized differently. That's the major obstacles. I think, you know, from my perspective, there's a lot of techno-economic analysis have been performed showing the driving force for doing sodium and zinc is not tremendous. So I wonder if, you know, we have so many experts in the field, how is it possible to overcome this barrier? Because what I'm worried is my students who have opted to do this kind of sodium or zinc chemistries as their PhD thesis and trying to launch their career in the next 10, 20 years. How can we help them to ensure they have a, you know, reasonable career pathways? Right?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I really think that the development, I don't see a lot of it, of the anode. We recently discovered, for instance, a doped phosphorus anode that provides very high cyclability. The paper is in the process of being published, and that will put you actually at higher energy density than lithium ion. It is different from silicon because we didn't see any cracking or expansion. So these are the things that will allow you to compete with lithium ion. The other things is that lithium ion will always have nickel, which is still an issue when it comes to sustainability. So, that's where sodium can play a major role because you can get rid of these two elements. So those are the two angles. If I have to, you know, recommend or advise young scientists is to look for advancing cathodes with no expensive metals, transition metals like cobalt and nickel, but also look at developing advanced anode that has low potential and very, very high capacity, over 1,000, without any hiccup when it comes to expansion, cracking, and so on. And I see that as an opportunity to advance lithium ion to the lithium sodium ion to compete actually with lithium ion. So I have actually a question for Khan. I think this question come from, let me see. I think, yeah, let me see. Where is this question here? Okay, let me just make this bigger. Yeah, so the question is for, he said, this is from Abdel Fattah Mahmoud from Belgium, I guess. The question is, does the use of zinc TFSI electrolyte minimize or avoid the formation of byproduct that consume zinc 2+ from zinc anode compared to other electrolyte?
The short answer is yes, because if you under the same condition use different zinc salts, such as the most typical zinc salt, zinc sulfate, you observe completely different electrochemical stability window. The surface is completely different, and zinc tend to grow very strongly dendrite on the when you repeatedly strip and deposit. So TFSI and OTF, which is triflate, I didn't emphasize this in the slides. We use those two hydrophobic anions. They both help, and what helps them to work more is those two we call the spectator cations, phosphorium. They further, help to repel water from the inner hemochromate layer on both anode and cathode. So that significantly suppresses the water decomposition.
Very good. So staying on these topics, I have actually a question for you, two questions. One of them is you mentioned that you don't have any ion pairing when you have TFSI and water together in the zinc anode.
Yes.
What happens if you just have a concentrated lithium, zinc TFSI, for instance, in a non-aqueous electrolyte? What have you tried that?
Yes, we did. Actually, we're in reproducing most of the reported work. I mean, most of those literature work are non-aqueous electrolytes. So in repeating those work, we use all the reported solvents and evaluate. We found that the major issue for zinc salt in those non-aqueous solvents are there's a solubility limit. In some cases, you cannot even reach 1 mole.
Okay.
So water has a special advantage in dissolving those multiple, multivalent cations.
I see. Yeah, and I was quite interested in your zinc air data. I want to ask you, I see some polarization still there, but what would be the theoretical potential, the over potential for the zinc air, comparing what you got experimentally?
That's a very good question, Kyle. As you can see, that the polarization we have there is still huge. That comes from two major sources. Number one is that we didn't use any catalyst on the cathode, so it's just a porous carbon, weighted by the zinc TFSI, zinc triflate and zinc TFSI electrolytes. Number two is that on the anode side, we didn't do anything. We didn't use those, the phosphorium spectator cations to assist yet. And we are doing that right now. So previously, those two work, one cathode, one anode, are completely separated. We have firewall between those two. And now, since the paper is accepted, I can merge those two. And I'm asking my group member to use the best anode and best electrolyte to work with the cathode.
So basically, you form obviously zinc oxide when you bring in air or oxygen, and zinc oxide is not soluble in the electrolyte. Or is it soluble?
It's peroxide, zinc peroxide, which is very it's not soluble in the aqueous electrolyte under that concentration.
Yeah.
But it's directly accessible by the electrochemistry. You can very easily oxidize that and reduce that.
Okay, so the only issue that we'll have is similar to lithium peroxide, which doesn't dissolve and tend to clog the pores of the cathode And that could be an issue that need to be looked at as well if you want to have sustainable cyclability in this system. But a lot of progress. I congratulate you on this one. So I will invite the panelists if they have any question while I'm looking for a question here from the audience. Andy?
Yeah, I have a question, I think for Donghai. So regarding the SEI. So we know the people study the SEIs for many years, but with the recently CRO-TM, you show the beautiful pictures, the CRO-TM SEI. So I know that here Shirley and Yi also work on that. So with the CRO-TM, we have a lot of understanding on SEI structure, morphology. For example, inner layer, there are amorphous and also inside the crystalline, for example, different composition there. So my question is here, with this kind of structure information, can we draw conclusion what kind of the SEI is really ideal, how we can control it?
So I think Shirley can answer this question more, but I just add my part, okay? So Shirley, I think the pioneer of this technology, I think they have a lot of work. So our, the result only focus our material, okay? So that's maybe my answer is not a general question for SEI, but based on our result, we found that, the first lithium fluoride, I think so far is one of the best. I would say the best component from inorganic species to stabilize this the lithium metal. And based on that,
but in the nano form, right? I think Donghai, it's quite clear all your lithium fluoride is nanocrystals.
Yes, nanocrystal. So then that's another important. How can we put this manipulate this structure composition at this less than 10 nanometer domain? So that's another question. But then if we put the lithium fluoride there, and then the second is this a Masdar type or multi-layer structure? Both from this polymer or from this the EM, we found that multi-layer structure is a little bit better from the performance wise. So especially right now, if we have lithium fluoride rich layer and then with some other this composite, including organic, inorganic, make this a multi-layer structure. I would say, especially for lithium metal, is better than Masdar type. So I think that's the direct evidence we got, direct the conclusion we got from our research.
Yeah, so I can add a few things to what Donghai said. First of all, I'm very pleased that Donghai observed the lithium fluoride. They are indeed in the SEI and mostly in very small nanocrystalline size. And that's what yesterday I mean that lithium fluoride in the nano probably have very interesting transport properties. That's why it makes such a good component for the SEI. In terms of using the cryo tools, I think what currently reviewed is only the species, the chemical species, the morphology, but we have a lot of information missing, right? For instance, what's the intrinsic electronic properties or lithium ion transport in nano-sized lithium fluoride? And also in Donghai's image, it shows lithium fluoride and lithium carbonate next to each other. And then he also have some lithium oxide. So how the interface or between these solid phases is not clear. But what I see very good in his SEI picture, the inorganic component is the one that seems to be dominating closer to that lithium metal. The outer layer seems to be the ones who probably more polymeric-like or organic-like. So I would say that at the moment, our biggest challenge for SEI is because it's rechargeable lithium metal, right? So you are depositing, and then when you deposit it perfectly, you have to think about the stripping. So I think that the requirement for SEI during the stripping and the depositing may be very different. Because when you strip the lithium, you want to lithium dissolve very quickly back to the electrolyte. Yeah, so I think we still haven't found the optimum spot yet. But I think we have made a lot of progress over the last 5 years, I would say. At least today, the I don't know about the Donghai's cell, but we don't observe significant volume increase after a few hundred cycles. I think that's very encouraging sign. So Donghai, I don't know, did you test any cell beyond the 300 cycles?
You mean do we have any cell cycle that beyond 300 cycles?
Yes.
Right.
I think you show 500 cycle, isn't it?
No, one of the cell I show is 200 cycle. Yes, right now we have 320. Sorry, not
yeah.
320
yeah.
above 80% capacity retention. Yeah,
But
so
that's very good. If you use lean electrolyte, that's very impressive. You know, that's one thing I advise actually the young scientists when they do work with lithium metal. It is, you know, there are two things that you have to take in account. One of them is the thickness of lithium metal itself, and the second is the amount of electrolyte you use. As you mentioned, very highly flooded electrolyte, you can get very long cycle life because you can keep consuming lithium. But if you use a similar requirement like the industry, which is less than, I think it's a 2 or 3, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, microliter per square centimeter, is it?
Per milliampere hour.
Milliamp hour, okay. And in that case, you can see quick fade. So I urge the students who are listening to try. And I think we have published, and PNNL also has published all the condition for using, you know, it's in, we have a joint paper with PNNL in, I think in nanotechnology, Nature Nanotechnology. And you can go and look at that paper and see the exact condition, how you should test when you do a testing of your materials versus lithium, how you can do that correctly if you want. So we're staying on the same topics. Then I have a question, and then we're going to move into a general question that I got from the audience. You know, I like the idea of coating your lithium with your polymer that has fluorine, and then you fluorinate. You basically pre-passivate, which is a, you know, because otherwise, if you use a conventional electrolyte, you still can have lithium fluoride. But the question is where that lithium fluoride mixed with other organic and inorganic element of the SCI. So my question to you is, when you do that, you form lithium fluorides. That's the film first you form on the top of lithium, and then you have the polymer, whatever left of the polymer on the surface on the top of lithium fluoride, or it's a mix?
Oh, yeah, I think that's a good question. I think the first, this polymer is reactive. Before you really put a cell, it's reactive against lithium metal. So you do form the lithium fluoride, and then some of the residue. And then after you put it in the cell cycle, there's another formation by electrochemical. So you form the, the additional lithium fluoride or lithium oxide carbonate. So then, of course, with a polymer decomposition. So this, that's why we call reactive. First it's chemically, when you coat it on lithium metal, it is reactive, silhouette surface, and then electrochemically you form, the SEI in the presence of polymer. So SEI a little bit different.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that's it. So in this case, you just do the coating on lithium metal first before you put it in a cell, huh? It would be interesting actually to find a way to use an additive that would be much low cost. If you can use an element that dissolves in the electrolyte that has in contact with the, before even you do the formation, you form that same concept, it will be really attractive because you add another step. And handling lithium metal is not easy, as you know.
Exactly. So I can tell you, we have the data right now is that this polymer we coated on separator too. Okay, so it's also work. For example, I told Shirley that we have 320 cycle with 80% capacity retention for polymer coating on lithium metal. With polymer coating on the separator, right now we can get 280 cycle with 80% capacity retention.
Very good. I think I prefer the second option.
Yeah, the second one, of course, is engineering favorable, but right now still there's a difference on capacity retention, that we still need to work on it. Yeah.
Okay. So this question to Theo and possibly Shirley as well, because you both work on sodium ion. The gentleman, Mohammed Al-Kaloush, he's wondering if the behavior of the SCI layer on sodium ion is similar to that of lithium ion. So is there any extensive works done on sodium-ion SEI? I assume from the cathode side and the anode side. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is quite similarities between both the lithium and sodium. Yeah, but there is not a deep study because sodium people are working basically in electrodes, anode and cathode, but there are not many papers related to electrolytes. It's true. We have to dedicate more time in electrolytes. I think is the key for the future of the sodium ion, for the first future. Also, related to the question previously for Shirley, yeah, I think lithium is not a competitive, sodium is not a competitive technology with sodium, with lithium. It's another, it's for a stationary application. And the question is to increase the energy density as the maximum is possible. No, for example, I think we can arrive to 200, 220 watts per kilogram. But this is not a competition with lithium, but this for stationary application. I think it's a good electrochemical behavior, with energy density.
Okay. Something there? I think you need to.
Sorry, I muted myself. I think for the first question, the gentleman asked, I think for our SEI investigation, we have seen reactivity of sodium is slightly higher than that of lithium. Actually, the SEI studies for the sodium has been extremely difficult, even with cryogenic techniques, because the reactivity of the sodium. So that's the first question. The second question, Theo, I think as soon as our cell level density can reach 200 watt-hour per kilogram, I believe sodium would be competitive because the cost is lower. So when we say cost, we really mean cost per kilowatt hour, right? So actually the battery scientists, whenever we say cost, we really mean cost to performance ratio. So I think we have to be consistent, finding ways to compare our sodium technology with lithium against that metrics called cost/performance ratio, and then perhaps there is still the opportunity for us to convince. I mean, for me, it's mostly the difficult thing is convincing funding agencies to see this as forward-looking technology when we run into the supply chain issues with lithium technology. But sometimes it's very difficult.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but it depends on the application. For example, if you are working with vanadium fluorophosphate or Prussian blue, you have a very good cyclability, very good power, not energy density. It's the application. With Prussian blue, with natron, with the natron technology, this startup in the University of Stanford, they had 25 cycles with a very good cycle, with a stabilization, with power. It depends on the application.
Yeah.
For example, we can use vanadium fluorophosphate is a good candidate, for example, for sodium ion capacitors. This is you improve the power, and also the energy. It depends on the application.
Yeah, so you're right. There are some systems in sodium that have tremendous power, actually, sometimes even as high as lithium ion. And those can be easily applied to frequency regulation for grid, which is one of the biggest application in grid storage, as you know. Yeah, so I have a general question to all of you, the panelists. This one comes from Mohammed Akil. He is wondering about the promise of organic battery in sodium-ion battery or multivalent cation batteries, because there are some talk about organic element, even in lithium. They do have a lot of power, lower energy, obviously, because the density is very low. So I want you to comment on the prospect of these technologies for sodium and multivalent. Maybe I can see Shirley shaking her hand, so her head. You want to take that, put you on the spot, and then I go over the other guys as well.
Sure. I think For multivalent, organic does have a very good opportunities. I think if we think about inorganic materials for intercalation, because of the electrostatic shielding effect of the oxygen ions, because most of our intercalation materials, the positive electrode side is made of, if it's inorganic materials, it's either oxides, right? Or sulfide has a better opportunities because sulfide is a bigger, more fluffy ion, so it has less of the electrostatic effect on the positive cation. So, I mean, by thinking of that, I think organics is probably our only hope if we want to do magnesium ions. That will be my guess. However, I think that many of the future research directions for organic materials is really because there's a belief that organic electrodes can be recycled 100% very easily. So I think they might have a very unique perspective in terms of energy storage, in terms of the sustainability, because it possibly with its organic, it can be very easily recycled.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, it's a possible direction.
Yeah, Ken, you want to comment on the multivalent with the organic element?
Sure. You and Shirley already said that organic cathode materials so far provide very low energy density, especially volume-wise. For the multivalent cations, we don't have too much choice because for the lithium ion and even sodium ions, the new inorganic cathode materials are relatively much more mature. For those multivalent cations, we don't have too much, too many available candidates. So we would welcome all the possible research on cathode materials to proceed. And personally, in my point of view, I think that those multivalent cations, when they leave the electrolyte and enter or exit the host structure of the cathode materials, they normally experience much higher coulombic pull. So in this scenario, the organic materials would have a very huge advantage in designing the more open structures to make it easier for those cations to move in and out.
Okay. Yes.
No, I agree that organic materials for cathodes, at least in sodium, are good candidates. The problem is to increase the ionic conductivity of these materials.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have one quick question from Mohammed Hamoud. He said, why don't you use carbon nanotube in separator? I think the short answer is not a good idea because you will short yourself. So with that, I would like to pass the chairmanship to my colleague and friend, Professor Moad.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Khalil. Thank you very much for the distinguished speakers for first full discussion and the presentation. So now we will move to the selected presentation submitted by researchers and PhD students. So the first speaker is Dr. Kenza Maher from Kiri, from Hamad bin Khalifa University from Qatar. And she will present the commercial, or she will discuss commercial lithium-ion battery cell heat generation and thermal safety. So please, the IRSEC support, can you put the video of Kenza, please? So Professor Yusuf Zas, please, can you put the presentation, registered presentation? Yeah. Okay. So today we have 5 presentations will be given by PhD students and researchers. As I mentioned, after we will have the discussion with them and also with the keynote and distinguished speakers.
Hello. It is my pleasure to participate to this conference, even though it is just a virtual participation. I'm very pleased to talk to you today about the heat generation and thermal safety of commercial lithium-ion battery cells. In our laboratory, we do different RDI battery technology, starting from material synthesis and processing to system evaluation and techno-economic. My team and I, we are focusing our concentration on diagnostic and reliability to determine the thermal safety of the battery. Well, what motivates us is that the thermal safety is classified in 3 different categories: electrode level, cell level, pack and system level. My team and I, we are working on the 3 levels. And also, the thermal safety becomes more outstanding when developing high power and energy battery. We use a heat generation measurement to determine the thermal safety because we believe that this parameter is very important. In next slides, we will talk about the heat generation measurement. Battery thermal analysis can be divided in 2 categories. Normal condition, which is normal charge, discharge, different temperature, at different rate, wrong cycling, etc. All obvious conditions, which everyone knows which are overheating, overcharge, over discharge, fast charging, etc. In both processes, the chemical reaction converts to electric energy with generation of internal heat and the rising of battery internal temperature. The imbalance of heat dissipation and heat generation can create 2 scenarios. The first scenario, when the heat dissipation is higher than the heat generation, we can talk about safe battery. The second scenario, when the heat dissipation is lower than the heat generation. Here we can have thermal runaway of the cell. Unfortunately, the thermal runaway of an individual cell can rapidly spread to adjacent cells, resulting in a significant explosion of the pack. In both cases, understanding the heat generation is really critical for battery thermal safety and also to prevent a thermal runaway under both conditions. Talking about heat generation and heat dissipation, you can see that heat generation is divided in 2 main parts: reversible heat and irreversible heat. Reversible heat, or what we call reaction heat, correspond to entropic changes occurring from intercalation-disintercalation process during charge and discharge. Irreversible heat divided also to 2 heats: overpotential due to ohmic loss, charge transfer, mass transfer, and mixing heat associated with the concentration gradient with the electrolytes and active material. This mixing heat is neglected comparing to overpotential and entropic heat. The heat dissipation outside the cell also divided in 3 main heats: conduction, convection, and radiation. In coming slides, I will just concentrate on the measurement of heat generation. Our strategy to measure the heat generation is to measure the heat generation from different cell, commercial cells type, at different state of charge and depth of discharge. We also measure the heat generation at different current rate for same cell different temperature, and different agent conditions to have full picture of the heat generation at different conditions. We use the isotherm calorimeter to measure the heat generation. The isotherm calorimeter method determines the heat generation of the battery by isolating it from the surrounding and putting the temperature constant during charge and discharge. Now, let me talk about some achieved results. First of all, we took 5 different cells from different companies and we charged them and discharged them 3 times. And from the curves, charge curve and discharge curve, we can see that cell type E showed the lowest capacity, and also the voltage curve is different from other curves. This voltage curve is typical to LFP profile. The cell type A show highest capacity, and the cell type B, C, D shows almost similar capacity and similar voltage profile. We took same cells and we measured their heat generation during 3 cycles. From this figure, we can see that the heat generation of cell type E is reproducible for 3 cycles. And also we can see some minimum and maximum during both charge and discharge, which is due to entropy changes occurring from intercalation-disintercalation process. At the end of discharge, we can see that the heat generation increased rapidly due to irreversible heat, which became dominating at the end of discharge due to overpotential of the cell. From this curve, we can see that cell type E showed the highest intensity of the heat generation. And for cell type B, C, D, they show almost similar heat generation. And as the heat generation is fingerprint of the cell chemistry, the obtained result confirm that these cells have same cathode and anode material. This result will be confirmed by post-mortem analysis of these cells in the future. Also, these cells show the lowest heat generation comparing to other 2 cells. To study the effect of cycling, we choose the cell B because cell B, C, and D almost similar. We choose one of the cells and we measure the heat generation at different charging and discharging rate, starting from lower rate to higher rate. We can see from these pictures that the heat generation is increasing by increasing the rate, and this due to high irreversible heat. Also, we can see that the heat at very slow rate is almost negligible when comparing to the heat generation at very high rate. Well, the conclusion that we conclude from this figure that by increasing the cycling rate, the heat generation, the irreversible heat generation became the dominating heat due to kinetic limitation at very high C rate. Also, we take the same cell and we measure the heat generation at different temperature, 20, 30, 40, and 50 degrees C. And we compare this measurement. What we could see that the heat generation for both charge and discharge is almost the same for the 4 temperature, with some differences at 50 degrees C. And this measurement we did is at very low rate. The same conclusion is applied also if the current rate is high. Even we charge and discharge the cell and measure the heat generation at high C rate, which is 0.5 C, we could see that the temperature did not affect the heat generation. To study the effect of aging on heat generation, what we did, we took the cell and we aged it at 2 different temperatures. This is cell type A. And we compare the result, the heat generation rate, with fresh cell. We can see that the heat generation rate is increasing by increasing the aging and also by increasing temperature. Same conclusion, we could conclude it for aged cell type B. What we conclude from this result, that understanding the internal heat of fresh and aged cell during normal operating condition is really critical to minimize the internal temperature inside the battery and also battery pack. To conclude, the heat generation rate of tested battery cell is strongly affected by cell type, operating state of charge, discharge, also the aging condition. Heat generation rate is increased by increasing C rate. Measuring the heat generation of fresh and aged cell is really important for proper battery management. Thermal safety is a must for battery cell. A failure of one cell can generate a large amount of heat, which can trigger a thermal runaway of neighboring cells, leading to explosion through the battery system. A safe battery pack starts from the cell level. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, and now let's move to PhD student Caroline Buffet from GreenMat Laboratory in Liège University from Belgium. So she will present preparation of freestanding and flexible lithium titanium oxide electrode for lithium-ion batteries.
Hello everybody, today I will talk about the preparation of freestanding and flexible LTO electrodes for lithium-ion batteries through an aqueous process. First of all, the development of lithium-ion batteries for the new flexible technologies should also consider environmental issues. Therefore, instead of the conventional composition with NMP solvent, this research focused on the development of a water-based process for the preparation of freestanding and flexible electrodes. Aqueous processing also requires the replacement of the traditional PVDF binder by a water-compatible alternative, which is here a mixture of PVA and PEG. The strategy we developed consists first to synthesize the active material LTO. By a spread ring process, we obtained big spherical particles. For electrochemical application, we need to reduce the size of these particles by a ball milling process in water. At this stage, we checked that this ball milling procedure did not affect the electrochemical performance of the material, and as can be seen on the graph, no negative effect was observed. To come back to our procedure, we added carbon black PVA and PEG to the LTO aqueous suspension. After stirring, the mixture was tape casted, and after drying, we obtained freestanding electrodes that could be easily peeled off the grass substrate. In order to get the freestanding and flexible electrodes, we needed to optimize the ratio of PEG in the electrodes. We fixed all other concentration, and we varied the PEG chain length and concentration. As can be seen in these pictures, a very precise ratio has to be added to have a flexible tapes. On the video, we can see that once peeled off, the electrodes are very flexible and we can easily manipulate them. We took our optimized composition with the two chain lengths and we compared the microstructure. Before stress and after a rolling procedure, both samples are smooth. But after bending test, the PEG 500 based electrode is intact, but here we can see apparition of cracks with PEG 6000. Before looking to the reason of this difference, we look further to the homogeneity of our electrodes with scanning electron microscopy. LTO and carbon are very well dispersed at the surface and inside the electrode. Moreover, the infrared spectrum collected at several random positions of the two faces of the electrode reveal a homogeneous distribution of the polymers in the electrodes. Then, the interactions between PVA and PEG was studied by differential scanning calorimetry. In the gray curve, we can see the only PVA sample with 2 peaks assigned to the crystallization of PVA. The addition of PEG allowed to avoid the crystallization of PVA by increasing spacing between the PVA chains and finally avoiding the crystallization. With PEG 6000, we have an additional peak assigned to the crystallization of part of this PEG 6000. This is the reason of the apparition of the cracks visible in the previous pictures. Finally, for the electrochemical properties, the freestanding flexible electrodes were tested in half-cell configuration against lithium. Electrodes were cut from as-obtained tapes and from tapes submitted to a rolling procedure. The discharge capacity was retained during the 10 performed cycles at all C rate, and we can see that the rolled PEG 6000 electrode systematically performing better than the other electrodes. The most likely reason is that rolling creates microcracks in the polymer matrix, thereby allowing a better penetration of the electrolyte into the electrode and allowing faster lithium diffusion. Thank you for your attention, and I want also to thank all co-authors of this work and all lab members.
We can't hear you, Mr. Muad.
Hello, ladies and
Okay. All right, so I will just take on Muad and introduce the next speaker. He's
thank you, Sheikh Khalid. So I mute myself. So
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Sheikh Khalid. So before we move to Abdelwahid Shari, he will present designing and characterization of sodium zirconium cobalt phosphate cathode materials with high voltage for sodium-ion batteries. But before going to the registered video, so I encourage you to put or to submit your questions via questions and answers, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to present my research work. My name is Shari Abdouahad. I am a PhD student at Materials, Energy and Nanoengineering MSN Department at UMCXP. The title of my today presentation is Design and Characterization of Sodium Zirconium Cobalt Phosphate Cathode Material with High Voltage for Sodium-ion Batteries.
Here is the outline of my presentation. First, I will start by introduction. After that, I will move to the experimental section, especially materials preparation, synthesis, morphology, and electrochemical characterizations. And I will finish by conclusion and some perspectives. Sodium-ion batteries has been considered as an attractive and promising alternative for energy storage applications. As you know, there exist a lot of kinds of materials for sodium-ion batteries, and each one presents advantages and disadvantages. However, in our team as a priority, we select to search for new materials-based phosphates because they provide high structural stability, safety during utilization, high voltage, and good electrochemical performances. In this context, our strategy is to search for new materials with abundant elements like sodium and phosphate, with low cost, and of course with high electrochemical performances. The main objective of this work can be divided into two parts. The first part consists of synthesizing new phosphate-based materials with abundant elements. The second part, which is called technology development, consists in the characterization of the cathode materials using different techniques. The challenge is to validate the result to be able to move in the third part to do the scaling up. Let's start by synthesis process. The cathode material was obtained through the solid reaction process from aqueous solutions. The mixture was stirred for 30 minutes and heated up to 60 degrees C until complete evaporation of the solution in gel formation. The resultant residue was heated at temperature between 200 degrees C and 705 T. Intermediate blending were performed on the sample before each calcination step. Concerning the carbon coating process, in order to improve the electron conductivity of the cathode materials, 85% of the obtained materials was ultimately mixed and grinded with saccharose using pure acetone solution fluid by heating at 600 degrees C for 5 hours under argon flow. Now let's move to the structural characterization. The analysis of X-ray powder diffraction data shown that the materials has hexagonal symmetry with the space group R3C with the following cell parameters. The comparison of the cell parameters with those obtained by Goodenough group confirm the goodness of the refinement and confirm the stability of the cobalt-based materials. The structure of our materials consists of three-dimensional framework constructed by phosphate oxidra PO4 and the cobalt zirconium oxidra sharing their corners. The sodium cation are located in both Nazicon sites M1 and M2. They fully occupy the M1 and 66% of M2. For the Raman spectroscopy, two bands are observed which can be assigned to D and G bands, characteristic of carbon. In addition to that, we performed the thermogravimetric analysis to determine carbon amount. The results show the presence of just 3.5% of the carbon after coating. The same images before and after carbon coating showed that our compound have a regular shape and exhibit a micrometric size. We note also the presence of agglomerate as it can be seen from this figure. PDX mapping have shown that our materials shows a regular atom distribution before and after carbon coating. Before starting the electrochemical test, we decided to optimize the cutoff voltage. For that, we performed the GCPL test at different voltage range. We observed the increase of the capacity with the increase of the voltage. The better discharge capacity was reached in the potential windows between 2 volt to 4.4 volt. In order to study the effect of coating and banders on the electrochemical performance, galvanostatic measurements at constant rate would carry out for the three cathodes. The first one without coating, the second one coated and use PVDF as bander, and the third one coated and prepared with CMC. For the three cathode, we observed the reversibility of electrochemical test and the presence of two flat plateaux, characteristic of the intercalation, disintercalation of sodium, and attributed to the oxidation reduction of cobalt. In addition to that, with coating, we remarked the enhancement of the discharge capacity from 60 to more than 85 mAh per gram. Furthermore to that, the CMC stabilized the discharge capacity and gives excellent electrochemical performances. Concerning GCPL long-term cycling, the cathode materials delivered the initial discharge capacity of about 90 mAh per gram at C by 10 and the reversible discharge capacity of about 86 mAh per gram can be maintained after 5G cycle when the electrode is cycled between 2 volt and 4.4 volt at the current rate of C by 10 with an average Coulombic efficiency of 83.5%. Our last test is the rate capability test. We note the decrease of the capacity when the increasing of the rate. However, we have a good capacity at 1C equal to about 40 mAh per gram, and we obtained also a good capacity retention when we return back to the rate C by 10. To conclude, I will return back to my first slide to present what we succeed to achieve and what we plan to do in the future. Firstly, we succeed to finalize the lab feasibility studies with the synthesis of pure phosphate with high discharge capacity and high voltage, and also we confirm that CMC provides excellent reversibility and stability. Secondly, we achieved 80% of the technology development. To complete it, we will characterize the cathode materials with in-situ analysis, DFT, determination of the volume change, and we will validate the technology with the preparation of full cells to be able to move to the upscaling. That, ladies and gentlemen, was what I want to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so now let's move to Dr. Nicola E. Shraghi from the University of Liège. So he will continue discussion in the cathode phosphate fluorophosphate materials for sodium-ion batteries.
Hello everyone, I will show you the results of our research at Green Metal Laboratory on a study of a spray-dried sodium vanadium fluorophosphate and its carbon-added composites as cathode material for sodium-ion batteries. Sodium-ion batteries are regarded as one of the promising post-lithium-ion technologies due to their lower cost, higher abundance of sodium resources, and higher safety during operation of the battery. But the key challenge toward a practical sodium-ion battery is to have higher energy density and good cycle life. The research on sodium-ion batteries, similar to lithium-ion battery, is focused on cathode and anode materials. And in a cathode, we have layer oxide and polyanions. And to achieve the high energy density that is a key challenge for sodium-ion battery, you're more looking on polyanions because of the higher voltage and capacity of these materials, and as you can see, higher energy density. We selected sodium vanadium fluorophosphate as the material of choice for our studies. The nauticonstructured sodium vanadium fluorophosphate, or NVPF, offers the advantages such as highly stable structural framework and high ionic conductivity. But the drawback of this material is the low electronic conductivity due to the presence of the phosphate group, so we decided to add carbon.
Hello, my name is
Hello everyone, I will show you the results of our research at Green Metal Laboratory on a picture of the spray drying at Green Met and a few examples of the powders that can be obtained using this method. A spray drying process can be divided in three main steps: atomization or injection, depending on the top feed or bottom feed and the type of injection nozzle that you're using. Then the droplet to particle transformation, depending on the parameters that we can use. We have the initial droplet in the drying chamber that will get in contact with air. Then the drying process starts with the concentration of solid particles on the outer layer of the droplet and the formation of a powder, which then in the third step will go through the particle collection at the bottom of the drying chamber or in the cyclone or in the filter, depending on the size of the particles. The first step for the synthesis of NVPF and NVPF carbon composite by spray drying method, we optimize the feedstock solution. As you can see here presented that we use a vanadium 5+ source, we reduce it to vanadium 3 and then we add the other precursors to obtain the material. If we use the stoichiometric ratio of the material, here presented for the pristine material on the left, we have a fluorine-free phase which is obtained. If we increase the amount of sodium fluoride in the precursors, then we obtain the desired phase. What we have to do for the carbon added composite, we need to increase again this amount of sodium fluoride to obtain the pure phase. Here you can see the SEM images of the powders obtained when no carbon was added and different carbon sources such as carbon black, carbon nanotube, and graphene oxide were added. On the top image is after spray drying, and the bottom image after thermal treatment of the same material. And you can see that in the beginning, if as we look at the as prepared material, we have the mixture of the precursors, so we have amorphous structure, and then we have to heat the sample up to 600 degrees to obtain the crystalline phase of the materials. Using the spray drying process and having good control over homogeneity of the mixture of precursors, we can actually have the heat treatment time reduced to only 2 hours compared to the other methods developed and presented in literature. Part of the powders were bulk milled in water in order to reduce the particle size and increase the surface specific area of these powders. Breakability test of NVPF and NVPF carbon clearly showed the improved performance upon addition of carbon sources to NVPF. A capacity of 120 mAh per gram is obtained for the GO added material, which is close to the theoretical capacity of the material, which is 128 mAh per gram. But after bulk milling, we see that only the NVPF material has improved performance, and we have a sudden decrease of the performance of NVPF with graphene oxide at 1C, 2C, and 4C. We look at the charge-discharge profile of these materials to find the reason behind the difference between the performance of these materials, and we can see a huge difference in irreversible capacity, at least in the first cycles at C over 15. We decided to check the composition of the electrodes during charge by XPS measurements, and we observed the presence of aluminum and increase in fluorine content, showing the important size reactions with current collector and electrolyte degradation are happening at high cutoff voltages. By limiting the cutoff voltage to 4.3 volt after the second plateau in the charge profile, we'll limit the side reactions, and we see an improved performance in bulk mill NVPF carbon materials. The GO added material illustrating the theoretical capacity of the material with very high capacity retention over 200 cycles at 1C. In conclusion, we showed that spray drying can be used to prepare NVPF and NVPF carbon compositions, and an improved electrochemical performance was achieved by addition of conductive carbon sources and by controlling the cutoff voltage. As you can see, at the cutoff voltage of 4.3 volt, we have higher discharge capacity in each case, and we also have a higher capacity retention for the best materials. And I would like to thank the organizing committee of the International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference, and thank you for your attention to this presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to the last registered video given by Ayoub Bandali. Ayoub, he's an engineer, and he will start the PhD soon in Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, and he will discuss the operando Raman spectroscopy of p-doped titanium oxide upon electrochemical lithium insertion and extraction.
Hello, my name is Bandali Ayoub. I am an industrial management engineer, and today I am going to present you my work during my end of study project inside the MSL lab. My work consists on studying the p-doped titanium dioxide anode upon electrochemical lithium extraction insertion using operando Raman spectroscopies and operando X-ray diffraction. I will begin by giving you a general idea about how the Raman spectroscopy method works and how it can help us understand the changes that happen in the structure on the atomic scale and follow these changes during cycling. Inside a crystal, molecules can vibrate with a given vibrational frequencies. Each crystal is characterized by its own well-defined vibrational modes, and each mode matches what is called a phonon that can change its energy with a specific value. In our experiments, the active material is exposed to a laser. The photons from the laser interact with the powder crystal molecules, causing them to vibrate and exchange the energy with the received light. The change in wavelength from the initial laser monochromatic light matches the change in energy of the vibrational mode. By counting these changes and making a histogram, we can have figures like this one that shows a series of peaks that match the vibrational mode with a given energy. At MSL Lab, we have a specific cell that ensures a total isolation of the active materials from air and at the same time a visible access to the active material. In our experiments, we cycled 4 doping levels 0%, 2%, 5%, and 10%, and applied Raman spectroscopy each 15 minutes with a C rate of C/20. This left us with the data of over 1,200 spectra, and each spectra is a function of over 400 points. This amount of data is quite impossible to manipulate manually. That's why we thought of using data analysis in Python programming software. So I made a whole list of functions that make the data more useful, from filtering and smoothing to normalizing, getting the peaks and tracking their movements, and coupled this data with the electrochemical one to get the voltage of each spectra and other useful information. Then I began with a video visualization and heat maps for the different doping levels. From these visualizations, we observed that there is a list of phases that appears during cycling in a specific voltages and state of charges, and the way they appear changes from a doping level to another. So the next step is to detect these phases using a data analysis method and quantify the changes of their proportion during cycling. Using some bibliographic information, we understood that there is a linear relationship between the concentrations of a material and its spectra. Then using the two data science notions, correlation and hierarchic clustering, we could make clusters of spectra. Then after filtering them and comparing between the 4 doping levels, we arrived at 3 main phases that appears in the material. Using a simple linear regression, we could detect and quantify the change of the proportions of the 3 phases using 4 cycles of the 4 doping levels. From these graphs, we got many information. The first one is that in the first cycle, all the doping levels behave the same, especially during the first lithiation. As an hypothesis that we have here, the phosphor P is not included in the crystallographic structure and does not affect the vibrational modes. What is more remarkable is that just after the first cycle, the material does not behave the same. The main changes are that with the increasing of the doping levels, the exchange between the phases during cycling decreases, less apparition of the red and blue phases, and in the 10 doping level, we can see that the exchange between the phases decreases with time. The main hypothesis over the cause of these changes is that lithiation causes the phosphor to get into the structure, and which leads to a more stable phase and less exchange between the phases during cycling, which may be the cause of the increased electrochemical performances.
Okay, now thank you, Ayub. So now let's move to the questions and answers questions and answers. But before that, let me ask the distinguished professor to give them advices, comment, and also recommendation. So maybe Professor Rojo.
Yeah, I have a question, comments to Cherry, the ID 153, sodium zirconium cobalt phosphate, correct? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, this is a very interesting results. And the problem here is to use cobalt, because, you know, we have to avoid the use of cobalt. But I think the electrochemical behavior is coming from the cobalt-2 oxidation, cobalt-2, cobalt-3. Also with excellent voltage, 4.15 volts. My question, I have 2 questions. One of them is, what about the electrolyte? What kind of electrolyte? Have you used additive? The second one is manganese. This phase, manganese phase is also well known. My question is, can you prepare, for example, a solid solution, cobalt manganese, in order to decrease the cobalt and to increase the manganese, and to see what is the difference in the electrochemical behavior?
So, Abdulwahid Shari, please, can you answer to Professor Rojo's question?
Thank you.
Well, my question, the first question is, what kind of electrolyte has been used to get, in this case, because you have a very high voltage, 4.15. And if they have using additives, what kind of additives? This is the first question.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Professor. We use NAPFCs as electrolyte. You hear me, teacher?
Yes, yeah. Please go.
Yes, yes.
Yes, we use NAPFCs as electrolyte, and we have a good result. And also we try with the NaCl4, and also we've shown good results.
Okay. And the other question is related to the cobalt. Have you tried to prepare a solid solution, manganese cobalt, in order to reduce the amount of cobalt and to increase the manganese, because you have moved manganese. In cobalt, you go to cobalt 2 to cobalt 3, from cobalt 2 to cobalt 3. And in the manganese, you can go from manganese 2 to manganese 7. You have a big range of oxidation reduction in this case.
Yes, we try to synthesize a series of materials. We synthesize cobalt by nickel, by manganese, by mixing manganese and cobalt. We try also to reduce the amount of cobalt, because, as you know, we have to search for new materials, free cobalt. And also we have a good result, but it's ongoing.
Okay, excellent. Nickel, perhaps, you know, nickel is also toxic and expensive. Less than cobalt, but you had to avoid also nickel. But you can move iron, manganese, something like that. But for the university, you can work also with nickel, obviously. It's a small amount of nickel, but it's a very good, rich chemistry of the nickel 2, nickel 4. But this from the university research is very interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rojo. And now, please, Professor Sam, please.
I have a question for the last speaker. Is Ayub?
Yes.
I think that is you gave excellent presentation. Very impressive the way you presented. So you studied that is the phosphor stopped titanium dioxide using the in situ Raman and the in situ X-ray diffraction. So that is a very interesting study. So my question is here, when you see phosphor stop is in the titanium dioxide using different amount. So what is the method you're doping your phosphors? And also after doping, do you know that is the phosphors uniformly in the titanium dioxide particles or just on the surface?
Thank you, sir, for this question. Actually, the phosphor was added to titanium dioxide during the synthesis. The titanium dioxide was synthesized using a sol gel method, and phosphor was added at first, and it was like homogeneous in the first. So it's supposed to be homogeneous on all the material.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Maybe we can go to Professor Wang. If you have any question, recommendation, or advice to the young researcher and also to Dr. Maher Kinza. So, if so, we can start by the questions coming from the audience, from Karim Radwi. So he asked Ayub Ben Adali, so did you provide the data mining system flowing the results that you already produced? If so, did the result will change when using? I don't know, the question is not completed. But the first question is, did you provide the data?
Okay. So if data mining, yeah. So about the data mining, actually, I talked about the algorithms that I used to clean and first analyze the data before the first video presentation and heat maps. So actually, there is some changes that could be done to change like the results, but even though I made them, the most logic ones was the ones that I did before the linear regression, and it's clear that it is adaptable. Because the results are so homogeneous.
Okay, thank you, Ayub. So now let me ask Dr. Kinza Maher about how the heat generation can affect the safety, especially in the material or the cathode materials in electrical cars, NMC and lithium, and especially NMC.
Sorry, I cannot hear your question.
Yeah, so my question is about the heat generation from the, recently we have lots of accidents from NMC cathode materials, especially Tesla cars. So how do you think the high rate or the fast charge can generate the heat generation? So how that can affect the safety of thermal safety, especially in the NMC?
Yeah, one of the cells that we did the heat generation measurements, which are commercial, it has NMC materials. And this cell is the cell B, and cell C and D also, they have NMC materials. And we did, as you see there, that we did aging of the cells, and we could see that the heat generation is increasing comparing to other cells. Of course, I did not show all the results because of the time, but we did for C rates and also C rate after aging, and we found that it's a really very high, and it's really not very safe. But we are planning to open the cells and see what is inside the cathode and anode, and see what is happening inside the battery by itself, and if this heat generation is coming from the anode, which we doubt of it, because most of them or all of them, they have same anode materials, which is graphite, but we're still working on that things. But of course, these 3 cells, when it's fresh, it gives us the lowest heat generation, but after aging or cycling it at very high C rates, you can see a really very high heat generation, which is not surprising from NMC materials, comparing to LFP or other type of materials.
That type, yeah. Thank you. Let's ask Caroline. So about she used the lithium titanium oxide electrode for lithium by using aqueous process. So how this aqueous process preparation can affect the cycle life of your lithium titanium oxide? So we know that lithium titanium oxide, we didn't form the ECI, solid electrolyte interface, but probably can affect some such kind for aqueous process can affect the cycle life. So do you have any comments about that?
Yes, thank you for your comments. Yes, I think it's possible that this process could affect the properties. This is why we proceed to classical heat treatment to remove water before proceed to the swedge lock or coin cells. And we also test it with a classical preparation in NMP solvent. So we synthesize our LTO, we put it for ball milling in water, then we dried it with lyophilization process, and then we dispersed this material in NMP to verify, to check if the ball milling in water affect or not the performances. And this result showed that no negative effect was observed with water contact.
For how long cycles you try electrochemical performance? Because maybe for long cycle you will see the effect.
Yeah, it was stable up to 300 cycles.
300.
Yeah, and after it's true that it started to decrease.
Okay, maybe you did some coin filters, right, in the laboratory, or pouch cells.
Yeah, we tried some pouch cells, but I didn't show the results. But pouch cells and also full cell with the same procedure adapted to LFP cathode electrodes.
Okay. Yeah. So let's ask Nicola from Belgium University. So he presented vanadium fluorophosphate. And the same question to address to Sherry by Professor Rojo. So he asked about the electrolyte used here in the study, especially the fluorophosphate shows high voltage. So what kind of efficient electrolytes? We noticed that you use sodium ClO4 PC plus 5% FEC. So if it's stable, if you study about the PSI or SPI for cathode materials, or you just select, there is some optimization, especially for electrolyte, to get such kind for high voltage material for sodium ion batteries.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your comment and this question. Actually, yes, indeed, we did some optimization of the electrolyte. For the beginning, actually, we were hesitating between sodium NaPF6, so hexafluorophosphate, and sodium perchlorate. But we saw that depending on whether we are adding the carbon to the composite, we would get different results out of the batteries. But when we had the carbon addition to the material, we needed this sodium perchlorate to have as the electrolyte, and the addition of FEC was more to have a better performance over time. Indeed, well, after 100 cycles, when we were doing at 1C, we were seeing that this addition of well, stabilizing agents was necessary. But as you, well, I'm sure you've seen that like the XPS measurement, we saw that we have some extra fluor present that reacts with aluminum. And that maybe also is because of the fact that we have the FEC. That's why we had to, well, cut the cutoff voltage to 4.3 to get more stable results and a better like voltage curves, as you have seen in the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Professor Rojo have some comment for that. Please, can you switch on, Professor Rojo, your mic, please? Your microphone. Your microphone.
Yeah, only one question. What is the number of cycles? You say 100 cycles, okay? What
Yes.
about the capacity retention?
In case of the last slide I showed, I tested the batteries to do one cycle at C/10, and then I started at 1C. And for those, we get for the one with the graphene oxide addition in the preparation, we get a 99.78% capacity retention.
Yeah, but how many milligrams of graphene? Because you know the graphene is a very good electronic conductor.
Well, if it's actually like in the preparation, since it's water-based, we use graphene oxide suspension.
Yeah.
Then we have the thermal treatment that we do to reduce this graphene oxide, and we get graphene in the end. But we were like in all the optimizations, we were doing, we're trying to adjust the carbon percentage coming from reducing agents that we used to reduce the vanadium-5, and the carbon added, the carbon, conductive carbon, to a maximum of 20%.
Okay.
But it doesn't have like 20% graphene because it would have been really expensive in that case.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So what kind of binder do you use here? Because Professor Komaba, he showed with sodium chloride COO4 with PVDF binder that can be, we have defluorination of PVDF.
This was like we didn't really act on the binder agent to see if we modulate the binder, and we'll get different results. It was just a normal PVDF that we used.
Okay, so thank you. Now for the audience, if you have some questions, so just raise your hand, so we will give you so we will active your micro if you would like to ask questions directly. So if no, because if no, we are on the time. I would like to thank you very much for the distinguished professor for this session, and on behalf of Professor Khalil Emi, he just left the meeting, and I would like to thank you very much for this discussion, and also the researcher, PhD student, and students contribute to this workshop. Yeah. Okay. So what is the question?
There is a question, still a question.
Which question? Yeah. Okay.
Peter, he asked for.
Yeah, please give him.
Yes.
Peter, please go ahead.
I logged in because of sustainable energy. And you guys
please present yourself before. Yeah, can you present yourself with short if you can present yourself shortly, please.
I'm here in America and been looking at nuclear reactors and so forth. It seems as though most of what you guys are talking about today are batteries rather than energy generation. I missed a previous seminar out of India. It was horrid technical, and it was really late at night for me. So are we talking about batteries today or actually sustainable energy?
So this session, this workshop, is especially for the advanced sodium ion batteries and Bayon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe you missed the workshop. So for that, I would thank to all the speakers, all keynote speakers, and PhD students, and on behalf of organizing committee, hope to see you again here in Morocco next year, personally. And thank you very much, and have a nice day or have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Muad. Thank you for all participants of this workshop, Dr. Amin Khalil and all his team, and hope to see you soon at the next edition in Morocco.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Talis. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Dr. Laho.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you all for our assistance.
Okay.